Farming Life in Another World, Volume 7, by Kinesuk Neft, translated by SHM Trans. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks, Chapter 296. Civil Servant Girl. Name withheld upon request. I am one of the civil servant girls, and I would like my name to be not mentioned. Why do I want to remain anonymous? It's because I don't have to necessarily put individuality forward. I'm one of the civil servant girls. That's enough. This time, I would like to introduce the job of the civil servant girls. First of all, our most important job is to record the crop's production of Big Tree Village, secure the share needed by the village, and sell the surplus outside the village. It might sound easy, but it is difficult in its own way. After all, Big Tree Village harvests 3 times a year. 3 times a year. Spring harvest, summer harvest, and autumn harvest. It's kind of weird, but it can't be helped since it is what's actually happening. Though it's not really that weird compared to requiring the villagers to stroke the stomach of inferno wolves. Don't mind the details. I don't really know the reason why we can harvest 3 times a year, but the yield is tripled, so I can pretend that everything's normal. It's true, though I won't pretend to not see the task we have because of the 3 harvest times. Another job of the civil servant girls that need to be carefully observed. Management of reward medals. It is a currency mainly used in Big Tree Village, but it also circulates in Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, and Village 4. Village Chief says it's not a currency, but we think it's a currency. Ma, there isn't really a problem as long as it doesn't flow outside. We have to count them all. It's a good thing that Village Chief made a case where 10 of them can fit, so it makes our job of counting them easier. Thank you very much, Village Chief. Festival Executive Committee. Super hard to sue. In addition to Big Tree Village, Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, and Village 4, there are also guests coming. I wonder what kind of punishment game it was when I was assigned to welcome Demon King Sama. Also, it is obvious that our status is insufficient. Why do we have to welcome the Dragon King Sama, Dark Dragon Sama, and even the Founder Sama of Korin religion? Village Chief said that we shouldn't mind. Okay, we won't mind. Village Chief worries about the content of the festival every year, but if you ask me, I think he's right to worry. It's better to be safe. Ideally, everyone should join. However, the village has a variety of races that is more chaotic even compared to the Demon King's country. We can't do the impossible, so we can only do something within the possible range. Let's just put emphasis on food. All the dishes that Village Chief thinks are delicious. Another similar job, managing the martial arts tournament. Every participant is vigorous and fierce. It is the tournament that decides who's the strongest in the world. Ah, I can't just declare it like that. Though it is indeed correct to call it that, the participant will take it too seriously. Martial arts tournament is only a recreation in the village. Safety is still the priority. By the way, we've already experienced it a number of times, but we even have the power to make someone fight. I was surprised myself. Ma, they were chosen by draw lots, so it is surely fair, but we managed to draw them. The Dragon King Sama and the Dark Dragon Sama, did we really make them fight against each other? We should have them fight privately for safety, but without the peanut gallery, won't it be a lonely battle? No, even if you say that. Demon King Sama. It's draw lots. It is strictly fair. There's no way the matchup was cheated. We made sure to check it out before the draw lots. Besides, everyone seems to be delighted with the matchup. Please do your best, wife Sama of the Dragon King. Please, another big job is related to Big Roof Shashato. It was really troublesome. Who would have thought that the plan stall has become the #1 large-scale complex before we knew it? In addition, the management of the cram school and inn. It's a good thing that they managed to secure a top-class personnel in Shashato. They managed to find someone that can be entrusted with accounting. That talent is also humorous. She can even conceal a code in her message. Help. Hahaha. Nice joke. If you are really asking for help, there's no way you'll put it in a code. I wrote my reply obscurely without using encryption. We don't have any surplus demon power. Good luck, comrade I've never met. What's this? Sweat is flowing from my eyes. Let's send her a sweet cake made by Village Chief. It seems to have a long shelf life. The last one is related to Village 5. We're supposed to be building a new village, but the scale is no longer a village. It's already a town. Fortunately, Village 5 has excellent civil servants. There were a lot of scary names I don't even feel like reading, but I don't mind. It doesn't matter as long as the other party is helping us with paperwork. Us, civil servant girls, also hold a wide variety of jobs. In addition to what I've already said, there's revenue and expenditure to trade partners like the Howling Village. It's hard. I admire Rashashi because in addition to our usual work, she's also working as the Centaur's caretaker. But I won't say it in public. Now, all of those jobs are being carried by 10 of us plus Frau Sama. Yeah, demon power is indeed not enough even at first glance. Like our comrade in Shashato City, we also need reinforcement. I have consulted with Frau Sama many times, but her reaction is not that good. We're happy to see the most modern computing tools, high quality and famous writing materials, and new desks and document shelves every time we consult you, but what we really need is manpower. There are not enough people. Our current situation, Village Chief knows about it, right? It was Village Chief that made the new desks and shelves. There's something on his mind, let us hear it. What do you mean by top-secret operation? Invading a certain country and kidnapping more than 100 people. Why, may I know the reason? No, rather than that, why are the names of us civil servant girls already included in it? You want to dispose of one of the teleportation gates? Do you have any idea how much it's worth? No. No matter what I say, it will be useless. How about cooperating with the Demon King's kingdom? We can't. If possible, you want all the members come from here. Wouldn't it be better to ask for Dragon King Sama or Dark Dragon Sama to bring Dawn to that country? They can't. There are various restrictions. Yeah, I understand. How many people do you want to kidnap? As accurately as possible, we have to secure food, bed, and other things. After kidnapping, are we going to bring them to Big Tree Village? Oh, another place, is it? Village 5. Even if we add several hundred more people there, it won't be a problem. However, I think the present strategy is rough. Let's review it from scratch. Civil servant girls. Originally, we are daughters of nobles who are expected to aid the royal princess, the daughter of Demon King Sama. The supposed leader of her aides, Frau Sama, suddenly decided to leave the princess, side. This is a secret. At that time, I thought I'm lucky. However, instead of me, there was another one who became the royal princess' closest aide. It might be Frau Sama's counterattack. Could it be that it was her plan all along? No way. I thought that in the end, but I was chosen by Frau Sama to be her fellow aide to the royal princess. Why? The new aides became our colleagues, but they kept away from us. The new aides are also treated the same as us. Of course, I'm dissatisfied, but I can't say it, because I understood immediately. Those who kept us away, us who were treated like that, in this place, our relationship doesn't matter. Though we fought before, we are reliable comrades now. Fellow comrades before a mountain of documents. I missed one, my bad. I will not miss anyone. We, the civil servant girls, supported the unusually large-scale operation. While being proud of that, I'm still fighting with a large amount of documents today. Fufufu. Also, code comrade from Shashato, I'll write a reply to you. Hang in there, current manpower. In addition, I'll attach a dessert. Chapter 297, Things That Happened Last Fall. The cold winter has come. Yeah, it is already winter. This year's fall has been so busy that it was already over before I noticed it. The reason for its busyness is the construction of Village 5 and the rescue operation of Pirika's fellow disciples. Though we're busy, we properly harvest all the autumn crops and hold the martial arts tournament. This year's martial arts tournament, Lu and Tyr were not able to participate because they are preparing for the rescue mission. The angel Kirbit worked really hard at the martial arts tournament. Since Tyr won't participate, there won't be a problem for me. That said, she really became the winner of the night division. It looks like she researched a lot about the jump attack of the Lamias, the string shot of the Spiderlings, and the extreme speed of the Kuros. She managed to perfect her counterattacks, though she had a time-consuming match against her fellow angel Gran Maria. Gran Maria, at that time, was exhausted from her previous battle against the chief warrior of the Lamias, Sunia. Kirbit seemed to have been lucky this year. The person in question is aware of it, but she's still so happy when she was awarded with the trophy. She's literally jumping in joy. That was something nice to see. By the way, the defeated Lamia, the Spiderlings, and the Kuros who were defeated by Kirbit started their own research against Kirbit too. Their victims, I mean practicing partners, are the angels Suaruryu and Suaruku. Hang in there, you two. There's another person who worked really hard at the martial arts tournament, the Demon King. Yeah, he's incredibly lucky with the draw lots, but he also showed guts too. The four heavenly kings, Bezel, Glatz, and Randon, were even crying as if they were the ones who won. Each of them has a glass of alcohol in one hand. As for the last remaining member of the four heavenly kings, she did not go to the Colosseum and spent all her time in the dwarves' stall. I thought she's there for a drink, but it looks like she brought alcohol brewed from her territory this year to hear their opinion about it. Ah, she drinks after that. The martial arts tournament? Though a lot of things happened, no one was seriously injured, so there was no problem. Let's get back in time a little. The construction of Village 5 ended about mid-autumn too. At the same time, the major part of the management system of Village 5 was decided. The nine-tailed fox Yauko officially takes office as Village 5's village chief. In addition, the Holy Maiden was appointed as the head of religious affairs of Village 5. Yauko herself volunteered. She's the person in charge of the Village 5's construction on our side, and I won't refuse her request since for me, it is a good thing for the village to be independent. However, she wants Hito to stay in Big Tree Village to prevent anything from happening. I understand. As for Village 5's side, they don't have any problem with that arrangement. Rather, they prefer Big Tree Village to dispatch someone to be their village chief. Everything else was decided as if going with the flow. For the time being, she became the lord of my mansion in Village 5, but she often returns to Big Tree Village at night. It is probably because her daughter, Hito, is staying at Big Tree Village. As for why the Holy Maiden was assigned like that, it is because of Ancestor San. Originally, it seems like the destination of the Holy Maiden was decided to some degree, but trouble seems to come continuously, so it did not go well. As for the cause, there seems to be a dark feud. Some people want to increase their authority, and they want the Holy Maiden for that purpose. I thought that they were trying to take Ancestor San's authority, but it seems like whether they succeed or not, it will only tickle Ancestor San. It seems like the power struggle is at the lower part of their organization. According to Ancestor San, some of them don't even know of his existence. By the way, he said that those guys are really disappointed since they don't even know where the Holy Maiden is. It seems like Fushu is already enough to clean them up, but Fushu is busy with a lot of things. It is a good thing that something good happened. That something is Village 5. It's good if there's a church of Koran religion in Village 5. And since the Holy Maiden is there, it is even better. The Holy Maiden herself also wants to work there, so which seals the deal. Presently, she's working at the church of Village 5, though she returns to Big Tree Village at night with Yauko. Is this okay? Several priests were selected by Fushu and were sent to the church. They live in the church. We built a church that can be easy to live in. However, why are they crying at the sight of their private room and bed? What kind of life have they been living in? I don't know what's happening, so I let the Holy Maiden take care of them. Pirika's fellow disciples' rescue took place after the martial arts tournament. The most important part of the mission is how much attention can the dragon Maxbergak catch. I asked Hakurin to invite him to attend the martial arts tournament. I have already asked him what I need of him beforehand, so I'm not tricking him. The rewards are alcohol, crops, and desserts. I think the desserts are for his wife and daughter. According to our formulated strategy, while Maxbergak is flying and catching everyone's attention, we will open a teleportation gate in the Disciples' Village. Though it might not be necessary to catch the attention of the Fullheart Kingdom, since they are presently at war with the Demon King's kingdom, I don't want to take a risk. Because of that, the plan of catching the enemy's attention before rescuing the disciples was formulated. I feel sorry for Maxbergak, but please do your best. To open a teleportation gate, Pirika needs to return to the village. She's carrying the coordinate specification stone for the teleportation gate. That is the main reason why it took us a very long time before commencing the rescue. It would have been faster if I had cooperated with either Ancestor San or Bezel, who can use teleportation magic. However, I can't ask them this time since this is something that we must do. We can't ask for help from others. Lu and Tyr acted as Pirika's escorts. Though they are her escorts, they did not travel by her side. They followed her through the shadow. We don't know when will Pirika be able to return to her village, so I decided the time and date. Max Bergak will fly on that day. On that day, Pirika should have already been to the village and should have already persuaded her fellow disciples. Though Pirika said that it will be fine, it is not like we're only going to rescue her fellow disciples, we need to rescue their families too. I even thought that there would be someone who will oppose and escape. Fortunately, I'm wrong. All of them agreed to escape. Thanks to the Full Heart Kingdom. The disciples lived their lives like there's nothing unusual until the designated date and time. An hour before the designated time, Lu sets up the coordinate specification stone of the teleportation gate. As soon as the teleportation gate opened up, a total of 20 high elves and lizardmen entered together with me. Those high elves and lizardmen are supposed to be my guards, but I asked them to help out the disciples. I put out the aft in its whole form. If we just take the disciples with us, it might look like they run away, so I thought of making them think that the whole village disappeared. If they only run away, Full Heart Kingdom might think that there's something fishy. After escorting the disciples and their families to the teleportation gate, me and my high elves and lizardmen guards entered the teleportation gate to return too. After us, Tyr and Pirika moved. The last one to enter the teleportation gate back is Lu, and she's holding the coordinate specification stone. I was surprised. I didn't know that it was possible. It seems like it is not that important given our current situation, since it is only needed when the teleportation gate opens. The gate is still open, but it will close by itself after a while, so there's no problem. Lu hands over the coordinate specification stone on her hand, and I use the aft to destroy it. The teleportation gate immediately shuts down after that. It was a huge success. Though Tyr almost did nothing, if there was an emergency, she can carry Pirika. What we didn't expect was that it took 1 month before the Full Heart Kingdom discovered that the village disappeared. Was I too cautious? Or maybe because Max Bergak stood out too much. In any case, Pirika and her fellow disciples' problem is now solved and they have emigrated to Village 5. Work hard. There's one problem. After disposing off the teleportation gate, Mio, who's supposed to be the manager of that supposed gate, has nothing to do. Because of that, the civil servant girls asked for her loudly. The person in question agreed, so her new job is to be one of the civil servant girls. A lot of things happened this autumn. Mio, why your eyes look so dead? Are you okay? Ah, thinking about it, the civil servant girls have the same eyes. Got it. Frau is fully utilizing her. She doesn't look good because of that. Let's bake a pastry called Stahlen. Do you want it? I'm not boasting, but it's delicious. If you want, you can increase its number by cutting it. You don't have to hold back. Yes, it's fine. Eat. Yup, like that. Paperwork. I have been notified about the severe shortage of demon power. I can calculate myself, but I can't do what they are doing. I wonder if I was lucky. No, I really have to look for additional civil servants. There seem to be a lot of them in Village 5. Let's scout. I'll ask Yauko about it. Chapter 298. Relaxing night. After dinner, majority of the females are not here because of each of their responsibilities. This lord went to the hot spring. This was the first time I came alone after a while. No, they probably let me be. Thank you. After that, I went to my room and went to the kotatsu. I said kotatsu, but it is a normal table covered with a futon, but it is warm enough. Feels great. On the kotatsu are oranges, dried potatoes, and 1 bottle of liquor. If I had a TV, I would have been watching a variety show already. Unfortunately, I don't have one. I am slightly disappointed. However, that's not a problem. I'm not bored after all. First of all, the kittens came over. They were born spring this year, so they are about 9 months old. They've become big. They've dived into the kotatsu later and attacked my legs since it's on their way. Okay, I know. How about now? All 4 of them have grown up. I'm sorry, the kitten's father meowed as it bowed to me. Don't worry. Are you not going inside the kotatsu too? You don't have to hold back. When I lifted the futon of the kotatsu a little to invite him in, the kittens inside the kotatsu meowed altogether. Was it because it is cold? Or do they not want their father to go in? It's hard to be a father. Come, rest on my lap. The next visitor was Kuro. He lied down next to me as if it was the most natural thing to do. I patted his back. I know, I'll do it harder. Kuro turns and lies down sideways. You want that part next. What a spoiled dog. Oh, wine slime is already here before I noticed it. It is aiming at my liquor on the kotatsu. Hey, don't drink it directly on the bottle. And that glass is mine. Bring your own glass if you want to. Ah, you brought one? It is good to be prepared. Yes, I'll pour you some. When I was pouring sake, the dried potato on the table floated. Looking at it closely, there's a thread. When I looked up, Lulushi was there staring at me. I saw some spiderlings. Each one has a thermal insulation stone. Perhaps they wanted to appeal to me that they are here in the room and they are not really aiming for the dried potatoes. I know, there's no way I'll forget you guys. Therefore, can you please stop dancing there? Hey, that guy on the edge is about to fall. Ooh, saved by a thread. No, don't do that. It seems like they're doing some slapsticks. That's fine, but don't do anything dangerous. Just take these dried potatoes with you and share it with the others. Let's eat this orange, Are. Dorame enters the room and sits on the opposite side of me who's eating an orange. Inside the kotatsu, the kittens attacked him but he didn't even flinch. Maybe the kittens attacked me because I was sitting like that earlier. Yeah, I'll change how I position my legs from now on. So what happened, father-in-law? When I went to see my grandchild, my daughter treats me harshly. Do you want an orange? No. I know that Rananan is pretty, but she's still a baby. You better not intrude too much. She's the first child of Rasuti after all. Now that I think about it, is it all right for Reimaran to take care of Hikaru that much? She's almost half his mother. Hakurin doesn't seem to mind though. This will be tough for Gyuraru since Hikaru has two mothers. I mean seriously tough. Hahaha, I'm not that worried about Hikaru, I'm more worried about Rananan. Thinking about marrying her off? Ah, let's stop. I won't let her be a bride. Oh, Yauko has come before I noticed it. She helps herself inside the kotatsu without hesitation, driving the kittens out. Don't bully those poor things. Before I was able to complain to her, a barrel of alcohol and some tsumami were placed over the kotatsu. Tsumami are foods you eat while drinking alcohol. I wasn't able to complain. I'm sorry, kittens. I'll take your meow of protest. The kicked-out kittens began to relax over the lying Kuro. Are you okay? Are the four of them heavy? Good, Kuro is kind. Yauko reports about Village 5. There is no particular problem. According to the civil servant, who was consulted before, the direction of the organization that will handle paperwork is established. Once it is fully functional, the work of the civil servant girls will become easier. Frau is also pleased that there's an acquaintance she can call there without reservation. I wonder if it is because Village 5 is on the Demon King's kingdom's official territory. Maybe it's in an important position. The tsumami that Yauko brought are boiled white asparagus with mayonnaise and mochi. White asparagus is planted on Big Tree Dungeon, so she must have harvested it on her way back. Good, delicious. The mochi was pounded immediately when it's winter. She brought them already properly divided, but it was not grilled. Yeah, I'll grill it. I moved Cat from my knees and stood up from the kotatsu. The kittens, who were sleeping at Kuro, dashed towards my previous place. It seems like I won't be able to return to my previous position. While I was grilling the mochi using a net over a brazier, a big gray thing ran through. It was night, but it was still pretty easy to see. It's the Fenrir. That little puppy has grown big. She's already over 3 meters. If you ask how, it is different from Inferno wolves aside from its size, probably the absence of horn on its head. That Fenrir gave birth to puppies at the end of this year's summer. 2 of them. They resemble their Fenrir mother. Both of them are pure white. 3 months have passed since they were born, so they are still small. They are about as big as Cat. It is one of the Kuros that has been taking care of them. It's their father. Though there has been a rumor about their relationship before, I never thought that they'll be able to successfully overcome their race difference. When I said that, Lu, Tyr, Ria, and Are. They are not humans like me, but they were able to give birth to my children. No problem at all. I already have enough number of children. No, I know that it is demanded that I should have more. Children are gifts from God. Let's leave it to luck. Let's return to the topic. The Fenrir pups are being raised at the corner hut of the dog area. They seem to be strong against cold, and their father seems to be struggling because they are running around happily outside even if it is winter. Just like now, he's running after one of his puppies. He's now returning to their hut carrying a Fenrir pup on his mouth. The mother seems to be having a hard time too. I glanced at the drinking Dorame and Yauko. They seemed to be pretty relaxed. No, they are probably like this only now. He's probably struggling when I was not here. Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. When I placed the grilled mochi on the table, Yauko reached out to them without hesitation. 2 at once. She's eating them deliciously, so I guess it's okay. When I was thinking of the next mochi, I heard some approaching footsteps. Ursa, Alfred, Taisel, Giraru, and Hito enter the room. They should have been at the hot spring with the females. Why are they here this early? When Hito sees Yauko, she runs up to her. Her tail is wagging so much that it looks funny. Seeing that, Alfred and Taisel came to me. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Ursa and Giraru, on the other hand, did not hesitate to warm themselves in the kotatsu. The kittens were kicked out of the kotatsu again. Their meow of protest is loud this time. Ha ha ha. It was a relaxing night. Chapter 299. Winter Romance. The kittens have grown big. I wonder if I should bring male cats from somewhere. I was thinking about that while hoeing using the aft in Big Tree Dungeon. I know that even if it is winter, the crops will grow since it's underground. There was a field inside that dungeon and it is in full swing only now. It was formerly named as Dungeon Field, and white asparagus, mushrooms, and bean sprouts are what were mainly planted on it. However, unlike the field on the ground, there is a rule that anyone can freely eat what's planted here. Bean sprouts' crop cycle is fast, so does its shelf life, so it would be better for it to be eaten by anyone who wants to eat it. Fortunately, earth dragons like to eat bean sprouts. If harvest is delayed, it will grow too much and rot. I'm just surprised that appearance and physique-wise, earth dragons look completely carnivorous. Is it all right for them to eat bean sprout? No, that doesn't matter as long as they are willing to eat it. Let's widen the bean sprouts field a little more. There was an accident, no, an incident. In the old ranch area, there's a family of horses. The young horses are already at a decent age too. Though not every year, the horse couple gives birth at their own phase. Their oldest child is already an adult, but there's this unknown horse snuggling up to the foal. The beast girl who's managing the ranch reported that. It is a beautiful, pure white horse. I agree. What's its gender? Female. The oldest child of the horse couple is a male, so it should be female. I thought I should pair them as it is. Is there a problem? Whose horse is it? Isn't it a wild horse? I was told that it is surely not. Did you find any identification tag? No. How do we know who this horse belongs to? Afterwards, I asked the villagers about it, but it looks like no one knows. The favorite theory of the beast girl is that it was brought from Village 5, however. Yauko denied, and the holy maiden even fainted as if she's being wrongly accused. The Arachne Arako, Asa, and Fuda, the manager of the teleportation gate, also came to her defense that she never went in with a horse, and there has never been an incident where a horse has passed through by itself. My favorite theory was either Doors, Dorame, or Ancestor-san brought and released the horse here without telling anyone. That theory was also denied by the people in question too. Soon after, the real identity of the horse was revealed. It was when Dorame saw that pure white horse. That's a unicorn. Unicorn wears its horn. Males have horns, but females don't have horns, so it is difficult to distinguish them from ordinary horses. Dorame managed to distinguish it from its magical power. Is that so? A unicorn, is it? So my first theory, a wild horse, seems to be correct after all. The beast girl apologizes. Ha ha ha, don't mind it. To say it accurately, it's a wild unicorn. However, isn't unicorn a male-only race? How will it give birth if that is the case? Right, there are both male and female unicorns, and it seems like the male unicorn only touches untouched maidens, is only a superstition. In fact, male unicorns are lustful. Is that so? Yeah, look over there. A pure white horse with a horn is chasing after my foal. The foal being chased is the second child of the horse couple. I think it's female. In other words, before I managed to dash out, the father horse tackled the unicorn. You're the man. Afterwards, they stare at each other. The unicorn is glancing at the foal frequently. It can't concentrate. It will not be able to beat my horse in that state. Smack, the hind legs of my horse sank into the face of the unicorn, who's busy glancing away. Is it all right? Is it dead? Well, it can't be helped since it chased my horse's daughter. I would have done the same to the man who will chase after Taisel, Freysia, Set, or Rananen. No, I'll plow him. I pat the back of my excited horse to calm it down. As for this unicorn on the ground, what should I do with it? Since there are a male and a female unicorn, maybe I should hook them up together. They might be siblings. Given their attitude, perhaps they are an older sister and younger brother pair. The female unicorn and the eldest colt seem to have reached an agreement. Are you two a couple now? HNN, she confessed, and the eldest colt said okay. Well done. Do you eat carrots? You like cabbage more, got it. I'll give you a cabbage, eat together. The problem now is the male unicorn and the eldest filly. The eldest filly completely rejected it. It is not interested at all. Give up, A. Since the eldest filly doesn't like you, you'll target the next filly? I advise you as a fellow man that attitude is wrong. If I'm the father horse, I've already broken your horn. Yeah, that's right, listen to me. What on earth are you glancing at the mother horse at? Conclusion: this unicorn is hopeless. Its species preservation instinct is too strong. Maybe there is something wrong with it. No, Dorame said that male unicorns are lustful. In other words, it won't mind as long as it spreads its seed. What should I do? What do other male unicorns do? I don't know the detail, but from what I heard, it seems like they usually slip into a horse's ranch, bang mares without permission, and run away after that. Are they vermins? No, not really. A unicorn-seeded horse foal will be born as a horse, and ranchers welcome it since it will be a strong horse. It's short, it is a nuisance for the horses and an enemy of stallions. Maybe they don't run away but are kicked out by stallions. It seems possible. Anyway, there's a ranch near Shashato City, so I guess it is best for us to lead it there. Will that be all right? A. Eldest filly and second eldest filly, what's wrong? When I go to that ranch, I should bring back a handsome stallion? Understood, I'll do what I can. Thus, the female unicorn stays in the ranch area. On the other hand, the male unicorn will be sent to the ranch near Shashato City. I thought of sending it when the spring comes, but leaving it here will only cause trouble, so we decided to send it out even if it is still winter. I organized a convoy. I, Gulf, and several beast girls. There's only a few of us, but there will be no problem since we will only be transporting the unicorn and bring back Eichmann stallions. Okay. 5 high elves were added to the party. Thanks to the teleportation gate, travel is so easy, and while thinking that we would take a few days for a round trip, the unicorn said that it can bring me to the destination with an amazing speed. From Village 5 to Shashato City, it will only take an hour. What sorcery is that? However, I can't just go on alone. Return. Let's pick up Gulf for safety purposes. Gulf looked pale when he was separated from me. I'm sorry for making you worry. In Shashato City, we greeted Marcos and Paula. After that, we contacted Michael-san about the ranch. It seems like Michael-san will personally guide us. Thank you. Michael-san rides the unicorn, and it looks like he's having a great time. It looks like Michael-san's eldest son, Marin, is waiting in line for his turn. Once the unicorn goes to the ranch, won't he be able to ride it any time? If you won't ride it, it will run away. No, I think it is better for you to put it in a female horse-only area as a countermeasure. For some reason, it was a short trip. Marcos and Paula seemed to be energetic too. As for Big Roof Shashato, yeah, incredible. It was amazing as usual. I managed to bring a partner for the eldest filly, but as for the second eldest filly, we still have to wait. Looking at it, they are looking at each other cautiously at a distance. As expected, it is because of that male unicorn. No, I shouldn't say that to an important asset. When I came back to my residence, I suddenly remembered. I forgot to look for partners for the kittens. Ma, there's always next time. Or am I unconsciously being selfish and want them to remain as children? I thought of that while patting the kittens on my lap. Chapter 300. South Dungeon Visit. I decided to go to the South Dungeon. As for the reason, it was due to what happened at the last martial arts tournament. It was during the banquet. The Lamias from the South Dungeon and the Titans from the North Dungeon came over to participate in the martial arts tournament as usual. Those two races, I thought that they were getting along with each other. However, they suddenly fought. We, the Lamias, were entrusted by Village Chief with a dungeon audit. The North Dungeon was visited by Village Chief himself. An all-out brawl between the two races started after that. Though the martial arts tournament is supposed to have ended, but there's still this fierce battle. No, this is not an official battle. but I never thought that the root was deeper than what I thought. After that battle, the Lamias and Titans acted as usual. I said as usual, but they are looking at me with eyes that are longing for something. Okay, got it, I know. However, I can't decide immediately. Let me hear Lou and Tyr's opinion first. Is that so? Okay. Let's go there once we're free. Lou, Tyr, Hakurin, Ursa, Alfred, Tysel, and 5 lizardmen. We are traveling by riding Hakurin's back on her dragon form. In addition, 30 Kuros and 5 high elves left as an advance party a few days ago. I have been told about the advance party beforehand, but I don't think it's necessary. As for me, I'm traveling on Hakurin's back. On Hakurin's back, there are also a lot of souvenirs for the Lamias aside from us. I wonder if they are necessary. As for me, it's like a simple visit to a friend's house. When we got closer to the south dungeon, I was surprised by what I saw. Before the entrance, the monsters and demon beasts followers of the Lamias were lined up neatly. Isn't that a little exaggerated? Ignoring my surprise, Hakurin descends in front of the queue. A huge cheer. Hold on. It seems like we'll get down from Hakurin's back one by one. I'm the last, why? No, that's not. The lizard men were the first to get down, then Ursa got off alone. After them are Lou, who's holding Alfred, and Tyr, who's holding Tysel. Finally, me. A louder cheer was heard. 8. Why are the Lamias crying? Could it be that the advance party Kuros bullied them? Answering my glance, the Kuros shook their heads together, saying that they are not the reason. I'm only joking. I know you won't do something like that. However, what's with their enthusiasm? We're in the middle of the cold winter. We were guided by Lamia Chief Junia into the dungeon. Inside the south dungeon, the path is around 5 meters high and the width is about the same. There are various large and small rooms too. It is similar to an ant's nest. The passage is a 3-dimensional complex maze, and it looks like it was intended to look like this. The dungeon extends to the south and seems to lead to the mountain where Dorame lives. It is considerably big. If an unfamiliar person enters this place alone, he'll starve to death finding the exit. This place is a little scary. I heard that it is originally pitch black inside the dungeon. However, because of our visit, the Lamias set up glowing stones in various parts of the dungeon, so it is not dark at all. Thank you, and I'm really interested in those glowing stones. Is it similar to the light stone that Ancestor-san brought before? The color of light they emit is different, so probably not. We have been guided to a big room near the entrance. It is about 30 meters in all directions. The ceiling is about 10 meters high. Though it was explained before that there will be a banquet to welcome us here, but what's with that throne that is several steps higher than others over there? I'm supposed to sit there, not Chief Junia. I'm a little embarrassed, I understand. I better not disappoint their effort, so I'll sit there. When I sat on the throne, the Lamias cheered with all their might. It echoes a lot in the cave. Alfred, Tysel, and Ursa, you don't have to join their cheer. You too, Lou, Tyr, and Hakurin. I can also hear the howls of the Kuros. How long will you is that so? I raise my hand and they stop. Amazing. They stopped in perfect sync. Ursa was the only one who didn't stop. I know. Now everyone's eyes are on me. Going with the flow, the next one should be my speech. I realized my powerlessness in terms of ad-lib again. Was I good? I can't remember what I said, though I think that the purpose of thanking the Lamias with their cooperation was achieved. Impressive Dessous. Finally, our hard work. It feels good to be alive. There seems to be no problem. They're slightly exaggerating it though. After that, Lou and the others introduced themselves. Alfred and Tysel did their best. They're cute. Ursa is imposing. You're better than me, aren't you? She's surely become an important person. However, we are not going to war, so I don't think it is necessary for you to inject that much fighting spirit into the Lamias. Remember, you're only introducing yourself. Whoa. The Lamias were influenced too much. Who are you going to wage war against? After the self-introduction, it is time to bring out the souvenir. The banquet still hasn't started. Could it be because of me disregarding what should be done and started a speech? Reflect me. I'm a little hungry. The banquet has begun. The seats were quite lively. Most food served is simple. They are either raw or roasted. It seems like it is based on Lamia's diet. They usually eat raw food. However, ever since interacting with Big Tree Village, they learned how to cook some dishes. Though it is inferior to the dishes in Big Tree Village, I properly received what they want to convey. It was delicious. Also, I would like you to refrain from piling up various eggs of monsters and other creatures before me. No, it's not just because it is raw. Yeah, I don't eat eggshells. Since this is a banquet, Lamian dances and songs are performed. Once again, I am impressed by another unique culture. After this, I plan to stay overnight and then return at noon the next day. It is probably because of us. Baths and toilets are also prepared. I'm impressed with the Lamia's hospitality. I wonder if I will be able to do as much as them for a guest. Thank you for the bed. We don't have to sleep together. Look here, Lu, Tyr, and Hakurin. We shouldn't. As expected, I will not have a break. Our children are with us. Yes, think about the children. So please, Lu, Tyr, and Hakurin, hold it in. Hey, wait, don't forcibly put them to sleep with magic. Oh, Ursa endured. It was hard in various ways. Ah, no, I don't mean about the Lamias. There's no problem with them. Yeah, it was like an educational field trip. After this, we'll go back to Big Tree Village, stay for a night, and go to the North Dungeon. We'll only be there for a day without staying overnight. I know. However, can I not receive such treatment from them? It will be similar to discrimination if they were to treat me differently. This is hard. Chapter 301. Parent-child interaction. I'm back from the North Dungeon. Why did I end up singing there? I don't have any confidence in singing. No, even if I'm confident, it is hard to sing when everyone's attention is on you. In any case, it was a good day trip. My mentality. I need the kittens to heal it. Ha ha ha, got it Kuro, you're even in front of the kittens. Come here, I eat boiled pumpkin. Ugh. Lu, who brought me the boiled pumpkin, elbowed me. Oh, please. This pumpkin, it's very delicious. The hiding Ursa and Nut were pleased upon hearing me. It seems like the two of them made it. I'd praised you for your effort, because the skin is still hard. It seems like they boiled it with some herbs. The smell has become terrible. How should I inform the two without hurting their feelings before they distribute this to the other villagers? What a difficult problem. Who are you going to feed next? Ado, it should be father. Nut's father, so it's Gut. Yeah, let's leave the difficult problem to Gut. However, even a family may collapse due to careless words. I really want to avoid that. Before letting him eat, tell him that you made it okay. Hearing me, they answered cheerfully as if they understood what I meant and left. It's cold, but they are still energetic. Don't forget to wear thick clothes before going out. The sacrifice of boiled pumpkin, there are 6 including me. It seems to have been a really difficult problem. Did you teach them, Lu? It looks like they learn in themselves by watching. If I had taught them myself, I'm confident that they could do better. Is that so? Did you eat one too? Unfortunately. Seeing Lu smile, I already guessed. It looks like she's the one who designated me to be victim number 1. In comparison with all the victims, Goddess Hakurin stopped the victim increase by eating everything. Even without giving a solution to the problem, she managed to stop the cause of the problem on the spot. As expected of a dragon, when I was patting Hakurin's head, the smiling Ursa and Nut came. We cooked more. Lu ran away. Hakurin, her smile cramped. Are you okay? Can you still do it? Hang in there. And if possible, could you let go of my arm? An Oni maid wasn't able to keep herself, so she taught the two on their second try. Compared to the first, it's really delicious. Thank you. And the escapee Lu, let her be the first one to taste the dish that Alfred and Tysel are making. They might have been influenced by Ursa and Nut. Yeah, several Oni maids are on standby teaching them. As for their reason, it is winter, so we can't waste any cooking ingredients. This, not eating it, will become the punishment. I'll be the first to taste. It was a peaceful day. Snow began to fall. It's cold. As for how cold it is, Kuro goes to the toilet and immediately returns after going out of the door. Keeping it inside is bad for you, so go to the toilet properly. Should I build an Inferno wolf toilet here? There's a toilet for cats, so I guess it's okay, but I should consult others first. The Oni maid and shook her head. Considering the average size of the Kuro's poop, I don't know. But I'm sure the size of a cat's poop is not comparable. I'm sorry. I'll do my best to build one near the mansion. Moreover, it won't be built until spring. Kuro dashes to the outdoor toilet while having a depressed face. After he returned, he did not move out of the kotatsu. It got so cold. The next generations of Kuros are moving around energetically in the outdoors. The horses, cows, and goats are fine too. The chickens are densely packed in their coop. Snow measures are being practiced, so everyone should be safe. Ah, Ursa and Alfred, the snow hasn't piled up yet. You'll only get mud. Their clothes are muddy already. Anne will get angry. Both of them changed their clothes after taking a bath. Hakurin, please, and Tyr, block Tysel, who's trying to go out. I'll hold down Gyuraru. A personnel selection mistake. I should have asked Hakurin to hold down Gyuraru. Gyuraru is a dragon after all. After receiving Gyuraru's tackle, I was pushed outdoor. Cold. Hey, let's go back. If you want to play, let's wait for a better day. I picked up Gyuraru and dashed into the mansion. Now I understand what Kuro feels. I should build an indoor toilet for them. Ah, taking a bath during a cold day is the best. I took a bath with someone. I didn't plan to join, but Alfred wanted me to join, so it can't be helped. I wonder if he's embarrassed to go in with Hakurin and Ursa. Nah, it's still early. He's still a child. Ha ha ha. Us, a parent-child combination, is sitting up in the bathtub. Why is Dorem next to us? When I went to see my grandchild, my daughter treated me harshly. Then warm up with us to your heart's content. After Dorem and Alfred got out of the bath, I thought that I should take this chance to wash Kuro, but he didn't come out of the kotatsu. Yuki came instead. This is the men's bath, but, well, I guess it's okay. Wash, wash, wash. They are usually clean, so she doesn't have much dirt. After washing, Yuki steps into the bathtub and soaks in hot water. Ha ha ha. Does it feel good? HNN. Kuro came. Did you feel lonely? Or are you jealous? Ha ha ha, I'll wash you too. Kuro and Yuki soaking in the bathtub is a good sight to see. Escapism in action. Kuroichi, Kuroni, Kurasen, and Kurian are looking at me as if waiting for their turn. They are often outside, so they are dirty. Their feet are clean since they wipe their foot first before entering my mansion. Ma, it's better to be clean than dirty. When their body is dirty, they don't dare use the kotatsu. All right, let me wash you thoroughly. A cold winter day. I spent it in the bathroom. I didn't catch a cold. It is probably thanks to my healthy body. Chapter 302. A certain day in winter. Numbers. Bark, 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 bork, bark. 1. It means that we have to put out our individuality. A dog's bark in Japanese is wan, which can be pronounced like the number 1. So their bark earlier is wan 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 wan. What's happened? Did your voice flip out because of tension? Ah, I'm not angry. Do not mind it. However, don't let your guard down. Are you ready? The Kuros nod all together. They all have courageous expressions. Good. Then, let's go. We matched our timing as I charged with the Kuros. We're heading towards a fortress made of snow. Our target is the flag in the inner part. While avoiding flying snowballs, why are you focusing on me? I was killed. The Kuros who charged with me were annihilated too soon after me. I never thought of this result, but it can't be helped. Instead of throwing snowballs, both Alfred and Tysel clumsily came to us while holding them. The Kuros are kind. They can't avoid them, so they have no choice but to be annihilated. By the way, Ursa and Gyuraru, who did the same, were evaded. It's because of the difference in momentum. Yeah, you should have a more lovely face and decrease your speed. Ma, the Kuros who avoided Ursa and Gyuraru were surrounded and hit by snowballs. Was it a bad strategy? Or is our number too few? Our team is me along with 7 Kuros. The other team is composed of the children and their guardians. The snowballs thrown by the Oni maid who participated as Alfred's guardian is particularly brutal. The sound of the snowball she threw when it hit something is not toink, but boom. It was a mistake to decrease the number of Kuros as a handicap. During the participant selection, there are around 50 of them. The Kuros can't throw snowballs, so that might be the correct number. Why did I reduce the number of Kuros? Papa, there are a lot of bow wow. I remember Tysel telling me that. It can't be helped. HNN, one more time. That would be good. The team will be the same as before. Right. The Kuros behind me nod. Don't even think that we'll end up losing. We ended up losing. A Kuro even dived into the snow to advance unnoticed, but Ursa found it. She has good intuition. All right, children, after playing, it's bath time. Warm up your cold body. I'll grill machi after taking a bath. Soy sauce. Sugar. Miso. All your favorite flavor will be there. But why miso nut? I don't think that will complement machi. I like ground edamame. I think it's delicious as it is. Powdered soybean and sugar are the best. Yes, the taste doesn't matter. Take a bath first. The brazier is too small. No matter how much I grill, it won't meet the demand. As for the taste, the Oni maids have prepared them for me. Why am I grilling alone? Is it because I lost the snowball fight? Ugh. I want to eat too. HNN, oh Tysel. By chance, is that for me? No, she went to tear. Ka. As expected, is a mother better? Ancestor-san and Dorame, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, are also chewing mochi. I'm glad that you praise it for being delicious, but are you not going to come here and help me grill? That's not it. I didn't ask you to bring additional mochi from the warehouse. I feel like I have been playing a lot since winter came. Well, only on sunny days. If the weather is bad, I'm working at home. That's my job. I feel like I'm only playing with the Kuros and the children during winter, neglecting the spiderlings. The spiderlings don't go to cold places. They can only play indoors. Let's build the first one. I've prepared a large board and asked the spiderlings to cosplay as shogi pieces. This is not a human shogi, now since the spiderlings are the pieces. As for the rule, the same as ordinary shogi, but an additional rule was added, which is all pieces must be moved at least once. There's also an effort in participating in this event, so I want everyone to move at least once. Now, who'll be my opponent? The spiderlings that are good at it are, before I knew it, Kurian is already sitting at the opponent's side. Unfortunately, I can't let you participate, Kurian. Kurian protests. No, you're always the winner of the village's chess tournament. I know that you are good at shogi too. I'm a greenhorn. You want to reduce your number of pieces as a handicap? That won't do. The spiderlings play the lead role here. The spiderling that will be kicked out will cry. How about putting your reduced pieces as my pieces as a handicap? What pieces should you reduce? This and that, that, and that one too. Let's have a match, Kurian. Your undefeated legend will end today. I lost. I really had the advantage at first, but the rule that I must move all pieces at least once dragged me down. No matter how much handicap the opponent has, a greenhorn is a greenhorn. Frustrating. I would like to say it again, the lead roles for this game are the spiderlings. Did you enjoy it? HNN. I should have moved you like that during that situation. No, if I did that then. No, the situation will be like. Oh, I won. The spiderlings are better at shogi compared to me. That means, Kurian, one more time. Though I'll be the commander, the brains will be the spiderlings. Are, why do you have all the pieces? Aren't you going to decrease your pieces? You'll be defeated if you don't play seriously. He knows that the spiderlings are better than me. I have this complex feeling. Though it was a good game, I wasn't able to beat Kurian. Though the spiderlings lent me their wisdom, Kurian managed to emerge victoriously. Regrettable, HNN. Did you like the feeling of being a shogi piece? You don't mind winning or losing? However, not everyone can join. Don't brag too much. By the way, the second game for the spiderlings is... Are you sure? You want to cosplay as chess pieces too? You want me to prepare for 2 batches? Okay, I'll make it. By the way, only fist-sized spiderlings can cosplay what I made. It is not for the spiderlings of magazine sizes or half to Tommy Matt sizes. Okay, don't give me that look. I'll do what I can for you too. At a later date, a battle between shogi and chess will be held on board. I don't know which one is superior, but it will probably be a hot battle. While the match is ongoing, the kittens intrude. The spiderlings suddenly scatter. I caught the kittens and placed them somewhere. The spiderlings return to their original position. Good, wonderful. Chapter 303. Celestine Lagene. My name is Celestine Lagene, third daughter of the Lagene family. Even if I seemingly introduced myself as someone with a superior background, I'm only a daughter of a farming village household. A girl from a farming village which is caught up on the strange wheel of destiny. I have stigma. When I was 10, strange birthmarks showed up on my palms. I concealed it since it doesn't look cute, but the person from the church who came to our village found it out. The person from the church was quite excited and talked with the village chief and my father. As a result, I left the village with the person from the church. It is quite regrettable, but what happened to me is quite common. However, my destination is the church, so my life might become a little better. My only complaint is the amount of money the person from the church paid to my dad. Cheap. Yes, I'm too cheap. You can't even buy a goat with that amount. Is my worth only that much? Is he going to be punished if he paid 10 times more? I'm sad. And so, I rebel. Perhaps it is also due to puberty that I want to break things. Though I didn't break anything since it is a waste, I took a considerably rebellious attitude towards the person from the church. When he said to ride on the carriage, I'll go on the roof of the carriage. If he says eat, I'll eat as much as the others. But it was a failure. Apparently, he seems to have thought and treated me as a completely uneducated girl. Go into the carriage and sit in the farthest seat. A seat means a chair. One should sit on a chair. Sit means putting your buttocks on it. Yes, that's right. Keep that posture and don't move. It is not good to flutter your feet in particular. Got it. When he's telling me to do something, it will be similar to that. I apologized several times, but it didn't work. Yes, I won't rebel anymore. The person from the church brought me to a splendid church in a big city. It was decided that I will train them in order to hear God's voice. During my training, many big men from the church came to see me. Can you let me train? Why do I have to be interrupted every time one of them comes by? I had to change my clothes again. Who is it this time? It is very troublesome that I have to change clothes depending on who'll meet me. All right, I'll wear my best formal dress. It seems like the one I'll meet is an extremely extraordinary person. Troublesome. It has been 2 years since I started my training. I feel like I've only practiced half of the time, but I can already hear the voice of God. At first, I thought it was only an auditory hallucination, but apparently, what I heard is the voice of God. Only I can hear it, but it is not possible to converse. The voice feels like dozens of people talking at the same time. When I hear meaningful words, I only need to utter it. This time, I do not know what I uttered. It's strange since I don't remember. However, all the big men from the church bowed before me. From that day on, I was called the Holy Maiden and I have 10 caretakers. My room is also of the highest quality. It's like I'm living in a dream. However, I still find it hard since I hear the voice of God once a day. Well, the people in the church have it harder compared to me. After hearing the voice of God, sometimes they cry, sometimes they celebrate, sometimes they are frightened by fear. What am I saying? I'm curious, but no one will tell me. It seems like if they tell me additional information, the voice of God will be distorted. Though I think that might be the case, I'm still dissatisfied. How many days has it been since I heard the voice of God? It's for about 4 months. The church was attacked. As someone who was raised in a village, I panicked. The attackers were people dressed in black. They came right in front of me. The purpose of the attackers seems to be me, but I managed to repel them. It seems like the other party didn't expect me to attack. As a village girl, I've learned a lot of things that can help me defend myself. Even after coming to the church, I practiced every day for an hour before going to bed. My killer move is characterized by an orbital trajectory that comes from below. And the attacker screams, "Phew-foo-foo." Any strong person will faint in agony if he is hit there. You have to hit it accurately, though. I hit the same place 3 times before he goes down. Then, I crushed the collapsing attacker's jaw with a right uppercut. That was satisfying. However, the attacker managed to escape as if he was not damaged. He managed to escape. Regrettable. However, I did my great. Victory pose, my caretakers show up. No, I'm sure you should have been in front of me to defend, right? When we first met, didn't you say that you will also act as my guards? Starting tonight, how about practicing with me? There were many attacks. I was taken twice, but I was saved before anything else happened to me. I've become familiar with one of the attackers. He was the very first attacker. I feel like hiring him since he sympathizes with me. I think that's a good idea. It was good that he's always treating me politely. The church's side is not incompetent either. They call for reinforcements and hire adventurers to investigate the other party. However, it is not enough. Yes, I was taken again. For the 3rd time. Now, when will help arrive? They didn't arrive. It seems like the church's side was incompetent. Geez. For about half a year, I conveyed the voice of God while being in the hands of the kidnappers. I can't go against them. If I go against them, I'll be in a terrible situation. If I follow them obediently, they will treat me with care and serve me food. It was not every day now, but once a week, and I also find it easier that I only need to deal with a few people. I wonder if it is better if the help arrives a little later. It was the church that came to help me, but it is from another power of the church. And it was finally revealed to me that the power that kidnapped me was also from the church. What does this mean? Complicated Dessous. I now know that all the powers are targeting me. Okay, let's go to the one that will treat me the best. There seems to be a legend that says, if you crush your eyes, you can hear the voice of God better. Don't. That power-up is pointless. I decline. Somebody help. Several years have passed, and I'm constantly being kidnapped. I went to various places. It was hard. It's painful when I'm kidnapped by violent powers from easygoing powers. I especially hate the food when I was kidnapped one time. It was not good that I even thought of escaping. Every day, my 3 meals are composed of nothing but rice porridge. Moreover, it's as tasteless as water. The big man with us, on the other hand, is eating a luxurious meal. I even prayed for him to receive divine punishment. In the end, the military group from the Koran religion headquarters secured me. It is a group famous for being scary. I was wondering if I would be hidden in the church's headquarters, but I was thrown into a village. They told me to hide there for a while. It seems like they are aware that I was a former village girl, but I have experienced a lot of things up to now. I'm satisfied with the less stimulating village life. I changed my clothes countless of times. If this is God's trial, this is too cruel. I also have a sense of shame. Also, I'm sorry for saying something cheeky. I'm indebted to you. Please take care of me from now on. Yes, if permitted, I want to stay in a room for a while. It's already late, so I thank you for providing me with a room. The food, it's super delicious Dessous. It took me a long time to get used to the village. I apologize for the inconvenience. I'm sorry. Also, this wine-colored slime helped me a lot. It also brings me alcohol from time to time. Thank you. It is an unforgettable memory when we were both scolded by the Oni maid. I'm sorry for my drink and dash. I'm not treated as someone special in this village. They treat me as the girl I am. Because of that, I worked in the village as a village girl and not as the holy maiden. Harvesting is nostalgic Dessous. All the crops in this village are superb, which is enviable. However, do I really not need to work as a holy maiden? When I'm in this village, the voice is incredibly clear. Yeah, really clear. It's like the one talking is just beside me. Era, what's wrong, Cat-chan? Phew-foo-foo. I was scared of you first, but now I'm fine. Why did I faint when I saw that cat? Oh, please don't apologize. It's not that cats are bad. Let me embrace you. Yeah, what is this feeling? A strange feeling. It's like holding a god. It might be because of my state of mind. Let's go and greet the god of creation together. It's my daily routine. That statue is amazing, isn't it? It seems like it was personally carved by village chief, but it makes one bow her head upon seeing as if it's the most natural thing to do at that moment. Would he let me do the work of managing that statue? It has been more than a year since I came to the village. It was officially decided for me to migrate to this village. It seems like the great man from Koran religion headquarters, who was looking for a place for me to settle, hadn't found a place suitable for me. I apologize, but there is no need for that. I will live in this village. But my workplace is in a different location. My workplace will be the church in Village 5, which is located at the end of the village's underpass. It's strange that going down to the underpass, the exit will be on top of a small mountain, but that doesn't matter. I am already used to the mysterious life in the village. I became the top of the church. Isn't it great? I'm alone there, so that's what will really happen. No, I must try my hardest, but I'm alone. I'm sorry. To tell the truth, I'm ashamed to say that I'm not familiar with the church's rituals. I'm the holy maiden, so the ritual will be held for me, not by me. I only need to sit without moving. The great man from the Koran religion headquarters knows my situation, so he brought some priests. That seriously saved me. Yes, please do what you have to do. I should study too. I understand, I'll work hard. However, let's start tomorrow. Today, I have to help the village in harvesting crops. Right. I should consult Yauko-san about Village 5's harvest festival. Think it's better to be flashy, but what do you think? I'm sorry. It seems like I did not say the right words. What I'm trying to say is, shouldn't it be better for the food at the harvest festival to be delicious? Or will it be better to be frugal? Right. Then, I'll consult the others if we go with that. My name is Celestine Lajane, a holy maiden that could hear the voice of God. I don't really care about that. May I make a field behind the church? Really? I can choose the crops I want to cultivate, right? Hooray! I was able to obtain my own field. This is my childhood dream. Fufu. I will not forgive anyone who will damage my field. I will ask God to curse him. And he'll also eat my killer move, short left hook. I excitedly talked about how to properly cultivate my field with the village chief of Big Tree Village. Chapter 304. Village 5's Winter. I carved a statue of the god of creation in the workshop. It is more than 2 meters tall, which is slightly taller than humans. I made it larger because it will be displayed in the church of Village 5. I'm satisfied with the end product. I even thought of failing in carving details when I was working on it. Ancestor-san is looking at it with envious eyes. No, didn't I already give you one when you asked me before? My human nature of wanting to collect everything is tingling. You're a vampire. If you can help me transport it, how about I'll carve you one? Instant response. Fortunately, I won't have to carve it similar to this one. Even in nature, woods don't look the same. Oops, I said something artist-like. Fufufu. By the way, village chief, what are those? Minikuro, Yuki, Zabuton, Cat, and Wine Slime. All of them looked like they were about to move. Are you making them as souvenirs? No, the Holy Maiden of Village 5. Cells wants them. She warned me to stop calling her Holy Maiden and call her Cells instead. If you think about it, it's only her job title. I should reflect a little. With the help of Ancestor-san's teleportation magic and 5 lizard men, the statue of the god of creation was placed in the hall of Village 5's church. They were able to place it in a good location, but is it okay to put it there? Ancestor-san said that there's no problem since the person in charge here is Cells. On the back of the statue of the god of creation, there are sticks arranged to look like an aura. I properly made a hole for it. It is similar to what you can read in manga, but in this case, it's 3D. I was pondering if I did something superfluous, but it looks mightier this way. Ancestor-san was surprised. It looks like he has never seen something like this. Isn't it normal for a god to have an almighty aura? The mini statues are not in the hall but in Cell's private room. They were placed in the plant box. Indeed, that's a good place. Afterwards, I observe around Village 5 a little. When we brought the unicorn here, I couldn't bother to look around. Village 5 is more developed than before. The high elves worked hard at the top of the hill, making it a magnificent village. What stands out are the village chief's mansion in the north and the church next to it. A little distance from there is the village council hall. Next to it is a large ground and a small ranch. Next to the ranch is a trading post. I had Yauko be the person in charge of Village 5, and because of that, the village chief's mansion was called Yauko's mansion. The teleportation gate that connects to Big Tree Village is in its basement. Yauko's mansion is considered as the private space of the acting village chief, so it is treated as a normal house. Presently, 20 servants are working there whom Yauko chose personally. Even though they live there, the teleportation gate is a secret to them. There are covers for that secret, but it seems like the servants have never come to investigate. Also, there are 3 new Mercuries. They work as Yauko's assistant too. Hifuguma, a man who looks like a middle-aged veteran warrior. He looks like someone who'd rather cut someone with a sword than talk, but he's surprisingly the scholar type. In case of emergency, he'll be the head of the army organized by the village. He seems to be popular with the widows of Village 5. He was given gifts frequently. My stomach's not that big yet, so. He eats everything. Fuguma, a young civil servant. He wears glasses and he gives off the smart guy atmosphere. When we first met, he acted cool, but when I sent him to the civil servant girls to work, he collapsed. He has a hot-blooded character. Please send Mio over. As expected, I can't do everything on my own. I'm sorry, please hang in there. Nana Fuguma. At first glance, she's an ordinary village girl. Though I might sound rude, but she's like someone you can meet anywhere. However, she has this amazing ability. She has the ability to extract and process necessary information from tons of information at hand. Her intuition makes her unable to overlook important information. She's now based in Village 5, and she will gather and organize information here. The news and prices of crops in various places are important. Currently, she seems to be in the process of selecting and training personnel for information gathering. But why would an information gatherer need training in dagger arts? Is it for self-defense? Since Yauko's mansion is supposed to be a private space, Yauko performs her official duties as acting village chief in the village council hall. The village council hall consists of a large conference room and a small private room. The small private room is Yauko's office. She handles government affairs in that room as the acting village chief. Several men and women are working there too. They were selected by Yauko to be her secretaries in Village 5. These secretaries. I wonder if they already have experience as secretaries. They're amazing. And Yauko executes her job as the acting village chief way better than I thought. Next time, let's cook Yauko's favorite dish. The large conference room has chairs and tables arranged in a circle. There is but one chair that is higher than the rest. When I saw it, I thought it was Yauko's seat, but that wasn't the case. It's my seat. On the right side is the seat of the acting village chief, the secretary guiding me explained. Is that so? By the way, can you humor me? Is it normal for a place like this to have a chair higher than the rest? No, I see. Let's pray that I won't have any opportunity to attend a meeting at the village council hall of Village 5. There's also a canteen in the village council hall. The boss of the canteen here is someone who worked for Marla at Big Roof Shashato. I'm still immature, but please take care of me from now on. The curry served is delicious enough. The church is run by cells and some priests. I heard that all ceremonial rituals of Village 5 were to be held here. I know about weddings and funeral. Ah, you have something like an adulthood ceremony. There are New Year Festival and Harvest Festival too. It seems like the last two will be held only with the cooperation of Yauko. It will be hard, but do your best. The ground is the place where they can hold an event. On normal days, it serves as a playground for children. It is quite a wide place. The small ranch is a stud farm for horses and a parking lot for carriages. This is only temporary since we are planning to build a large ranch at the foot of the mountain. It has already been completed. I see. In that case, shouldn't I have let the unicorn stay here? I shouldn't. You were able to complete it with the help of the ranch where I left the unicorn. Most of the horses here are also from that ranch. Is that so? I guess I have to go there again to say hello. The trading post is a temporary storage and a sales place for the luggage carried by the horse-drawn carriages. The real trading place is located at the foot of the mountain, so this place is small. At first, we thought of holding all trade transactions here, but there was a concern about the slopes being too steep, which is too tough for the horses. That concern was raised by the adventurers in this area. The upper trading post now acts more as a luggage area of traders at the foot of the mountain. The construction speed at the side of the mountain is also comparable to the construction speed at the top of the mountain. I guess they have a lot of manpower. Since it is currently winter, construction seemed to have minimized to a reasonable degree. Still, looking from above, it is quite lively, so see a lot of places under construction. As for the current population, let's not worry about it. I'll leave it to Yauko. It is cold in winter, but I can't see snow, which is different from Big Tree Village. I hear that it doesn't snow here. It's also not that cold. It is a small mountain, so the wind is strong. It seems like each house has its own measure against the wind. That's probably the reason why doors and windows here don't use hinges but are sliding instead. That is true for the window, but the doors are sliding doors in order for it not to block the road. This place is on a side of a mountain, so it is hard to widen the road. I see. It is a certain trait of a region. Though the most prominent feature is the fall prevention fences and nets installed in various places. Putting nets in a residential area, could it be that someone has already fallen before? I wonder if that is the case since the color of the roofs are different. I never received a news that someone died, so I guess that person is only injured. I hope that person is not seriously injured. A group of horse-drawn carriages climbed up from the south side. At the hood of the carriages lies the crest of the Goron Company. The carriages did not stop at the trading post, but went towards Yauko's mansion. Are they shipping the seafood from Goron Company? It looks like I'm going to enjoy fresh seafood tonight. It's cold, so let's make a hot pot. I stopped my Village 5 tour and ran after the horse-drawn carriage of the Goron Company. I was stopped by the guard of Yauko's mansion. He said I'm someone suspicious. He didn't remember my face. I'm a little shocked. Chapter 305. Remembering one's face. The fact that I was treated as a suspicious person in Village 5 was heavier than I thought. I only intended to have a light talk about it Well, we're having our hot pot dinner. No, I don't need a parade. I don't need a statue either. Let's just eat the hot pot without talking about strange things. The seafood hot pot is delicious. I understand. I'll actively participate in the events of Village 5 a little more. That's good, right? Please don't talk with such seriousness. Also, I don't think bad of the gatekeeper who treated me like a suspicious person. He's doing what he's supposed to do? Ah, yeah, that's right. I don't need a guard dog that will bark when his master arrives. Even the Kuros don't do that. A long time ago, there was a half-sleep pup that barked at me, but let's not tell them that. It is going to be tricky. For the time being, I decided to go to Village 5 to show my face. At the very least, I don't want to be seen by the workers of Yaoko's mansion as a suspicious person. Yes, I'll stop sabotaging myself. I'll change my no contact as much as possible attitude. Therefore, can I not wear that outfit? Isn't that the flashiest outfit that Zabuton has ever made? I don't think even a royal or a high noble with lots of villas will wear something that has too much embroidery. I should put this on and greet the people there as the village chief. Won't I be more suspicious? It's not flashy enough. I understand, I'll wear it. But please drop that battle flag. I'm glad that Zabuton was sleeping. If she's awake, she'll make flashy clothes happily. For some reason, Zabuton wants me to wear flashy clothes. For 10 days, I had my lunch in Village 5. The first and the second days were in Yaoko's mansion with the workers there. Yaoko doesn't need to participate, does she? I mean, we see each other during mornings and evenings. Holy Maiden sells 8 with us too. I don't mind her joining. The third day is at the village council hall. I thought of having lunch with the 3 Mercuries, but for some reason, it has become a meeting. And yes, I was made to sit on that chair. The content of the meeting is where am I going to eat lunch tomorrow? Are they considering how many adults I should meet face to face? On the 4th day, my lunch is in the village council hall. I was with the 2 former 4 heavenly kings, the long-named one and Paruanen. But don't they already know who I am? I don't know why, but there's some sort of arrangement. Okay. But why are their faces swollen? The result of beating each other in order to decide which house I'll eat lunch. What on earth are they doing? Considering the current situation where we are eating at the village council hall, it must have been a draw. From the 5th day onwards, I had my lunch at the cafeteria. I also observed the facilities of Village 5 such as the Adventurer's Place, the trading area at the foot of the mountain, and the inn. I would have been fine alone, but Yaoko, Cells, the 3 Mercuries, and the 2 former 4 heavenly kings accompanied me. Coming from Big Tree Village, Gulf and Daga came along too as my guards. From Village 5, there's Pirika along with 10 of her fellow disciples. It was a big, serious group of people. Our main purpose is to show my face, and to clarify to everyone that they should treat me as the most significant person here by being accompanied by this group of officials. I thank everyone for making time for me, but this is embarrassing. Also, I wonder if there is a meaning for talking through another person even though the person I should be speaking with is in front of me. Ah, don't be so stiff. By the way, that guy is the representative of the south area of Village 5. I wonder if he's the type that is easily swallowed by the atmosphere. When he introduced himself, I couldn't hear his name well because he's stuttering. After this, we'll have lunch together, so I hope we can get to know a little more by then. It was a busy 10 days. I'm glad that I could return to Big Tree Village after each event. I'm relieved. By the way, before going to the church of Village 5, Ancestor-san brought Fushu with him and had her accompany me to greet the priest. I thought that they were only being polite, but they said that it was necessary. Thanks to that, I didn't have lunch at the church in my schedule. But I have to consider my position. All right. On the 11th day, we had lunch at the church. I'm tired. By the way, the 2 former 4 heavenly kings were the happiest at that lunch. They were very enthusiastic and made various arrangements. As thanks, should I give them something? Money is a no. How about reward medal? For the time being, I'll give the 2 of them 3 each. In addition, I'll entrust 30 pieces to Yaoko. She'll be the one to decide how it will be distributed to those who cooperated with us in this matter. A reward medal is something like a ticket that can be exchanged with a lot of things. You can trade it for something they like. Yeah, the exchange list is the same as the one in Big Tree Village. That won't work. One of the civil servant girls who came to Village 5 pointed out that she brought an exchange list they had prepared exclusively for Village 5. She showed me the list. Majority of what's written there is the same, but some have been deleted. Given the size of Village 5, you will be troubled if they asked for handmade goods by Village Chief. Certainly. Also, it is not realistic to distribute reward medals to all the residents of Village 5. The kingdom's currency is what's circulating in Village 5. Right, reward medal is only a substitute currency. It is unnecessary in places where money is circulating. The civil servant girls already scheduled a meeting regarding that issue. It's certainly an important issue. Then, is it all right to give the people of Village 5 some reward medal? It's okay, I'm relieved. Let's continue. The two former 4 heavenly kings who received reward medals express their gratitude with all they have. Aided, I might be impolite, but you're loyal to the Demon King, right? Is it all right for you to act like that? I don't want to be resented by the Demon King. This is a digression, but I'm no longer treated as a suspicious person by the gatekeeper. However, when I walked by with casual clothes, I seem to have been stopped for a moment. Yeah. Clothes are important. Chapter 306. Dragon Story. There are various types of dragons. The first one is the one who reigns all dragons, the ancient dragons. Created by God, lived during the Age of Gods, and up to now, their bloodline lives. All dragons from this lineage appear in various myths. The ancient dragons have 12 pedigrees, but only half of them remain. It is said that there are no more than 50 that survive up to this day. Hyakairu and Rananan are already included in that number. Moreover, most of them are old men and old women who are either hiding somewhere to sleep. The one explaining is the chief of the ancient dragons, Doors. He's holding Hyakairu with a happy face. Under the ancient dragons are the impure dragons. They are dragons who were created after the Age of Gods. The famous tribes are Flame Dragon Tribe, Water Dragon Tribe, Ice Dragon Tribe, Wind Dragon Tribe, and Earth Dragon Tribe. Each tribe has its own strengths and weaknesses, and they are highly territorial. Moreover, strong impure dragons are comparable to ancient dragons, but weak impure dragons are indeed weak. Their brain also varies depending on the individual. There are wise and mild, and there are also violent and stupid. There are about 200 impure dragons in the world. Majority of impure dragons are under the ancient dragons. To be precise, to an individual and not to pedigree. For example, the flame dragons are followers of Hakuren's younger sister, Sekyurn. Therefore, even if it is Door's order, they will not follow. They will only take orders from Sekyurn. Ma, I heard that they are willing to do it even if it is a request and not an order. In addition, the water dragons, ice dragons, and wind dragons are under Raymarin. The earth dragons, on the other hand, are following Hakuren's younger sisters, Suwern, husband, Maxbergak. I see. Doors doesn't have followers. Hyakairu is enough for me. He told me that while snorting. Even if all the impure dragons work together, they won't be able to beat Doors, so they don't matter. The one who informs me is Doraim, who's beside me. The ancient dragons that are being followed by impure dragons are basically carrying dragons. Raymarin, Sekyurn, Maxbergak. So that's how it is. In addition to ancient dragons and impure dragons, there's also the famous colored dragons. Red dragons, blue dragons, yellow dragons, green dragons, black dragons, etc. fall into this category. They are innumerable. To be precise, they are not innumerable because of their number, but because no one bothers to count them all. Doors and the others are not interested in them, so they don't know the details. It seems like their power only amounts to that. For the time being, it is said that there are about 10,000 to 20,000 of them in the world. They act in various ways. Some are forming groups while some prefer to move alone. Some of them also follow ancient dragons while some are hostile. In short, you can't describe the colored dragons as a whole. When talking about dragons, it is often referred to the three: the ancient dragons, the impure dragons, and the colored dragons. However, the word dragon is a symbol of power, thus, it is often attached to strong races. Stone dragons, rock dragons, needle dragons, circle dragons, sea dragons. Those are sample races that were mistaken for being dragons. Even the dungeon walkers of Big Tree Dungeon are being called earth dragons in some place. Even I mistakenly thought that the wyvern who attacked the village was a dragon. Ma, the dragons don't care if the dragon name is used by other races. They really don't care. It seems like their style is that if there is an actual harm, destroy it. On the other hand, if there is no actual harm, leave it alone. However, there are people in the world who care. It is not any of the dragons but dragon worshippers. Perhaps it will be troublesome if they were worshipped by other races and took some action without permission. That kind of extremist act almost destroyed a fake dragon race. Usually, the dragons wouldn't even bother about worshipping, but this time, it was different. The origin of this matter is the under-dragons. As you can see from the flow of the story, these under-dragons are not related to dragons. In a nutshell, they are a kind of demi-humans. They are lizard men with few scales. They are a violent and hated race. This under-dragons kidnapped a young red dragon. As for their purpose, it is to make that young dragon their object of faith. They want to take advantage of the strength of the dragons. The red dragons and the red dragon worshippers race have gone berserk because of that. The red dragon worshippers, using their large number, attacked the under-dragon settlement and rescued the young red dragon. That's the good news. The bad news is, the young red dragon was injured during the rescue. The red dragons have even flown into a rage when they found out that the kidnapped young red dragon was injured. At that moment, the red dragons and the red dragon worshippers who rescued the young red dragon decided to destroy the under-dragons. However, one wind dragon that happened to be nearby stopped them. But the enraged red dragons are unlikely to give way. As a wind dragon, it can easily destroy the red dragons and end it there, but given what happened, it only thought of having measures to stop them. As a result, it called for Reincarnation. The method of communication is a message game. The final messenger is the devil Gucci. For Reincarnation, Hikaru is more important than that, so she ignored it. Gucci did his best, he really tried. When Hikaru-sama grows up, wouldn't he want to hear about Reincarnation-sama's adventures? I have hundreds of adventures I can tell him. Will he listen? It will be difficult for Hikaru to imagine something that happened before he was born. Rather than that, I think Hikaru will be pleased if he was told about something that happened when he was 1 year old. I managed to persuade her. However, Reincarnation only departed after the father and son she summoned, Doors and Dorame, arrived to protect Hikaru. Ado, isn't her biological mother, Hakurin, nearby? Ma, I guess it's okay since Doors is happy. As for Dorame, he's more anxious about Rananin and Rasudi. Thus, instead of Reincarnation, we have Doors and Dorame here. Though Doors is spoiling Hikaru quite a bit. When Reincarnation comes back, I hope there won't be trouble. Please. Ah, I forgot. I have a request for Doors if you don't mind. Actually, for a while, when Reincarnation is taking care of Hikaru, she looks very young. I know that you can freely change your age appearance. I'm no longer surprised at that aspect. When I first saw her, I wondered who she was. However, it seems like she's teaching him to call her Mom instead of Grandma. Can you tell her to stop before Hakurin notices? Why do you look like you suddenly had a good idea? Hey, don't make yourself look younger. Come on, you're annoyingly handsome. I don't want to be called Gramps by Hikaru. As a digression, the general public doesn't know that the flame dragons are Sekirn's followers. Because of that, the general public recognizes Sekirn as the highest-ranking flame dragon. Hence, Sekirn is said to be called Flame Dragon. By the way, the dragon in question doesn't care what she's called. Another digression. There's no white dragon among the colored dragons. A long time ago, they were destroyed by a white ancient dragon. The last living bloodline of the white ancient dragons is Grafaloon, Dorame's wife. She seems to be called White Dragon Princess. After Reincarnation returned, she had a fight with Doors. I asked them to be peaceful, so there's only a small damage. However, Ursa and Gyuraru were very pleased with the battle. They're a bad influence. And don't get too excited. Let's go back home. It's almost dinner. If you two want some battle practice, ask Gulf or Daga tomorrow, okay? I'll participate too. Let's go home quietly today. If you resist any further, I'll call Hakurin. When I said Hakurin's name, they became obedient. I feel complicated. After dinner. I had to take care of things between Rasudi, Rananin, and Dorame while calming Doors. If I request her to, Rasudi will be willing to leave Rananin to Dorame. Wait, Dorame, do you know how to hold her? Are you sure? Have you held Rasudi when she's this small? You were not allowed to. until she grew up to a certain age. I see, it is probably why Rhapsody treated Dorame as a nuisance when it is related to Rananen. Ah, don't be too intimidating. What you're about to hold is a baby. It was a good family bonding. HNN, Doors wants to hold Rananen on his arms too. I don't mind, but you're not as obsessed with Rananen as Hikaru, right? You don't keep your distance from your grandchild, but you hesitate a little with your great-grandchild. So that's how it is. Also, are you scared of Rhapsody? Even though she's so cute. When I said that, Rhapsody hit me. Chapter 307. State of the hot spring during winter. It is still noon, but let's go to the hot spring. Ooh-oh, soaking to the hot spring this cold winter warms you up to the core. Before me is the lion's pride. This is supposed to be a men's bath, but they don't care about gender. I caressed the lion cub's back. It was still small when I met them, but now it's about the size of its parents. It is probably female because it doesn't have a mane. Ah, yes, you guys too. Another lion cub approaches me asking me to pat its back too. I don't mind even though they've become bigger. This feeling of pressure. Yes, I'll do you one by one, but remember that I'm on vacation too. Next to me, who's patting the back of the lion's cub, is the ghost knight who's relaxing while soaking in the tub. Who taught him to put a towel on his head? In a place a little far away, a dungeon walker, also known as Earth Dragon, dives with its almost 3-meter body. I was worried since it has been long underwater, but it seems to be okay even if it dived for a few days. Is it similar to a turtle? I thought it always stay in the dungeon all the time, but I heard that it came to the hot spring to dive from time to time. It looks like the Arachne Arako has been accompanying it when it goes outside. It seems like they are usually in the same bath, but it is in the men's bath now, while Arako is in the women's bath. My question is, does this mean that the Earth Dragon also goes to the women's bath? I don't even know if this Earth Dragon is male or female. Arako told me not to worry, so I won't mind it anymore. HNN. The Earth Dragon shows up its head and looks around SFX. Are you looking for Arako? When I pointed at the ladies' bath, it seems to have understood and swum towards it. It's pretty fast. Akuro jumped into the place where the Earth Dragon disappeared. When one of them jumps in, another one will follow, then another one. Hey. This is not a pool, so enter quietly. And don't swim, don't bother the lions too. Enter in order. You guys are the best, so don't sulk. It is the pups who were born this year that have jumped into the hot spring. Though their bodies have grown considerably ever since they were born, their heart is still young. They are at the age where they want to go wild. Until a while ago, they were hunting along with adults around this area. Did they come to the hot spring area in order to calm their temper? Before jumping into the men's bath, it seems like they washed their bodies using the water I prepared for the lions. It is now muddy. I have to replace the hot water. A little later, another adult Kuro leading a batch of pups arrived. Okay, you don't need to get in quietly. Thanks for your hard work. Did you hunt prey? You managed to hunt one panic caribou? Well done, I'll praise you later. I'm currently patting the lion's cub. You guys are smart. You formed a line on your own. But you don't have to form a line in the hot spring. Is it deep there? Only the tip of your nose can be seen. You didn't get water in your ears, are you? You don't have to overdo it. Got it. Okay, line up on this side. After patting the lion's cub, I patted the Kuros. I worked hard. HNN? Oh, you're the one who found the panic caribou? One of the Kuros who was born this year has a proud face. All right. I'll pat your stomach too. The line was formed once again. 8. I understand. Don't look at me with eyes full of expectations. I'll do my best. It was good that there are only a few of them that came here. I understand the lion's cubs joining, but why are you in the line too, Ghost Knight? I don't want to pat your ribs. The purpose of me coming to the hot spring is not only to take a bath. I also gave vegetables to the lions and repaired the hot spring facilities. However, my main purpose is Asafaguma, the hot spring teleportation gate manager. I need to talk to him. The content of our conversation is related to the management of the teleportation gate. I have to ask him myself if he is pleased with one job I ask him to do, since Belle and Gu might not be pleased if they were in his situation. Even if I ask Mio, she said that it would be better to do different tasks. Hearing that from different people, I thought that I had to hear what Asa thinks himself. Just like what I did earlier, I managed to use the gate even without speaking to the person in charge, so I came to personally talk to him. Conclusion: there does not seem to be a problem in particular. It is not like the manager is stuck with the teleportation gate. He had to check whether or not the teleportation gate was working regularly. He also needs to explain the rules and manners for first-time users. He also records the teleportation gate users. Once he has done those 3, he's free. The lions and the ghost knights are also cooperating with him, which makes his job easier. I was convinced when I saw Asaz's room near the teleportation gate. It is a room full of hobby-related things. It looks like he's into fishing now. There are many handmade rods. Even while fishing, he doesn't worry about his safety since the lions and the Kuros are guarding the hot spring area. If I use the teleportation gate, I can immediately go to either Big Tree Village or Village 5, so there's no problem. Thank you for your concern. So that's how it is. I'm a little more anxious about Fuda. HNN. I heard that he, Rock and Nana are working tirelessly under the acting village chief. Since Fuda is only managing the teleportation gate, is she not dissatisfied? Ah, she's okay. She's the one who advised me about you. Is she? Please apologize to Fuda for me. Don't mind it. She's too busy to be dissatisfied. Really? How? Mio had her help with the paperwork with a smile. She's doing that while managing the teleportation gate at the same time. There is not enough manpower to do paperwork. It's my fault. Big Roof, Shashato, and Village 5 brought paperwork beyond my expectations. Since we are taking measures to deal with it, it might become easier from spring. Fuda will be freed when the time comes. Maybe, is that so? I'm glad. Cough. Changing the subject, between Gu and Holy, what's the latest information about their relationship? Are you interested in Gu's love story? Or is Asa aiming for Holy too? Though she's a wonderful demoness, I won't obstruct them. I honestly wish for Gu's happiness. When Holy is involved, Gu's mouth is really tight. Indeed, but it's the same for Holy. It seems like they are something like a pen pal. Pen pal? I didn't hear about that. I'll ask Belle to keep an eye on it. Reading stealthily won't work. Of course, as I said earlier, I honestly wish for Gu's happiness. What is your true intention? He's too slow, he needs to be more aggressive. That's what I really want to say, but the speed of love differs from each individual. I can only watch. However, he was muttering if he would give him some advice. Do you like love stories? He's mourning that Gu's still slow giving their very late love affair. No, I don't know their actual age, but even though they look like an elderly couple, I still think it's fresh romance. Ah, right. What does Village Chief think of Belle? Darn, the spear turned to me. Immediate withdrawal. Let's prepare for dinner. Of course, the dish will use Panic Caribou's horn. I won't monopolize it. The females will come to the hot spring at dinner. I enjoyed a lively dinner at the hot spring. Chapter 308. Spring of the 13th year. Spring has come. Zabutin, who woke up, greeted me. It seems like nothing has changed. Oh, what kind of flashy clothes are you holding? You are not holding it as dead weight, aren't you? It's the kind of clothes that kings wear for important ceremonies. It glitters a lot, and there are so many jewels. The spiderlings collected them. Amazing. So this is that. You want to make up for the fact that you were sleeping when I went to Village 5 while in need of flashy clothes. But I didn't wear clothes made by someone else. I went there while wearing the clothes Zabutin made. I understand, I will put it on, but only for today. Therefore, could you stop looking at me like that? Contrary to my feelings, the reputation of the clothes from the villagers was good. Why? Is this normal? What's that? A short wand. You want me to take it? Let me. Why did you suddenly cheer? This wand is something that Doors brought. I heard that it's an ordinary wand that has no special effect. I should put on a mantle, do whatever you want, but only today. Got it? I'll walk around the village myself. Don't carry me on your shoulders like a portable shrine. Alfred was also made to dress like me. Unlike me, he's proud. Is it because he was praised by Ursa and Nut who's beside him? It suits you. You totally look like some prince. Let's walk side by side. Okay. However, with all the villagers with us, is there any meaning to move around the village? Even though it's spring, it's still cold, so be careful. The residents of Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 gathered in a hurry. What the? Did you want to see my outfit that much? Also, villagers from Village 4, you don't have to apologize for being late. I know the difficulty of your travel. The Arachne Araco, the Earth Dragon, the Lamias, and the Titans from the Big Tree Dungeon came out too. You don't have to come out. It has become a banquet for some reason, so we wasted the first day. I wonder why, but I'm glad since everyone is having fun. I pray that this will not be a custom. However, what should I do with those who are currently in agony because they have missed it? Even if I ignore both Ancestor San and Doors, I would like to do something about the Kuros who were not able to participate because they are guarding each village. I want them to experience it too, but thinking that I'll need to wear those clothes again? I have yet to organize my feelings. I guess I should think that we are just cosplaying, but it is still embarrassing since only me and Alfred are cosplaying. I get it, next year, I'll have everyone dress up. Yeah, that will surely decrease my embarrassment. I heard Ursa and Tysel are already trying to wear something. It is still next year, you know. But it looks like the preparation is already ongoing. The civil servant girls already ordered a large amount of cloth from the Goron company. No way will it really take a year to prepare. The budget comes from the village, but all right, do your best. The year is only beginning, but I'm already tired. However, I still have things to do. The representatives of each village have also come, so I'll gather them as it is. The main topic, village policy and distribution of reward medals. However, the main topic becomes complaints. When you do something like this, please contact us in advance. I'm sorry. If we were late, we wouldn't be able to participate. I'm sorry. It also needs preparations to cook a lot. I'm really sorry. We have received a complaint letter from the Ghost Knights and the Lion family of the Hot Spring area. I'll read it out. Yes, I will listen. How did this happen? Is it because I said that this will only be for a day? We are clear about what we are going to discuss. For the village policy, we had several meetings during winter, so there's no problem. Stabilize the yield of each village and increase the stockpile. Also, beware of fire. There is no big problem in each village regarding the yield. I would like you to maintain the status quo or aim to be the top producer. As for increasing stockpile, it is necessary to consider the possibility of each village being able to live on their own to a certain extent. Not only food, but also fuel and clothes. That is why there is a fire precaution. During winter, there was a small fire in Village 3. The cause was a child handling fire carelessly. Fortunately, no one was injured and the house did not burn. Some straw and clothing that had been placed in the room burned though. The fire was extinguished immediately, but it is an event that can make you chill. Please be careful. Ah, Glue World, you don't have to apologize so many times. After the fire was extinguished, Glue World had reported and apologized not only to me, but also to each village. I know you have a strong sense of responsibility, but you don't need to brood over it. It's not like the child was playing with fire, it was a legitimate accident. Though scolding is important, don't punish him too much. The centaur's caretaker, Rashashi, doesn't have to worry too. You were not there, so there's nothing you could do. On the other hand, I'm pleased that I was able to confirm that we had taken measures against fire, though only minimal. However, even though it is a wooden house, it seems to be hard to burn. Caution is important. Therefore, we installed water tanks and barrels filled with water near places where fire is used. I know. You would like to say that you can easily produce water using magic. However, think about the instances where there are only children when a fire broke out. That was the case this time, wasn't it? Since water rots, you have to change it regularly, and that will increase your work. That's where the stockpiling we're talking about enters. Assuming that one house will be burnt to the ground, the village should have something that can make that family live on normally. Given our present situation, if something like that ever happens, the stockpile of Big Tree Village is enough, but we need to consider self-sufficiency of each village. It is not like I'm asking you to make your life difficult in order to stockpile. I only need each village to adjust a little. It is only an effort target, and even if you don't achieve it, you won't be punished. In short, don't overdo it. Next is the reward medal. I had one person from each village distribute them, but this time, I'm worried about how to handle Village 5. The conclusion is the acting village chief of Village 5 Yauko, Holy Maiden Cells, Teleportation Gate Manager Fuda, the 3 Mercuries, and the 2 former 4 Heavenly Kings who were working hard to govern Village 5 will be rewarded with reward medals. In addition, Another 50 pieces were handed to the acting village chief of Village 5 Yauko for distribution. It is more than what was handed to other villages since population was considered. The representatives of Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, and Village 4 were convinced with the explanation. Another one, Asa was appointed as the representative of the hot spring area. The ghost knight is qualified, but there will be a problem with communication. Though he can communicate with gestures, it will be inconvenient in various ways. The person in question understands, so there's no problem. We have talked about a lot of things. At the end, Yauko said something. Village 5's income, what are we going to do with it? Actually, last year's tax alone is already a considerable amount. Even if you deduct various expenses, there's still a lot of surpluses. You didn't squeeze them, right? I don't know the details, but Locke said that it was cheaper than the average of the Demon King's kingdom. Number of people means power. Is that so? Frau, do we have to pay that money towards the Demon King's kingdom? We don't have to. Instant reply. When constructing Village 5, the territory issues have already been talked about. There's no need to doubt her answer. In that case, Village 5's tax will be used by Village 5. Taxes are originally collected for that purpose. I'll leave it to Yauko to a certain extent. And even though it has a huge amount of surplus, it is quite insignificant compared to the amount Big Tree Village has entrusted to Goron Company. Even if she forgot to report and consult on the tax issues of Village 5, there won't be a significant impact. Also, Yauko is doing unexpectedly well, so I can trust it to her. I understand. With Yauko's reply, the meeting ended. We rush to the banquet as it is. The banquet is already on its second day. Well, let's leave it be. At a later date, a mourning messenger from the Lamias of the South Dungeon and a wailing messenger from the Titans of the North Dungeon arrived after hearing my cosplay banquet. Why were we not invited? We wanted to see how you look. Next year I will call you all. Chapter 309. Field, Lobster and Cherry. I plow to my heart's content. Feels great, however it doesn't go well. The size of the field of Big Tree Village is the same as last year. After this, I have to go to Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, and Village 4. It went well because each village has already decided where should be the field and what to cultivate. The only field I won't plow according to my schedule is the field at the Big Tree Dungeon. There's a request from Asa. He wants a field in a place a little far from the hot spring area. He wants fruit trees too. Affirmative. I also went as far as the South Dungeon and the North Dungeon. I plowed new fields near the entrance. It seems like the Lamias were interested in field work when we went there last winter. I thought that it was good for the Lamias, but unfair for the Titans, so I asked them. Their fields are only small, so the Lamias and Titans can eat the crops as they want. If you want to start full-scale farming, just let me know. Finally, Village 5. The most important thing here is to be careful. Therefore, it was the last. First, change clothes. Yes, I wore good clothes. Greetings. Yes, hello, you don't have to kneel. Waving your hand is enough. Who is it? Who the heck taught them, Banzai Sanchu? This is the Demon King's territory. What if some misunderstand that the Demon King has come? My apologies for only greeting you now. However, didn't you already see me last winter? Please take care of me this year too. There's no need for tribute. I should take it. Then you have my thanks. I can't receive it directly? Yauko should be the one to receive it for me, and before Yauko receives anything, the Mercury he received it for her. What a hassle. No, Locke seemed to be in more trouble since he's the one writing the inventory of tributes. Yeah, hang in there. It took me half a day to receive all tribute. After that, a banquet. Even if I say that it's a banquet, I can hardly eat because of greetings. Is this some sort of harassment? Think about me a little more. This is because there are few opportunities to show my face. Even if you say that. Besides, Yauko is the representative of Village 5. I'm only the acting village chief, remember? Yes, that's right. I think it will be more beneficial for them to connect with Yauko than me. Ma, let's just greet them all with a smile. I'm tired. However, this is only the first day. Endure. The next day, finally, time for work. Yeah, it's just good that the gatekeeper only looks at me as someone suspicious now. I'm going to do something on the small mountain of Village 5. Originally, I was planning on planting something when the mansion was completed, but because of Pirika's affair and winter, I put it temporarily aside. The aft can grow anything regardless of the season, but I don't want to overdo things. I think there should be a food shortage in this country. Perhaps the dungeon potatoes were effective. It might have spread to the whole Demon King's kingdom. It seems like no one died of hunger last winter. However, it seems like we have to worry about the drop in food prices next year. That's just great, and I hope it lasts a long time, but the world is having a hard time. There's not much green on the small mountain where Village 5 is, so I decided to grow fruit-bearing trees. The trees near the inn of Big Tree Village. Please plant some of them. That is Yaoko's request. What are the trees near the inn? It is not short, Cherry. Are, could it be that you prefer ornamental value rather than fruits? Shouldn't we make its beautiful flower bloom? We have enough leeway for that, don't we? Of course. Is that the reason why Yaoko has been going to the inn lately? Now is the time for it to bloom. Then, let's plant some cherry trees intensively. Though it will take several years, on the days of its full bloom, cherry blossom viewing here will be fun. What is cherry blossom viewing? HNN. How should I explain? That evening, we decided to have a cherry blossom viewing in Big Tree Village. I explained the cherry viewing tradition and etiquette to them. Ma, it was supposed to be cherry blossom viewing, but it has become a banquet held near the cherry trees. Everyone is used to banquets. That's not a problem, though. The free Nunu Daphnes gathered and made the night shine instead of lanterns. They also light up the cherry trees. The wooden chaise lounge is covered with a red-dyed cloth, giving it a slightly luxurious feel. The music is also soothing. I understand now. Yoko is more than happy. Ma, she's having a hard time in Village 5. This is good, right? Village Chief, I brought it. The dwarves brought 8 large barrels of alcohol. Thank you. You may begin to drink. The food will be here in a moment. The Oni maids are cooking in the inn's kitchen. Today's main dish is lobster. The lobsters we're culturing seem to have increased more than expected. I think it's okay, even though it hasn't been a year. But I have my doubt. This is so easy. Are we culturing it correctly? Village Chief, is culturing lobsters difficult in other places? Since the lizardman who's cultivating it says so, it might be. What do you mean? Could it be feeding problem? Ma, I have no complaint since the lobsters are delicious. When people gather and the dish cooked by the Oni maids was brought, the banquet begins. Kuro and the others, he's waiting near where I'm seated. Good. A little later, the children's group, led by Lu, Tyr, and Hakuren, arrived. It may be boring for the children because it only has atmosphere. Fried lobster, steamed lobster, roasted lobster. The smell of alcohol is not good. Ursa and Giraru were turned off. Drink some juice instead. Here, take this cup. Look up, enjoy the cherry blossom. I'm sorry, spiderlings. Were you hiding in the cherry trees and were preparing something? It's okay, please go on. It might ruin the atmosphere. Come on, don't mind it. Chapter 310. Unexpected Guest of Village 5. As the cherry blossom falls, I recall that I can also grow plum trees. Pickled plum wine. Yeah, I completely forgot. Even if I plant it now, the harvest will be several years away. I thought that it would have been better if I had raised it sooner, but then, it might be good if I enjoy it after a few years. Village 5 seems to have unexpected guests. The first group is a group of Korin priests. I heard that they were important-looking priests. It was Yaoko who dealt with them. They said a lot of things, but their main purpose is that they want permission to build a church in Village 5. Though there is already a church, since I told her that everyone is free to choose and exercise their religion, Yaoko permitted them to do so. The problem starts there. The priests demand the transfer of the Village 5's church, the one that has currently been built, to them instead of building their own. Yaoko rejected it. There is freedom of religion in our village. If you want to build a church, you can do so, but do that with your own money. The priests got angry because of that, and threatened to turn her to Korin religion's enemy. If it were me, I would have been angry, but Yaoko responded with a smile back then. I apologize if I'm being rude. I'm not that familiar with religions. I'm sorry. That's right about the church. You should talk with the people of the church to solve it. Whatever the result is, I'll accept it with both hands. The priests, who took her words as favoring the transfer of the church, enthusiastically rushed to the church. What awaits them are the holy maiden cells and Fushu. Fushu is there for inspection. She's checking if the priests she recommended are doing well. I know about it. She came to Big Tree Village with Ancestor-san to say hello. She was then guided by cells to Village 5 using the teleportation gate. And yes, Yauko knows that Fushu was coming. She was with the two when they went to Village 5. I don't know what kind of discussion was held in the church, but the priests left Village 5. They all seemed to be holding their side with painful expressions. Did Fushu hit them? I swear to God that I did not hit or did something that can be considered as an assault to them. She's not lying, but why is she so imposing? Since that is the truth, what exactly happened? The Holy Maiden Cells is drinking alcohol with the wine slime. No way. Yeah, I'm sure their stomach is only not feeling right. A divine punishment, perhaps. Let's say that's what happened. The reason I was able to know the situation in detail is because, during dinner, the civil servant girls and the Mercury's Lock and Nana did a reenactment play. It was pretty good. I'm glad that the civil servant girls can now afford to do something else. Recruiting civil officers in Village 5 seems to be working well. It looks like you will be able to take it easy if you can leave them all the work, but only in things related to Village 5. Vitality returns in the eyes of the Mercury's Mio and Futa. It's great. It looks like there are various things we need to know about Korin religion. Korin religion is an organization that manages the state of religion and not people's beliefs. Korin religion is a collection of religions. Fushu, who is having dinner with me, told me so. Your own belief is as important as others. If you agree with that idea, you can call yourself as part of Korin religion no matter what kind of god you believe in. I remember Ancestor-san's explanation before. However, Korin religion will not tolerate something like surrendering a church. I already memorized their faces and names. Their future will be dark. Fushu's face is scary. Ancestor-san, help. It seems like he hasn't come back from the hot spring yet. Is he tired? The next unexpected guests are a group of dwarves. There are many dwarves in Village 5, but their hair color is clearly different from them. There are about 30 of them, and all of them are wearing high-quality armor. Yauko was the one who dealt with them, like the previous one. The group of dwarves declares that they will meet Yauko. I heard that this village makes armor using precious magic iron powder. Hand that magic iron powder to us. Magic iron powder is a precious mineral collected from the rock part that was attached to the Sun Castle. Part of it was made into weapons in Big Tree Village and sold to Village 5. Do you hope to purchase? No, magic iron powder can't be handled by an immature person. Excellent materials should be handed to excellent people. Hand it over, is that you mean? Yeah. Yauko beat the group of dwarves and hammer them into the prison. It seems like they were beaten so badly that they can't even talk. They were bragging about their weapons, so I crushed them one by one in front of them. The scene in which Yauko beat the group of dwarves was not reenacted, so she explains it while laughing. Yauko will surely be fine, but don't do anything crazy. And there was a prison. We built one. It seems like the North Slope is rarely hit with sunlight. And there are also a number of minor offenses in Village 5. Violence, vandalism, threats, extortion. Those indeed need to be punished. There's no one like that in Big Tree Village, but there are many people in Village 5. That kind of crime will inevitably happen. It's a relief that no serious crimes have occurred yet. And should I be glad there was a place to throw that group of dwarves to? Wait a minute, can we just throw them in the prison? Will there be no problem? We don't only have the power to levy taxes, but enforcement and judicial power too. So, when are you going to release them? I want them to stay there for 1,000 days, but the people of Village 5 have eyes too. I think about 10 days. With regards to that, may I borrow an inferno wolf or a demon spider? What are you going to do? Nothing. All they have to do is wait in front of the prison as a lookout. I see. Of course, I won't lend them to you. What will you do if the Kuro or the Spiderling have an unpleasant experience in the prison? In addition, Demon King and Beazle have asked not to bring a Kuro or a Spiderling in Village 5. If it is not a matter of life and death, I won't give my consent. Moo, you're cold. Do you lack guards? Yeah, in addition, the prison guards are very radical. Radical? Perhaps they feel too indebted to Village 5. They treat the prisoners harshly. Are they going too far? Not yet, however. I can't let my guard down since they might caught me off guard. They even think that what they are doing is righteous. I'm glad that they think Village 5 is important, but I don't think they should be aggressive to those who don't think so. Why don't I speak with those prison guards? I was laughed at, saying that it was counterproductive. I don't think that issue is something to be laughed at. In any case, it seems like the dwarves are reflecting, so they might be released earlier. The third group was a group of elves. There are 10 of them. Although they are lightly dressed, all of them are armed. Their representative is a male elf. Yauko dealt with them too. The story about the elves' party is simple. Adventurers are exterminating monsters and demon beasts left and right around Village 5. As a result, monsters and demon beasts move to other places. Some of the migrating monsters have attacked the elven village. It seems like they want us to take responsibility. I see. I understand what you're trying to say. Is that so? Then how do you plan to take responsibility? Hold on, before anything else, let me try to confirm something. What evidence do you have to prove that the attack of the monsters in your village is related to Village 5? Evidence? Yes, evidence. There's no way there's any. Then you can't say that our village is the cause. Who knows if it was the effect of something else? Given that, we can't do anything regarding your concern. Even if there's no evidence, it is clear that the actions of this village have caused trouble to our village. Even though you don't have evidence. That's only your one-sided belief. Bastard, do you despise the elven race? What do you mean by despise? Rushing towards us in a group, but can't show any evidence, you'll only get hurt if you continue to live like that. Let's have a serious match. Start anytime you want, I'll take you on. Do you mean to say that no matter what happened, you won't take responsibility? Given the present situation, you are just making false charges. It is not a false charge. This village rooted out monsters around it. That's why the monsters came to our village. Yesterday, the chickens of our village did not lay eggs. It is because some group of elves from some village came here arrogantly. Take responsibility. Though I don't have any evidence, it is clearly related to you. Will you apologize to our village? What kind of stupid thing are you saying? That's clearly nonsense. Really? But that's exactly how your logic works. Are you making fun of us? No, we are only talking normally. What's the name of the monster that attacked your village? Why ask suddenly? Answer my question. What's the name of the monster that attacked your village? We don't know its name. It's a turtle-like monster that has a big shell. I see you don't even know. Is it strong? Strong. Is it fast? Slow. What does it eat? Trees. It has eaten several trees that we elves cherish. How many? One. I see. Is that the only monster that has attacked your village? Yes. Have you subjugated it? Why, yes. Is that so? Then it's no longer there. How far is your village from our village? How many days have you spent traveling? 5 days. Really? I heard it should be 7 days. It is faster than I thought. If you already know the location of our village, then don't ask. I only wanted to hear it from your own lips. After all, those lips were the source of your false charges. If the monster really moved because of us, there's no way there would only be one. In addition, the adventurers are exterminating only carnivorous monsters and demon beasts. If it is a herbivore, they will leave it alone. They won't take a risk, just drive a herbivore away. But if you have really defeated the monster, sending 2 or 3 of you is enough. Now, why did you come here in a group of 10? Are you that free? I don't think so. You were the one who was tasked by your village to defeat the monster. However, you came straight here and made some silly false charges. In short, you have not able to beat the monster yet. If you want us to help, Neil. And boy, learn how to suppress your emotion a little more. If the other party can see your impatience, it will not become a negotiation. I'm not a boy. Even though I look young, I have lived for 200 years. Then be a little smarter. Don't grow old in vain. Ma, that hurts my ear too. After that, the group of elves changed their attitude and officially requested the monster extermination. So that's what happened. They probably wanted to borrow Village 5's strength, but don't want to pay any. He made those false charges in hope of Village 5 voluntarily subjugating the monster. It was their mistake when they said that they've defeated it. They should have come honestly rather than annoy us with false charges. So, did you send a subjugation force from Village 5? The lizardmen and the beastmen who always come to Village 5 took command with pleasure. Daga and Gulfha. They commanded Pirika and her fellow disciples along with some adventurers. It became a decent force. They probably won't lose. Probably won't lose. Is the opponent an unknown monster? No, I know it. It is a monster called Goo Turtle. It has high defensive power, but its offensive power is not that much. Though it makes strange attacks, if you are careful, you will be able to deal with it. I've already informed Pirika. You pretended to not know anything to the elves. If I said that I know about it, they'll probably ask us to take care of it for them immediately. Indeed. What happened to the elves? Half of them became the guide. As for the other half, I had them go to a certain place as payment. Payment? Yeah, it is not good to work for free. She asked them to go to the dwarves' hometown, to ask them to pick up the dwarves from prison. I see. However, the number of unexpected guests continued to grow. And to my surprise, there were even 3 groups of unexpected guests that came on a certain day. Village 5, it looks like everything will be all right if I entrust it to Yauko. She dealt with them brilliantly. During the old times, I used to be something like a ruler. Reliable, I look forward to your continuous support in the future. I'll count on Locke and Nana too. He is, since the manpower of Village 5 has increased, he's house-sitting. I'll just send him a message to do his best. Chapter 311. Commuting Carriage and Letter of Challenge. There is a certain distance from my mansion to Big Tree Dungeon at the south part of the village. It is roughly a little more than 2 kilometers. Is it near or is it far? It depends upon the person in question. For me, it's a little far. From the entrance of Big Tree Dungeon to the teleportation gate of either Village 5 or Hot Spring area, it will be a 15-minute walk. Is it near or is it far? It depends upon the person in question. For me, it's a little far, I'll be honest. During winter, going to Village 5 and the Hot Spring area were a bit of a hassle. I think it should be more convenient. However, that will sacrifice our crime prevention measures. That's the first thing we talked about before. I won't complain because of that. However, there are those people who go to Village 5 to work, and at night, there are people who'll go to the Hot Spring. I can't think of anything but consider those people's round trip as a waste. Therefore, I would like to propose a stagecoach. First, the round trip from my mansion to the entrance of the Big Tree Dungeon. I want regular service at a fixed schedule. Next, from the entrance of Big Tree Dungeon to the 2 teleportation gates. There will be a coach waiting by for each route at the entrance of the dungeon, and they will move as soon as the commuters arrive. When they arrive at the location of the teleportation gate, they'll drop off the commuters and return to the entrance even without anyone else riding. Considering crime prevention, there's only 1 route in the dungeon. I want it to have a total of 3 routes. I called for a race meeting and confided my idea. After repeated discussion, I thought that it would be good if we can operate 1 route starting next year. But that wasn't the case. We suddenly started making a carriage. Me and the mountain elves already have the hang of it, so we will be able to complete it in no time. Are, we don't have to build a new carriage, don't we? There are several carriages in Big Tree Village. There are 4 wagons for carrying crops, 2 carriages without hood, 1 luxurious carriage, and 1 camping coach. As for me, I originally planned to use a carriage without hood as it is. Let's make a proper carriage. I guess it's okay since the mountain elves are making it with passion. Within a few hours, 1 was completed. It is a passenger-type carriage with suspension. It has a roof as an anti-rain measure, and the walls were removed to make getting on and getting out easier. As for the size, it is a 7-seater including the coachman. Test drive. But before that, there was an argument whether to have a horse or a centaur to pull the carriage. The horse seems to have won this time. The satisfied-looking horse pulls the wagon. Yeah, there seems to be no problem. Next, making a carriage for the dungeon. No roof is required because it will be used inside the dungeon. Considering sharp curves, we made a smaller one. It's a 4-seater with no coachman's seat. It looks like a bicycle-drawn cart with 4 wheels and chairs installed on it. It's simple, so it only took an hour to complete. Test drive. This time, instead of a horse or a centaur, a lamia from the dungeon will pull it. Is it all right? Yes, we find it encouraging to play a role. I mean it. I was thinking of leaving the carriage pulling to the centaurs, since they love it, but if they are this motivated, let's leave it to the lamias. Instead of pulling the carriage using hand, the lamia used the end of her tail to grip the carriage. There's enough power. HNN, what's this? The vibration is different. It is very comfortable. The carriage arrived at the place where the teleportation gate is in about 5 minutes. The Kuros and the Spiderlings took the lead. Although we took the shortest route, they get rid of all the obstacles so it's fast. I'm satisfied. With this, we will be able to go to Village 5 in 10 minutes. The ones who are most pleased are Yoko and Cells, who go there every day, or so I thought. The most pleased was the females of Big Tree Village. It is now easier to go to the hot spring area. It looks like everyone thinks that it's far. Thus, the number of bicycle-drawn like carriage that's used inside the dungeon has increased. 8 of them are now in operation. The lamias are not enough, so the big spiderlings and titans pulled them too. Next time, let's gather those carriage pullers and have a banquet as acknowledgement of their hard work. A little while after the commuting carriages became operational, Village 5 received guests. Those guests came over to pick up the dwarves in the prison. They are also dwarves. First of all, they apologize for the lawlessness and rudeness of the dwarves who are currently imprisoned. As a nuisance fee, they paid the village 4 large casks of ore. As for Yauko, since the dwarves in the prison also expressed remorse, she agreed to release them. Or not. The dwarves who came over did not demand the liberation of the imprisoned dwarves. They didn't come here to take the imprisoned dwarves. They want them to be punished according to the law of the village. Then, what did they come here for? To apologize and to pay nuisance fee. That's it. One of the dwarves offered his axe to Yauko. This is wonderful. I forged it myself. Really? Are you gifting this to me? I don't mind, but I have a request. What is it? I heard that in this village, there are weapons that are forged using magic iron powder. Is that true? Yes. It's a little pricey, but you can buy them in a store. Were they forged here? You can say that. Then, I want you to show this axe to the person who made those weapons. Is that all? Yes. We are staying at the inn on the south. It is called, what's the name again? If it's the one near the foot of the mountain, it is called Cat's Eye Pavilion. If you're hungry, I recommend Firefox Pavilion. Cat's Eye Pavilion will stay there. That said, the dwarves group who were supposed to pick up the imprisoned dwarves left. In Big Tree Village, the Beastkin Gut and his 2 apprentices are forging an armor using magic iron powder. Gut was on fire after seeing the axe brought by Yauko. Village Chief. That's a challenge. It looks like a normal axe tome, but it seems like there's a hidden message. We need a place to have a match. That's what happened. Chapter 312. A showdown called for a festival. Village 5, big ground in front of Yauko's mansion. A lot of people have gathered. It is very lively. They are smiling too. I'm sitting in a chair at the corner of the ground. It is comfortable because there's a roof that can block sunlight. But what's with the height of this chair? Is this for guardsmen? I can even see something far away. Next to me, Yauko made a grand declaration. Everyone, I have kept you waiting. From this moment, I declare the start of the blacksmith showdown. Participating teams come forward. According to Yauko's declaration, people move to free the space at the center of the ground. And there, the participants appear. This showdown is a team battle. It seems like it is not realistic to perform blacksmithing work alone. Gut and his 2 disciples showed up along with 2 unfamiliar beastkins as they formed the beastkin team. Those 2 unfamiliar beastkins are helpers that Gut called from Howling Village. It seems like they'll take on the challenge with the 5 of them. On the other team is the group of dwarves that gave Yauko an axe. They are the trigger of this event. Their number is 6 people. Without asking anyone, I named them Axe Dwarf Team. There are also 3 more dwarves only team aside from the team of dwarves that are supposed to pick up the imprisoned dwarves. It seems like the imprisoned dwarves split into 3 teams and participate. Let's call them Prison Dwarf A, Prison Dwarf B, and Prison Dwarf C teams. Another team is a team with dwarf participants, but there are demons too. It seems like a team led by the dwarves of Village 5. Let's call them the Village 5 team. As I mentioned above, this will be a showdown of 6 teams. After taking time to look around, Yauko nods solemnly. Each team, declare your wishes. This is a blacksmith showdown. The winning team will have their wish granted. Of course, only if their wish is feasible. In order to not ask for anything impossible, they will need to declare their wishes before the showdown begins. The first one to declare is Gut from the Beastkin team. We have no wish. However, that dwarf over there, if we win, you can't say that we're not skillful enough. Gut glares at the Axe Dwarf team. On the other hand, the Axe Dwarf team. We wish to buy magic iron powder at a low price. We can make better weapons than those beastkin blacksmiths over there. The beastkin team and the axe dwarf team glare at each other. Let's ignore them. Prison dwarf A, B, and C. Amnesty. Village 5 team. Free eat all you can eat at the village council hall's canteen. Yauko nodded and confirmed that there was no problem. At the same time, Locke, who was next to her, records them on a paper. All right then. Yauko came to me. Though I have been instructed to say things in advance, I'm still nervous. In this showdown, I want you to forge a sword hatchet. You are free to decide the blade length. Now, let the game begins. There was a loud cheer. Then, each team heads towards the blacksmith workshop at the foot of Village 5. For this match, that blacksmith workshop has been constructed. 1 location for each team, so 6 workshops. Each of those places has the same thing. A large amount of material is also prepared in the material storage area. It is said that a craftsman has to think about everything else himself. Good luck to all of you. Now, while sitting on the chair, I watch each team leave the ground. The crowd stays where they are. Their line of sight is concentrated to me, I know. Then, let's start the Village 5 festival. After my declaration, there was a louder cheer than before. Village 5 festival. The festival in Village 5 that Yauko and the Holy Maiden Cells had planned for a long time. They prepared for it while preparing the place for Gut and the dwarves to compete. The residents of Village 5 are more interested in festivals rather than the blacksmith showdown. There are smells of various foods flowing from stall to stall around the ground and the main street. Though it took 10 days to prepare for the blacksmith showdown, everyone is also preparing for the festival at the same time. In those 10 days, people come from neighboring towns and villages. Not only customers, but also merchants. Michael-san from Goron Company was particularly enthusiastic. There are a lot of stalls. From Big Tree Village, several Oni maids also participated. Unlike the usual, they take a little more time to serve since they have to take payment, but they are really popular. I wonder if the camping coach I brought is conspicuous. This festival is great since it is not limited to food. There are also entertainments like music and simple competitions. It will last for 1 week. Though you might think that a week-long festival is too long, the blacksmithing showdown takes place in over a week. Yauko said that she already adjusted things for it, which means she has already assumed things will be like this from the beginning. My participation is only at the beginning, and at the end, which is so simple. Ma, I already left everything about Village 5 to Yauko. I'll get off this chair and enjoy the festival. I have to go around with guards. I enjoyed the festival. 3 days later, one of the axe dwarves requested an audience to Yauko. Acting village chieftain, I wish to express our gratitude for preparing the location of the showdown. Is there a problem? There is. I'm losing focus on the showdown. Did something pick your interest? You are being served with food and alcohol, are you? We are grateful for that too, but there's really something that caught my attention. If it is difficult for you to say, I won't force you. Is it all right if I send spectators to the forge? It's dangerous, so don't. If you really want to, then do it, but it is still too early. They won't appreciate the current status of our work. Right. The blacksmith showdown is not really something that can attract guests. Don't be angry. But that's not. What is your request? HNN. Don't you have something to ask me? Regardless of the result of the match, I want to know the mechanism of that transforming wagon. It is wonderful. Is that all? The food and the alcohol they offer, the line is too long. We're in the middle of a competition, so we can't line up. I understand. I'll arrange it. By the way, that alcohol over there came from there. Do you want to give it a try? Please, by all means. Chapter 314. Dwarf Juana. My name is Juano. I am the leader of a group of 200 dwarves. I have become the leader 10 years ago and am currently in the midst of being questioned for my leadership skills. Until a little while ago, I was able to smith at will, but after becoming the leader, things have become troublesome. I can now understand why the former leader always looks sulky. Meanwhile, a group of them annoyed a certain village, and we were informed that they had been imprisoned. The one who informed us are elves who live in the nearby forest. Do you know what's funny? How can these ferocious elves who dislike us inform us? However, that information is helpful. If we go pick them up, they will release the imprisoned dwarves. I'm thankful. I'm worried about those guys too. I want to leave immediately and beat them up upon picking. The village they caused trouble to is called Village 5. Although it has only been founded recently, I heard that influential people from the Demon King's kingdom have gathered there. It is impossible for them to leave without anyone intervening. As the chief, I have to apologize for what they've done. I thank the elves for the information they brought and start preparing to leave. A. You want my signature as evidence that I have received the information? Is it necessary? No, I do have a signature, but, well, if it's really important. I understand. I went to Village 5 with a few relatively manned people. If I take someone violent, it will only cause more trouble. According to the information we gathered before leaving, the purpose of those guys in prison were the weapons and armors sold in Village 5. To be exact, the magic iron power contained in those weapons and armors. It seems like they asked the other party to give it to them for free. Those idiots. That will only work in Dwarven society. It won't work elsewhere. If you are in other places, you should have said, please let us use magic iron power, obediently. How can they not know that? That might be the reason why there are not many leader candidates. We arrived at Village 5. I think my mouth is wide open. I heard that Village 5 is a really big village. But where is the village? Isn't this a huge town? No, this is a city. Those idiots. How dare you trouble a place like this? My stomach hurts. Fortunately, the representative of Village 5, the acting village chief, is a very gentle person. She easily accepted my apology. Peace of mind. Since this is the case, she won't execute the imprisoned dwarves. Also, I won't need to force myself to ask for their freedom. I want you to punish them according to the law here. It will become a good medicine for them too. If you are really troubled, you can work in this village as an apology. Ah, that's right, I almost forgot. I presented an axe to the acting village chief. This is wonderful. I was surprised. She can tell. I'm glad. I'm sorry for troubling you, but can you show this to the person who forged those weapons using magic iron powder? He will understand what it means. I'll wait for your contact. Inn on the south side, what was the name? The inns here have similar names, so it is a little confusing. Acting village chief Dono, I think you should do something about that. It has become a blacksmith showdown. Why? Did I make a mistake? I thought that the blacksmith of this village would understand if I showed him my axe. I am one of the blacksmiths of the Demon King's kingdom that adopted the techniques of an eminent blacksmith group. I intended to prove that there would be no shortage of blacksmiths that can process magic iron powder. Could it be that they want to test my ability? If so, I can't decline. When I saw the opponent, I was almost blown away. Gut Dono, the son of the mayor of Howling Village. The blacksmith of this village is Gut Dono. This is bad. I've completely failed. My technique came from Howling Village. I have also trained in Howling Village for several years. That axe of mine. To a blacksmith from Howling Village, being shown of the axe that was forged using the technique of Howling Village is the same as provocation. This is bad. He's glaring at me. Desu, it's all a misunderstanding, Desu. Eado, that dwarf over there, if we win, you can't say that we're not skillful enough. Gut Dono raised the edge of his lips while glaring at me. By chance, do you remember me? When you met me, you were only a child who hadn't even entered a forge yet. No, leave nostalgia aside. I'm worried about the gaze of the dwarves behind me. The current me is a leader. As the leader of this group, I have to stand straight to a challenge, even if it is due to a misunderstanding. Yeah, there's no other way. Let's make a weapon better than the beastkin blacksmiths over there. I myself don't have time to play. Let me show you my skill as a blacksmith. The blacksmith showdown will be taking a week. Meanwhile, Village 5 seems to have a festival. Those were some fun music. Those smell delicious. I've been served with food and alcohol, but they are not this good smelling. I have never smelled something so delicious smelling before. As for the alcohol. Yes, especially that alcohol. No, concentrate on blacksmithing. I'll make a once-in-a-lifetime kind of sword hatchet. However, I'm curious about those delicious-smelling food and alcohol. How about we take turns? If I knew this would happen, I would have brought more people. Third day. When I requested acting village chief Dono, she prepared delicious-smelling food and alcohol. We take turns in eating. The dishes are curry, pizza, udon, and kushikatsu. They are all delicious. Especially the kushikatsu. Ho-hoo, this chicken barbecue and this vegetable dish, I'm quite happy. Alcohol, I was surprised. I've never had such a delicious alcohol. Moreover, there are various types. Among those, I especially like the bubbly beer. It goes well with kushikatsu. It is so good that I think beer is an alcohol made for kushikatsu. Ah, no, I almost forgot about blacksmithing. Don't rush into the banquet. The banquet is after the blacksmith showdown is over. The final day, I almost broke my waist. The dwarf whom even the dwarven king would care about, the elder dwarf Donovan Sama, has come to see me. He's here for the blacksmith showdown. You're not here for alcohol. Ah, Donovan Sama is the one who's making the alcohol in this village. It was very delicious. I'm glad it wasn't before the showdown. Even I will be nervous in front of Donovan Sama. The method of judging the blacksmith showdown is simple. The judges will use the sword hatchet made for the blacksmith showdown to cut a stacked-up wooden boards. Our finished product is not bad. The sword hatchet forged by Gut Dono is quite good too. As for the sword hatchet made by those abominable imprisoned dwarves, it's good. They have that attitude, but they are skilled. The sword hatchet of the group called Village 5 Team is not bad either. It is a slightly curved sword that's popular among adventurers these days. It is also suitable for throwing. They've studied. However, there's something I've been worried about since a while ago. Why are the judges elves? If I remember it correctly, those two are the Tree King of Gone Forest and Archer King of Garrett's Forest? Or do they only look similar? However, there's no mistake that that elf there is a high elf. Or am I mistaken? As the result of the review of the judges, the winner of the blacksmith showdown is Village 5's team. The imprisoned dwarves complained, saying that they were favored, but I'm convinced with their win. The sword hatchet, I made emphasized appearance too much. On the other hand, the Village 5 team emphasized practical use. It seems like they were able to utilize their advantage of receiving orders from adventurers. As for Gut Dono, I think he was harmed by his frequent use of magic iron powder. Though a lot of first-class materials were prepared for this blacksmith showdown, there's no magic iron powder. Gut Dono was supposed to compete without magic iron powder. Given the presence or not of magic iron powder, the tempering, forging method, and even fire handling is different. This time, I feel like he was not able to fully demonstrate his ability because he's adjusting on those areas. If the showdown is one more week longer, Gut Dono would win. I'm disappointed in losing the showdown, but I'm satisfied with the result. By the way, I have to apologize to Gut Dono to resolve the misunderstanding. I didn't show the axe as provocation. There are familiar people around Gut Dono. Ado from the right, they are the blood-sucking princess and the angel of annihilation. Are you the one who provoked Gut? Lusan, do you know Wanoshi? Yeah, I asked him to sharpen my favorite dagger a few times. Yes, she did ask me that several times. I can still remember those times. In the middle of the night, there was a tyrannical customer that commanded me to sharpen a dagger and would not take no for an answer. That dagger was broken by you. Is it that dagger you used to cut off my right arm? Yeah, that one. That cuts well. It was a waste. It seems like you know him too. Yeah, I asked him for some armors for the angels. That was because of the relationship our group has with the angels. We've been acquainted for several generations. The deadline is so tight that it can kill someone. Moreover, the most annoying part is the details about decorations. It's difficult too. Why do they ask for carvings at the inner side of the armor? Nobody will see it. I don't know what it means too. It will only reduce the durability. It is probably because if you take a hit, you'll have carved bruise on your skin. However, they are wearing clothes as undergarments, so that's not possible. Anyway, I knew from the atmosphere that they were related to this village. Conclusion: let's not get involved with this village. Though I wanted to use magic iron power, it's not worth it. Acting village chief Dono. You want to speak about various things? How many good blacksmiths do we have? No, we're leaving tomorrow. You want to make the imprisoned dwarves your subordinates. Those guys will not listen to me. There will be a banquet from today onwards. Though I'll be happy to, there were other alcohols aside from what Donovan Sama made. The next day, the group of dwarves I'm supposed to be leading is working as blacksmiths in Village 5. I don't even know why. Alcohol is bad. Kushikatsu is bad. Somehow, new dishes are delicious. I know, I hope our future is bright. Chapter 315. Playing with Spiderlings. I intend to play with the Spiderlings, but I wonder what we should play. Let's ask them. I'll be watching the theatrical show of the Spiderlings. There are 3 plays to be performed. The stage is the table in my room. Oh, they even prepared costumes and the stage props. There's a curtain too, professional standard. The first one is about encouraging good and punishing evil using the principles of royalty. When a monster was bullied by a bad adventurer, a good adventurer came to help. The introduction, development, denouement, and conclusion are solid and easy to understand. Standing ovation. The second one is a musical cooking battle. Did you really have to make it into a musical in order to express the deliciousness of foods? The coordinated stomp of 20 of them is a masterpiece. The third's theme is mystery. Ooh, an original way of dying. That's quite a trick. They even use stage props. The stage props were made with the cooperation of the mountain elves. So that's how it is. They are all good enough, they are interesting. Everyone worked hard. Don't mind your misstep. During the musical, one of them got its leg tangled in a complex step. Are you injured? You did your best and did not stop when you made an error. The follow-up of the others was wonderful. As a summary, all of you should utilize the size of the stage a bit more. You only move on a certain place, which is too narrow. Also, I think it's a good idea that you have a placard of your lines, but I think you should increase the font size a little. I think it may be good to use a kuroko. Do you know what a kuroko is? Though that person is on the stage, he's not treated as one of the actors by the audience and is there only to help the actors. You have to dress up properly as a kuroko or no one will get it. Hahaha, everyone's interested. But will this be considered as playing together? I was just watching. Want me to join you? Being in the play is impossible. All right, I'll just cooperate with the stage set like the mountain elves. They built something great. There are other gimmicks that you were not able to use during your plays. It looks like there's no room for me to join the stage equipment building. It can't be helped. I'll just make a lighting device. It'll be more exciting. The Spiderlings agree too. The problem is the light source. There's no electricity. Let's ask Lou to do something with magic. HNN? Isn't it hard to ask Lou? It's hard for sure, however, it's for you. Leave it to me, and next, let's show it to the children. It will be a waste if you only show it to me. It's okay. Hakurin teaches well so they can read characters. I'm a bit doubtful for Tysel, but if it's a musical, she can enjoy it even if she can't read. Yeah, that's it. That day, I concentrated on making lighting equipment with the Spiderlings. If I make it by myself, it won't be counted as playing with them. The lighting device is complete. The Spiderlings are pleased, and Zabuton is waiting behind me. I'm sorry for not seeing you, but it's already night. How about we play tomorrow? I was relieved when Zabuton nodded, but I regretted being too focused. I'm hungry. Let's go for dinner before Anne gets angry. Spiderlings, you should eat too. Ha ha ha. When the Spiderlings waved their legs together to reply to me, I find it cute so I unintentionally laughed. Chapter 316. Details of the battle. The interview with the elves and the adventurers revealed the details on how they fought with the elven villages. Gulf, Daga, Pirika, 20 of Pirika's fellow disciples, and 30 adventurers. It is a group of more than 50 people. There were 5 elf guides too, but 3 of them left in order to report to their village that the goo turtle has been defeated. The elf guides of Gulf's group are now down to 2. Thinking about killing other monsters and securing food, they move into the forest. They were discovered by a small scouting group of the Garrett's forest village. The purpose of that small scouting group is to guard their village. The place where they discovered them is a place a little far away from their village's territory, so they're not supposed to fight. Unfortunately, they were in a hostile relationship with the 2 elves who accompany Gulf's group. The leader of the small scouting group in the Garrett's forest was a young elf, and when he saw 2 hostile elves getting along with Gulf's group, he made a big mistake. He called for their army. The leader of the small scouting group requests for reinforcements from Garrett's forest village. More than 100 elves were deployed by Garrett's forest village. The elves' fighting style is centered on long-range attacks with bows and magic while encircling the enemy. During the time when they were encircling Gulf's group, the 3 elves who were able to report back to their village weren't able to return to Gulf's group. They were attacked by the army of Garrett's Forest Village, who were on their way to surround Gulf's group. The 3 of them were wounded. They were also taken. That time, the 3 already have another companion. In order to thank Gulf's group for their monster extermination, an elder from the village accompanied the 3. He managed to escape while being injured on one of his arms. He came back to the village and shouted. The Garrett's Forest attacked. The village of the elf guides is called Gone Forest Village. More than 100 elves were deployed from Gone Forest Village. Unfortunately, the elf reinforcement from Gone Forest Village had not been informed about Gulf's group. Another unfortunate thing is, the 2 elf guides were already injured by the siege of the Garrett's Forest Village. With no one explaining the situation, Gone Forest Village and Garrett's Forest Village went to war with Gulf's group in the middle. As for Gulf's group, first, they counterattacked against the forces of Garrett's Forest Village, who made the preemptive strike. Gulf, Daga, and the adventurers struggle against the elves, who devote themselves to long-range attacks. Pirika and her fellow disciples, on the other hand, are doing great. They evade fast-traveling arrows and magic. They also defeated elves with one blow. While doing so, the Gone Forest Village forces approached. Though they came from a village hostile to Garrett's Forest Village, they are still elves. Gulf's group misunderstood them as enemy reinforcements. No one can solve that misunderstanding. The battle started at noon, and it is already night. Further reinforcements arrived from the 2 forest villages. In the middle of the battlefield, where they are fighting 500 elves, Gulf's group thought of a way to break the status quo. That is, to capture the enemy's stronghold. They were able to guess that there are 2 places that seem to be the enemy's stronghold. Either of them will be the real one. The battle continued, and the tension has gone up. Even if they were fewer than the enemies, Gulf's group divide themselves into 2 groups. Then, on the night of the 2nd day, they started moving towards each of the 2 strongholds. While repelling the chasing enemies, both groups managed to capture the enemy's strongholds noon of the 4th day. When the news arrived at the villages, the 2 elven villages surrendered. Listening to everyone's story, I can only call it an unfortunate encounter battle. But I'm glad that there are only injured. I'm really glad that no one died. It seems like both elven villages have people who can use healing magic, and Gulf's group has them too. However, if you only treated the elf guides first, wouldn't you be able to reduce your enemy to half? No one can use it infinitely, right? We are already thankful that they protected our bodies. It is one of the elf guides. I heard they fainted. However, your goodwill and sacrifice backfired. Well, I can't criticize them since I'm not there. If I'm there, I'm surely be in a panic. I can only think that everyone has done their best towards their goal. The first one who came is an elf from Gone Forest Village. Their representative is a middle-aged male elf. It seems like he's good at manipulating tree magic. I heard that he is called Tree King of Gone Forest Village. As for the elven village that attacked Gulf's group, it is called Garrett's Forest Village. Their representative is a fierce-looking elf female. She's good with bow, and she seems to be called Bow King of Garrett's Forest Village. Why are they called king even though they're from a village? Is it boost their ego? Since the 2 representatives initiate to work for Village 5 themselves, I'll accept it. The 2 forest villages seem to be hostile against each other. Will it be safe for them to work together? Yauko, who asked why they are hostile with each other, was stunned since they don't have any serious reason to fight at all. As for me, I don't care why. In any case, the 2 of them migrated to Village 5 along with a few companions. With the proposal of the 2 former 4 heavenly kings, it was decided to build a house near the top of Village 5 for them. Is it necessary to do that? They are representatives of 2 forces that have their own territory near Village 5. If you treat them warmly, you won't even need to deal with other forces. So, it is necessary. Let's prepare a house by all means. What are the 2 of you planning to do from now on? Will you help with the monsters and demon beasts extermination of the adventurers? Or are you going to help with the domestic affairs of Village 5? Though they could have helped with the exterminations of monsters and demon beasts, they chose to help with domestic affairs. I think Tree King might be able to do it, but can Bow King do it? You want to deal with the village's external affairs. Excuse me for being rude, but that's not going to happen. Are you well known? For the time being, let's have them show their face by being the judges of the blacksmith showdown on the final day of the festival. The high elf Rhea came with me too and participated in the event as a judge. Are you acquainted with those two? It looks like you are talking positively. I warned the two of them. They will not trouble Village 5 in the future. Well, thank you. Though it is a pity that Gut did not win in the blacksmith showdown, I don't have any complaints about the result. For the winner, the Village 5 team, I'll even cook for you. Ha ha ha, do not hold back. Yauko and the two former 4 Heavenly Kings are doing their best for Village 5, so let's not forget them. There's not much I can do, so don't hold back. Let's share some with Tree King and Bow King too. The Axe Dwarf team will also stay in Village 5. No, it was decided that they'll migrate. They are great when it comes to blacksmithing, so that helps us a lot. As for Prison Dwarf teams A, B, and C, they'll return to prison but only for a day. After that, they'll work under Axe Dwarf. You have my consent. After that, Village 5 still has a lot of things to discuss with outsiders. If it was only me, I would have given up already. Is Yauko still fine? You still have some leeway. Good, very reliable. Then, I'll leave Village 5 to you. And don't do anything in the dark. I can't help but say that. You don't have to worry, Village Chief. Please leave Village 5 to me. I feel dignity backed with experience. She's really reliable. She gives off the beautiful lord feeling. However, when she comes back to Big Tree Village at night, she turns into a lazy fox. If you have anything worrying you, please let me know. I'm not that useful, but I can listen to your complaints. After a short interval when she heard my words, Yauko laughed loudly. I cheered her up. I'm sorry. However, if Village Chief is not considered as useful, don't you think the world is too harsh? If you won't have a little more confidence, those around you will be in trouble. I'll think about it. Village 5's personnel. Acting Village Chief Yauko. Consultant, 2 former 4 Heavenly Kings. Military, First in Command. Civil Affairs, First in Command, Locke. Intelligence, Nana. Chief of Security Provisional, Pirika. Village Guards, Pirika's fellow apprentices. Diplomats, Tree King and Bow King. Chapter 317. Medicine Rack and Shelf Room. When the crops I planted during the spring are about to be harvested, I was working hard with woodworks in the workshop. What I'm making is a medicine rack. I'm doing my best because it was Lou who requested me. Even though I said medicine rack, it is a shelf full of drawers. Because of that, it is not difficult to make since there won't be mistakes in sizes. The size of the drawers is what Lou requested. Height is 20 centimeters, width is 20 centimeters, and depth is 60 centimeters. The shelf that will hold the drawer will be 10 drawers in width and 10 drawers in height. It looks like a square in front view. I'm going to make the shelf first before making the drawers. Shelves are simple. I have a lot of experience in making one. I calculated and measured the size with ease. Of course, I also considered the thickness of the wood. You shouldn't make drawers too tight when you're making one. It won't move. There should be some spaces to consider. Yeah, I'm glad that I noticed that when I was making my first drawer. But what happened? Actually, all the parts of the drawer were cut out at the beginning. I should be on my way to assemble it. Who would have thought that I would make something so tight? Should I shave it? No, let's just make a new shelf. That would be faster. There are only a few parts to prepare. I made a new shelf. The drawer moves smoothly. Not too loose, not too tight. Perfect. Then I'll do my best to make all the remaining drawers. The drawers have decorative metal fitting at the 4 corners and a knob. The decorative metal fittings were made by Gut's disciples. They are for 100 drawers and 10 spares. They are stunningly the same shapes and sizes. I'm charmed. However, it is difficult to assemble everything alone. I'll ask the spiderlings to help me. It will already be helpful if they can hand over the decorative fittings or even the knobs. It took some time, but the medicine shelf was completed. I made it myself and it looks good. Let's bring it to Lou. When carrying a shelf, it is dangerous since the drawers are not fixed. When I was thinking about what to do, the spiderlings tied them with web. Thank you. As for how to transport it, about 30 spiderlings lift the shelf and start moving. The other spiderlings lead, guide, and open and close the door. Honestly, thank you. We managed to carry it to Lou's laboratory. Lou's reaction upon seeing the medicine rack was excellent. Thank you, I'll take good care of it. When I was thinking of what she'll put in it, she put the same herb in every drawer. Are, Could it be that what you really wanted is a cabinet? That's not the case. This is a magical amulet for medicine shelf. I think it is okay to leave it now. With that, the quality of the medicinal herb won't change. Could it be some sort of sterilization? Well, that's Lou's specialty. She won't make a mistake. If there's a problem, just let me know. I told her that and went back to the workshop with the spiderlings. In the workshop, the first shelf I made is still there. What should I do with this? It will be a waste to dismantle it. How about I make drawers for this shelf? Or maybe this shelf should be used as it is. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Ah, a shoebox, but it's too narrow to be used as one. When I was thinking what to do, the spiderlings entered the shelf. A slightly spacious private room for fist-sized spiderlings. For magazine-sized spiderlings, it will be a narrow private room. Will this make you feel better? Really? Then let's make this the rooms for spiderlings. The question is, where to put this shelf? Should I bring it outside? Or should I put it in an empty room of the mansion? You want inside? Understood. I'll ask Anne's permission. This mansion belongs to my lord. Please feel free to do what pleases you. Though you looked confused about why I'm asking permission, that face won't fool me. I remember you being in a bad mood for a while when I remodeled one of the vacant rooms before. The matter before, it is because there's soil all over the room. I did not intentionally spread them. I only brought a wooden box filled with soil there. And my purpose is not to plant anything there, but for Ursa's clay dolls. I wondered if the clay dolls, who are Ursa's roomkeeper, can't settle down because of the environment. I had no choice but to use trial and error method to figure out the environment where they could settle down. Well, as a result, I heard that the clay dolls have no problem with the current environment. The reason why they seem struggling is because Ursa throws her clothes all over. Anyway, I got permission to use an empty room in the mansion. I immediately installed it. Yeah, looks great. Given the numbers of spiderlings, there is clearly not enough room in the shelf. The spiderlings who failed to get a room are staring at me. All right, let's work hard together. Drawer is not needed. This is easy. In 3 days, we made a total of 8 shelves. The vacant room in the mansion became a shelf room. Given the total numbers of spiderlings, these are still insufficient, but it seems like they can share rooms and even use it in turn. This is heartwarming. Though this is heartwarming, I wonder what I should call this. I feel like I'm a beekeeper or bug raiser. HNN? At my feet is a spiderling which is 1 level bigger than the magazine-sized spiderling, a half-tatami mat spiderling. I understand. I'll build a larger shelf and find another vacant room. As expected, I think the 2 tatami mat big spiderlings should use an empty room instead of a shelf. If that is the case, we'll run out of vacant rooms. I know. I'm not sure if I should make a shelf for one. Okay, I'll make something that can hold some of you. I'll need another vacant room. Ma, you guys helped me a lot in various ways. You don't have to worry about it. And so, the shelf rooms are recognized as the resting rooms of the spiderlings. A few days later, an incident happened with a fist-sized spiderling staying on the center part of the first shelf. Its room was blocked with webs. I've never seen them doing this before. What's this? Breeding? Or molting? You're not collecting nectar like bees, are you? A spiderling next door from the blocked room says that it's okay, I'm worried, but I'll trust you and leave it alone. From that day on, the number of small closed rooms on the shelves have increased. There are 21 of them. A few more days later. It is around the beginning of spring harvest. The first closed room opened. A spiderling has come out. It looks like something I've never seen before. However, it raises one of its legs to greet me like usual. Yeah, some things never change. All right, all right. Did you molt? You're shiny now. No, since it changed its appearance, it's metamorphosis. Or evolution? Ma, let's just say you molted. From the other small room, another new kind of spiderling came out. The pattern on your back looks pretty cool. Oh, the first one also looks cool. Ha ha ha, don't get angry. When I showed them to Lou and the others, their faces twitched. It's not that scary. Well, they're girls, so they are probably not fans of spiders. No, they usually interact with spiderlings. Maybe they are not used to it since it looks strange. Look, Alfred and Ursa greeted it energetically. They're not scared. Good. Since then, the shelf room has become a room for molting for the spiderlings. Could it be that you were in pain till now? You can only do it in Hole of Trees. I should have made it sooner. I'm sorry, digression. A kitten slept in a small shelf room. Why do you even have to go in such a narrow place? Spiderlings, sorry, I'll take it out immediately. HNN, you don't mind if it stays here, thank you. You should help each other. You guys are kind. I'll do what I can to be that kind too. To me who decided to do so, the sleeping cat meows as if protesting for troubling its sleep. Good grief. Lou and Anne's conversation. That's a death-announcing spider, right? That showing up announces death, like how one of it destroyed a kingdom before. It matches the image drawn in the documents. The other one is Car Spider Elite. Between one and a group, it is said that that spider alone has a greater threat compared to a group. A group, even a single car spider is enough to cause an uproar. That's right. Living here can really make you crazy. Right. New fist-sized spiderlings, Immortal Demon Spider. Alias, Death-Announcing Spider. Feature, Immortal. Car Spider Elite. Alias, Death-Carrying Spider. Feature, Wide-Range Healing Magic. Chapter 318. Evolution. There was an unfamiliar man in the mansion. Mid-20s, a little over 180 cm tall. Has a long tied hair on his back, but he looks gallant so he won't be mistaken for a woman. He's wearing butler's clothes. Given his butler clothes, I thought he was a devil, but Lou is next to him. Is he Lou's vampire friend? Or is he a new Mercury? My name is Earth. He greets me gracefully. You are polite, Haraku desu. HNN, this feels strange. What is it? I look at Lou. Lou laughed, then said that the prank was successful. He's a clay doll. As if responding to my doubt, he suddenly turned into mud and crumbled there and then. A clay doll with gloves is what's left from that figure. Ooh, it seems like the clay doll consulted Lou because it is tough for it to take care of Ursa with its small body. The clay doll thought of finding someone else to take care of Ursa, but Lou has a different way of thinking. If you find it tough to take care of her with your small body, they just have a large body. Thus, Lou created a kind of clay that has magical power. It is the high-quality field soil of Big Tree Village, which was magicalized by putting magic power and seasoned with medicinal herbs. It has been originally used to set up traps for both the dungeon and the mansion. However, that's not enough. I used the trick that automatically revives trap for this too. And it was adopted as the body of the clay doll. It gives the clay doll an ability to transform. The clay doll transformed in various ways to prove it. Huge hands, sculptures, glass bottles with liquid, and the man I described earlier. Is that Lou's favorite transformation? If you really want to ask my favorite, it will only be husband. This is a transformation the clay doll thought of itself. I see. However, it is a stunning transformation. It even reproduced clothes. The color changed too, and you won't notice anything until you look closely. It can change the texture of hair, skin, and clothes to look real. The hair looks genuine, and it looks like it even uses hair styling products. The skin is also, it looks like it's moisturized. Though it looks soft, it feels like soil when touched. The clothes also seem genuine, but there are too few wrinkles and dirt. Only the gloves are real. We don't want him to contaminate whatever he'll touch. Even if it looks like a real hand, it is still soil. It probably thought of Ursa. Village Chief, I would like to work in this form in the future. Please permit me. Oh, I don't mind. Then, should you be called Earth in that form? Yes, thank you. Earth headed to Ursa's room triumphantly. There was a commotion in Ursa's room. Yeah, she doesn't know that that person is the clay doll. It was noisy since Ursa went on a rampage, and to convince Ursa, the clay doll had no choice but to return to its clay doll form. There's a slight change. Ursa seems to be doing various things by herself now. Earth happily reported it. Also, his butler clothes and shoes are now real. It seems to be a present from the spiderlings. My bad, I'll take care of it. At the request of the spiderlings, I made the soles of his shoes. There's a minor change. Seeing Earth beside Ursa, Alfred's sense of rivalry burns. What a heartwarming scene. However, you don't have to rush to grow up. There's a big change. Lou made a large amount of magic clay and carried it to the hot spring. Using that clay, she made flesh for the ghost knights, though she made them slimmer than I expected. However, they have firm muscles in their arms. Is this what they looked like when they were still alive? Or is it a product of their imagination? They are all beautiful. Asking why she suddenly did this. It's because some people are afraid of their former appearance. I heard that when some people who are not familiar with the ghost knights came here, they were surprised. But if they came here 2 or 3 times, I'm sure they'll get used to them, right? Some people might not want to come here the second time, and there might be more people who will come here from Village 5, so it is good that there's a countermeasure now. By the way, did you consult Lou? So that's how it is. We caused you trouble, sorry. Lou is really proud of this magic clay, saying it's fine for them to be in the hot spring area since it's water resistant. By the way, just a piece of advice. I recommend you to return to your original form, then transfer back in front of the lions. Yeah, that'll make you avoid unnecessary trouble. There's a minor complaint. It was Lou's fault that the soil in the field was completely gone. It was the Nunu Daphnes. I'm sorry. You too. I'm sorry. That's the result of her reckless research fever. Ma, it's a place where we haven't raised anything there yet, so you don't have to bring it up. Even though I'll surely let you, you should have asked. Yeah, I'll say it properly from now on. There's a big complaint. Why is everyone only consults Lusan? I can do something too. I listened to Tyr's complaint. Chapter 319. Man's romance. A man usually feels romance in not so useful things. For example, camping car. It's nice, but what are you going to do with it? Where are you going to keep it? Are you going to live there? Ignoring those questions, I feel romance in a camping car. Another example is a treehouse. Will it be easy to live on a tree? Will it be durable? Isn't it hard to climb up and down? Ignoring those questions, I feel romance in a treehouse. I can feel it. For I'm a man, so I built it. Yeah, a man sometimes goes out of control. However, I have no regrets. If you are thinking that I made a camping car, I already made one before, so I'll pass this time. I built a treehouse. There are many big trees in the forest around the village. I chose a 10-meter high tree with a diameter of 5 meters. The main reason why I chose this one is the shape of the top. It is flat and not sharp. If you want to easily build a house, it will be easier if the top of the tree is like that. What's difficult is how to climb up. Climbing without tools is already difficult. I put a hook on the rope and try to use it to climb up. Yeah, impossible. It is also hard to climb up a rope ladder. Finally, I made a wooden ladder. I'm scared of climbing a 10-meter wooden ladder, so I built a 5-meter high normal staircase. I also thought of building a staircase by drilling holes on the tree and inserting sticks on them, but I feel like I'll lose my footing. Therefore, I made a compound normal staircase and wooden ladder on the tree. Building a house on a tree. It will only be about 2 tatami mat big, but I can suddenly build something like that on a tree. I first constructed it under the tree. After completing it, I disassembled it and will reassemble it on the top of the tree later. It was hard to carry the disassembled house up, but the spiderlings helped. To make sure that it will not fall from the top of the tree, I made sure that it is fixed. To prevent falling, I built a fence around the top of the tree. I also made a bed for one, a small shelf, and a table. Don't I need lighting too? However, this is a tree, so I can't use fire. Let's borrow something from Lou. At the end, I brought dried meat, fruits, drinks, and tableware and stowed them on the shelf. With this, my castle was completed. I should calm down, but I'm pretty calm. Could it be that I like narrow houses? Phew. Oops, spiderlings, thank you for your cooperation. Yeah, you can stay whenever you want. Let's make a small shelf on the wall for you. HNN. I feel a fluffy feeling on my feet. Looking down, I saw Kuro. Did you climb the stairs? He gives off the expression, don't worry. Well, I don't mind, but can you go down? That's a wooden ladder. Ah, you're in trouble. Well, given Kuro's physical capability, he can probably do something. All right, let's toast to commemorate the completion. I put Kuro's share on a plate. Are the spiderlings okay with cup sharing? What the? Why are you here, wine slime? Did I mistakenly carry you with the foodstuffs? Even without showing your spoiled expression, I already know what you want. Here's your share. Phew. Cheers. It took 3 days before I finally calmed down. Or should I say, I overlooked something in 3 days. My castle was besieged by children. Yes, I surrender. Let's evacuate. Be careful so you won't fall. You can't get hurt. Ma, the spiderlings are watching over them. But kids are amazing. They climb up and descend smoothly using a rope. Ah, Ursa, Gyuraru, and Nut, I don't think it's a good idea to wear skirts. I will make a stair. Use that to climb up. And you kids shouldn't come here alone. This is already part of the forest. I hope Hakurin is with me this time. Oi, Ursa, that's alcohol. Don't. It's still too early for you. What would you do if you got drunk and fell? Give me that. HNN, Alfred, what's wrong? You want to make a hut like this yourself. The Beast Boys behind Alfred are also nodding. In fact, there is a similar tree near here. It was an unexpected interaction between father and son, or rather, a man's exchange. Chapter 320. Faction. In any world, once people gather, factions will be formed. The same can be said in Big Tree Village. Fried eggs should be cooked on both sides. That's the best. Isn't sunny side up better? It looks beautiful, and the yolk is more delicious if it is only half cooked. I think I prefer scrambled. What about the dashi maki that village chief made? That's already in a different category. I'm at peace. I'll just wait until their quarrel is settled. By the way, I'm with the boiled egg faction. Sprinkling it with salt before eating is the best. I didn't like it before. Only after I started living in this village. At first, there were neither eggs nor salt. Now we have eggs and salt. We should already be thankful with what we have, so I stopped the quarrel before it develops into violence. For 3 days, eggs will be banned. The village is busy preparing for the festival. I'm leaving it to the civil servant girls this time too, so I have peace of mind. But I'm not playing around too. I'm involved with dish research that will be served at the festival. There's a large number of eggs in the bowl in front of me. Even if it is banned, chickens won't stop laying eggs, so this is a normal result. We can't waste it. For the time being, let's cook boiled eggs. First, put eggs in boiling water to cook them. After it cools down, soak it in a soup stock made with alcohol, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, water, and some herbs. That's it. I'm looking forward to 3 days later. How about cooking all eggs into boiled eggs? Cooking today's eggs is good, but should I do that tomorrow and the next day too? I consulted the Oni maids. How about using it for bread? You can use it for cakes too. How about pudding? Right, then, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow's portion will be used for baking bread, cakes, and pudding. Yeah, that would be good. The next day. A faction was formed about how the eggs should be used. It should be bread. Let's use it for baking confectionery bread. Cake is the best issue. It should be pudding, right? The second and third day's eggs also became boiled eggs. Cough. I didn't just cook before the festival. I am also approached by Yauko with important consultations. Regarding inviting guests from Village 5. I wanted to invite them grandly, but I stopped because everyone told to so. I never thought that I would be stopped by everyone. Ma, maybe it's a problem of inviting too many people. Everyone from Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, and Village 4 will come. I'm also aware that it will be a mistake to invite a number of people we can't accommodate. Did you think that I'll invite all of Village 5? I'm not that insane. I only thought of inviting the 2 former 4 Heavenly Kings, the Village 5's council members, Pirika and her fellow disciples along with their families, the priests from the church, and those who are working in Yauko's mansion. Those are about 500 people. Yeah, let's not invite them. As a result of my discussion with Yauko, it was decided not to invite anyone from Village 5. If we only invite some of them, Yauko is worried if the others would think that there's some sort of discrimination. It seems like factions are being formed in Village 5 too. Is that all right? It's because there's a number of them. It will be hard to rule to some extent if factions are not made. It is also something I've recommended. Today, the population of Village 5 is near 20,000. If you want to rule a village like that, you need a person who will pull them together in the middle. That person in the middle is the leader of a faction. Factions are being formed with people like in places where they live and work. The current factions, they are formed with belief. Beliefs. Does she mean that they are worshipping cells? Absolute Village Chief Faction, Village Chief Watcher Faction, Village Chief Proactive Faction, Big Tree Village Faction, High Elf Faction, Donovan Faction. They're what stands out on that aspect. What are those? Absolute Faction, a faction that fears and worships Village Chief like a dragon. Watcher Faction, a faction that's watching over Village Chief quietly. The Proactive Faction, on the contrary, will actively come forward to help Village Chief. Big Tree Village Faction, which is also called Top Faction, is a faction that worships Big Tree Village's officials, including Village Chief. The High Elves faction are mainly the elves led by Tree King and Bow King. Donovan faction is mostly dwarves. Won't they cause harm? They won't, though they hold secret meetings, but there's no problem. No, I feel like there's a problem. I'm a little scared at Yaoko's laugh when she said that if any of them interferes with governance, she'll crush them. Though no one was invited from Village 5, those who know that Big Tree Village will be holding a festival asked to participate voluntarily. As a result, only the 2 former 4 heavenly kings will participate. Chapter 321. A festival-like festival. The festival season has arrived. People from Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, Village 4, Hot Spring Area, South Dungeon, and North Dungeon have gathered. As for the guests, they are Dors, Raymarin, Dorame, Demon King, Yuri, Beazle, Glatz, Randon, Hu, Ancestor San, and Fushu. The 2 former 4 heavenly kings are also here. The number of people has increased a lot, which is strange since I don't see anyone from Village 5. Maybe it's only an illusion. The current number of people here are a lot. It's over 800. It's slightly more than expected, but there's no problem. That's what one of the civil servant girls, who's beside me, said. It seems like more dream demons from Village 4 have come than usual. I thought that I could use the dream demons' way of clothing to educate the children, but they are dressed like ordinary village girls. I heard that it is the result of Gu and Belle's instruction. They told them that if they want to participate in the festival, they have to be dressed appropriately. They asked Garon Company to prepare second-hand clothes for them. However, their sex appeal can't be contained by ordinary clothes. What do I mean? Boobs and ass. When I was looking at them, a person suddenly in front of me to block my view. It's Anne. Her smile is scary. I don't intend to do something wrong, but I'll apologize for whatever I should apologize for. I'm sorry. Ado, it's about time. That's right, please go to the appointed place. I moved to the appointed place that was arranged beforehand. Next to me are the civil servant girls in queues. One of the civil servant girls steps up to a stage to tell our greetings. After the opening remarks or various precautions, it is now my turn. I'm not in my usual outfit, but in a new outfit made by Zabutin. When she told me that she prepared it for this day, there's no longer a way for me to not wear it. It is a pure white clothes embroidered with red and gold threads in various parts. It also has a white mantle on its back with red lining. I'm also wearing a gold crown. They said that it's to attract attention or something. And maybe as a festival requirement, I also have a staff and a flag on my hand. Of course, the flag is installed on the staff. The flag is embroidered with a flashy big tree. I had a feeling that I visually looked like a vocal of a band. No, don't I look like the leader of an Awendan? Then shouldn't I be wearing a hat rather than a crown? Could it be that I look out of place? This outfit. As if to give an answer to my questions, the residents who saw me calmed down. Let's end this quickly. Then, let's this year's festival begin. No one must get injured. My declaration was answered with great cheers. Thank you, you're in good spirits. I was a little surprised. This year's festival consists of 3 parts. The content of each part is different from each other. The first part is children's division. As for what it is, it's an obstacle race. There are balance beam, vaulting box, and slope climbing. There are also common obstacles like net crawling and obstacles that need brain power like puzzles and riddles. There's also an obstacle that needs audience participation, which is impersonation. Its concept is to let everyone enjoy it. However, victory and defeat are also important, so it was decided that the participants must use their brain and muscle power to a certain extent. The centaur kids are generally strong. I thought they would find it hard to crawl under the net, but they unexpectedly advanced smoothly. The theme of impersonation is decided by lottery. They can only rely on luck on that part. Anyone can guess who they are impersonating, but usually, it is the parents or people of the same race who are answering from the audience. A whirlpool of laughter and confusion arise. That hatchling there, is it really difficult to impersonate a chicken? That harpy there, is lion that hard? Father, I hate you. It was a child who got angry because his father doesn't get his impersonation. I know how you feel, but don't say something like that. Your father is crying. I should go to the answering seat? Run. I'm Alfred's pair. All right, let's show them our father and son bond. Alfred's eyes are cold. No, I got the correct answer, but I made a mistake for about 5 times. It is because next to us are the Tysel and Tyr pair. Tyr only answered once. I'm sorry. Also, what is the clay doll Earth doing there? Ah, he doesn't know what Ursa is impersonating, so he got depressed when he was replaced with Hakurin halfway. No, I think you did your best. The second part is for adults. It is a relay race. There are no obstacles and the race will be on a normal course. Teams are formed voluntarily. Most of them will participate in village-to-village battle or race-to-race matches. Naturally, the race difference hurdle is really high, but that won't be a problem. The reason is, a fast race will only compete with another fast race. If you'll win no matter what, what's the point of competing? The participating teams discussed, and the race was decided. In relay races, passing the baton is important, but some participants won't be able to do that because of their race. They are the Kuros and the Harpies. As an additional rule for them, it will be fine if they only touch instead of passing the baton. However, they must high-five forefoot to forefoot for the Kuros while wings to wings with the Harpies. The races were exciting. The race between the Minotaur team and the Titan team was slow but intense. The race between the Kuros team and the Centaur team, with the participation of the Horse team, was a close battle. The winner is the Centaur team. The Kuros took too much time with their high five. They find it difficult to do. The Horse team was Spiderlings riding horses. The Spiderlings hold and pass the baton while the horses run. However, there was a bit of disadvantage along the way, which I think is a major reason for losing. The Horse team would have won if the fast female unicorn was able to participate. It wasn't able to participate due to being pregnant. Yeah, of course. Even if she wants to participate, we won't let her. As long as you are motivated, you can participate as many times as you want. Participating in a row is prohibited, but it is okay for a race to participate in a row, so various teams were created. There was a race that stood out. It is a 5-team battle led by the Demon King, Beazle, Glatz, Randon, and Hu. In order to start the race, a team must have 8 members and of course, they should be able to run. Hence, I decided to join the Demon King's team. The boos from other teams are terrible. You shouldn't. I'm not even fast to begin with. So it is not me that they booed, but the fact that it will be easier for the team to gather members now. I see. An Inferno Wolf joined the Demon King's team, and it is Uno. He's fully motivated. The Spiderlings and the Centaurs of our team are fast too. Ah, Jurar, Ere? Oh, you're late. You came from Gyuraru's impersonation. Ah, I wasn't able to see it. That's cute for sure. So Jurar should be fast. Good. The Demon King thinks he has already won, while I'm thinking how not to drag the team down. Pressure. And the result, Beazle's team won. Demon King's team was third. I'm not the only handicap, the Demon King too. I'm good at short distance moving. It will only take a moment, but I'm not good at running at moderate distance. The other teams did their best to win too. Well, it was fun, so I have no complaints. The third part is voluntary participation. The competition is Bon Odori. This is an ordinary Bon festival dance with no one winning or losing. It is my suggestion. It was hard to explain. We're going to dance in a circle, and then dance around it. Is everyone going to do the same choreography? The music is mainly centered on drums and songs, understood. It was not easy to convey it with words. They finally managed to somehow get it when I demonstrated at the Yagura. The residents of Big Tree Village now have some understanding regarding Bon Odori. For the time being, as a sample, it started with only the residents of Big Tree Village as participants. Seeing all the participants dancing together is simply beautiful. I originally planned to beat the drum on the Yagura, but for some reason, I'm standing on the Yagura. I wonder why. I can't oppose them when they say that it'll be smoother. Also, I was forced to dance. Let's do our best. The music is slightly unique, but I don't have any complaints. Though it is a little different from the Bon Odori I thought of, I'm still satisfied. The sun went down. Bon Odori will be performed all night as long as there are participants. Because of that, the after-festival banquet has started. Don't dance till you drop. Please take a rest if you need to. The musicians and singers should take turns to rest too. Yes, the children will be participating, so leave space for them. Surprisingly, it seems like people find it easier to participate after getting drunk. Those who were initially reluctant are also starting to participate. The choreography is not so difficult. There are now 3 rings surrounding the Yagura. Yeah, the Demon King dancing is not conspicuous. As for Doors, Juror, and Ghost Knight, they have their own choreography. No problem. I watch the Kuros and the Spiderlings create the fourth circle. You guys are participating too. The Kuros' dance is unique. Why are they jumping? Well, I don't mind. What's important is to feel good. The Spiderlings' dance is also unique. Ha ha ha. You're lovely. By the way, when will I be able to get off the Yagura? Chapter 322. Break. Cat, Jewel. The kittens of those two, Meal, Rel, Yule, and Gale. Presently, there are 6 cats in the mansion. The places where those 6 cats play around is so much that you might not think of them as cats. In addition to the mansion and the garden, they even go to the fruit area in the north, the inn in the residential area at the south, the ranch area in the east, and the bath of the residential area in the west. However, Jewel rarely leaves the mansion. She only leaves to pick the kittens up. As for Cat, his behavior pattern has already been determined, so we can identify his whereabouts with time and temperature. The problem is the 4 kittens. Although I call them kittens, a year has passed since they were born, and their body is almost similar to an adult cat. Using that body of theirs, they act like ghost gods. Idiomatic expression, which means appearing in unexpected places and at unexpected times. Why do they even appear in those places? There were times where they walked on the edge of the bathtub in the bath, or on the roof of the inn, and they even rode the cows in ranch area. Are they not worried of being crushed by cows? Well, these 4 kittens, they are usually quiet. Even if they are rampaging, they won't dare do it in the mansion. It is not because of me, but it might have something to do with Anne. They don't listen to me, but they listen to what Anne says. If I call them, they will sometimes ignore me, but if Anne calls them, they will reply. Perhaps it is because she's the one feeding them. For the kittens, Anne might be on a stage higher than me. I don't have complaints, though. The 4 of them will never go wild in Anne's room. Yeah, smart. Those 4 went wild in my room when I was not there because of the festival. Fortunately, a few spiderlings remained on guard, so the damage was small. The carpet was in tatters. When I went back to my room, the 4 kittens were tied up with web. It restricted their movement, and they were asking for help by squealing in pitiful voices. What happened? For the time being, let's praise the spiderlings that stopped them. When I released the 4 of them, Meal confronted me. She's angry that I did not help them earlier. Rail reflected and cuddles me. Yule went to the center of my bed as if nothing happened. Gale attacks the tattered carpet further. You still want to attack it? Now, she stops. I'm sorry for not being able to accompany you because of the festival, but can you behave yourself a little more? By the way, these kittens never approach the children's room. We can't spoil them too much. By the way, they are not scared of the children. They are scared of the mothers. They are certainly scary when they're angry. Yule, can you stop attacking me? I only picked up the carpet. Meal, I know you're angry, but don't put your claws on my head. Should I get a little more angry? When I thought so, Gale stopped attacking me, and Meal no longer took out her claws. The cat's instinct is terrifying. This might be too sweet of me, but I'm also doing it to relieve my stress. First, let's get the filing board and file their nails. If it is not a moderately soft wood, it won't work. The kittens don't sharpen their claws on the pillars of the mansion. The kitten's favorite is the pieces of wood purchased for Village 5. I cut them to a suitable size and put it fixed someplace. The latest one I made is tattered to the extent that you can no longer tell what it was. Let's replace it with a new one. They won't use it immediately, but it will be full of scratches in a few days. Next, cleaning the kitten's toilet. The kitten's toilet is not a slime toilet, but a litter box with sand. Cleaning the toilet involves dumping the sand along with the poop and replenishing it with new sand. Also, the area around it is dusty and dirty, so it should be cleaned up. On normal days, this is the Oni maid's responsibility, but they are tired because of the festival. I'll be the one who'll do it today. There are 3 cat toilets. They are all shared by Cat, Jewel, and the kittens. Let's do this. That aside, the cats are nifty in using toilets. They properly wash their hands, feet after using it. Clever. Now, next is bath. All 4 give off the sign of rejection. Cat takes a bath obediently. After that, grooming. I comb Cat's hair using an iron brush gut made. Are you wary because this is the first time you've seen this? It's all right. The tips of the brush are rounded. All right, who's next? From the 4 little creatures in line, 3 steps back. The only one left is Yule. You are good, Yule, ha ha ha, don't worry. The others will take a bath too. It was a day of frolicking with the kittens. There was also tension after the festival. Did some go a little too far? The 4 kittens are sleeping with tired faces. I'm presently grooming the Jewel cat Jewel that came to pick up the kittens. This iron brush is a success. I'll ask Gut to make a few more. I'll also ask him to make a brush for the Kuros. While I was brushing the Jewel cat Jewel, she looked really comfortable, which made the Kuros look at her enviously. I'm done with Jewel, so I'll pat you now. When I said that, the spiderlings came down from the ceiling one after another. No, isn't patting you considered as overdoing it? I'm shocked by their gesture. Don't cry, I'm sorry. I only spoil the mischievous kittens. I won't only pat you, I'll also play with you later. Oh, the Kuros reacted to the word play. And now they are looking at me with expecting eyes. All right, let's all play tomorrow. As for today, I'll only pat you. Oh, Jewel, don't get mad. I'm sorry for making you a hand rest. You're my number one. HNN. By chance, is that Alfred watching me at the door? Tysel is also there, and their eyes seem to be saying something. Of course, you two are my number one. It was good that I cultivated the fields before the festival. I have time. Do your best, me. Chapter 323. Village 5's alcohol situation. I'm a man who runs a bar in Village 5. My name does not matter. That's not what I want to talk about. I'm in a pinch now. The cause of it is the Village 5 festival that was held a while ago. That time, a delicious alcohol of unknown origin was sold. It was very delicious. The superb alcohol that I've been drinking up to now can be considered as ditch water. It was also sold at a cheap price. At that time, I did not think of anything else because I was so drunk drinking that delicious alcohol. It was only after the festival that I awakened from my drunkenness. To those who tasted that alcohol, everything else has now become ditch water. No, even this alcohol is not delicious enough. This was satisfying until a while ago. My voice, which is full of emptiness, echoes across this deserted bar. This is not good, it is unpalatable. What's wrong is that I can't even fool myself. I need to be honest with myself. I want to drink that alcohol. I checked all the alcohol wholesalers, big and small, in Village 5. However, they don't have it. And it seems like they are looking for the supplier too. The only one who had a positive response was Goron Company. However, it is not available in their branch here in Village 5, but in their head office in Shashato City. Unfortunately, it is currently out of stock. There's also no exact date for the next arrival. Should I give up? No, I will not give up. I can't give up. I need that alcohol. What do I do then? Go to the Goron Company head office in Shashato City and ask for the information about the supplier. There is no way they'll tell me. For a company, there's no merit in telling a customer about the information of the supplier. On the contrary, there are a lot of demerits. Ah, what should I do now? Dodza? Or should I close my bar and join Goron Company? Agugu. I'm in trouble. When I was worrying, Yauko-sama, the acting village chief of Village 5, issued an announcement. The content is, a small amount of alcohol served at the festival will be sold at a low price. Ooh, Sasuga Yauko-sama. She fulfills the wishes of the villagers. The top of the small mountain where Village 5 is located. The venue where the alcohol would be sold is overflowing with people. Why? Why are the other shop owners that sell alcohol here too? I have never seen every shop owner in one place. No, not only the shop owners, but even common residents are here too. Right. According to the notice, the amount you could buy is limited, but it did not specify who could buy. Is this Yauko-sama's carelessness? No, it's not. Wholesalers, please gather on the west, retailers at the center, and all others to the east. I see, she already anticipated the movement of the general public. Indeed, the amount of alcohol a wholesaler, a retailer, and a normal citizen would buy is quite different. It seems like she already anticipated that area. I can't complain if she wants to sell to the wholesalers, but I wish she wouldn't sell some to the general public. I'm a retailer, so I head to the center. The staff explained to the retailers gathered at the center how to handle the alcohol first. The way of handling is the same as other alcohol is handled. It's not difficult. They also said that we can freely sell them if we want. However, the staff recommended us to treat it as a premium and not sell it to the general public. I wondered why, but soon found out the reason. The amount to be sold is small. perhaps all they'll sell to us are the barrels of alcohol behind the staff. However, if you divide the number of barrels to the number of retailers here, not everyone will have one. With that amount, it will likely be consumed immediately if sold to the public. What surprised me was the price. It was 300 times more expensive than it was at the festival. As expected, there are complaints. Shouldn't it be cheaper if sold wholesale? According to the notice, it will be sold at a low price. Those are the voices of other retailers. I thought of saying something too, but I did not dare because Yauko-sama came. You guys, the fact that you came here must have been because you tasted it at the festival. Is this alcohol expensive at this price, or do you think it is cheap? When she said that, we were embarrassed. Certainly, it's the finest alcohol. Even if its price is 300 times more compared to its price during the festival, it is still cheap. At the festival, it was only sold cheaply because of the village chief. This alcohol was also prepared by the village chief. If you have any complaints, leave this place. Not a single person left. I obtained alcohol. It was a big expenditure, but just having this alcohol at hand put my heart at ease. As recommended, I'll use it as a premium when there's an event. However, thinking of my bar, I remembered that I don't have any decent alcohol to sell. The alcohols I have are no longer popular. Assuming that everyone now has 10 serving of festival alcohol, no one would dare drink my alcohol who no longer has appeal. At the very least, I want 1 to 3 appealing alcohols. My big problem. Yauko-sama solved it. Although not as good as the festival alcohol, we also prepared alcohol with a decent taste. Sampling is permitted. If you want to try, you can ask the staff. Decent taste alcohol, so that's how it is. It really has a decent taste. However, if you compare it with all the alcohols I've tasted in the past, it is incomparable. They say this alcohol can also be used for cooking. At the same time, on the east side, a fierce draw lots had begun. The staff realized that it is impossible to sell to everyone who gathered there. Only those who win the draw lots can drink a small cup on the spot, free of charge. Screams of joy echo. On the west side, the wholesalers had begun an auction. Every barrel has a sky-high price. Goron Company is terrible. It's like they're beating everyone with silver coins. However, given that price, it will be difficult for any retailer to buy. They are probably planning to sell it outside. Several wholesalers group together and bid off at a high price. Don't do it. With that price, you can even buy my store. Will you be all right? You're going to drink them yourself. They look overjoyed, so I guess there's no problem. Meanwhile, I'm someone who runs a restaurant in Village 5. My name does not matter. I'm in a pinch now. The cause of it is the Village 5 festival that was held a while ago. The dishes served there were too delicious. Chapter 324. Village 5's Industrial Development Plan 1. I attended an informal meeting at Yauko's mansion in Village 5. The participants are acting village chief of Village 5 Yauko, Elder Dwarf Donovan, High Elf Rhea, Beastkin Gut, 2 civil servant girls, and the first in command in civil affairs of Village 5 Lock. There are also the 2 former 4 heavenly kings, Tree King, Bow King, Michael-san, Michael-san's son Marin, and the present 4 heavenly kings Beazle. A total of 15 participants. The agenda is Village 5's Industrial Development Plan. In the beginning, I, Yauko, and the civil servant girls are the only ones doing this, but we lack information. Especially that we don't have that much knowledge with the subject. It will be hard for us to give orders with our unreliable knowledge, so we decided to increase the participants. I can only thank Michael-san, Marin, and Beazle for joining us in every meeting. The meeting is at a large round table. One of the civil servant girls takes charge as the chairperson. The problem of alcohol, which has been a concern for a while, is now being resolved. We would like to thank Michael-sama of Goron Company for this. Thank you very much. No, we also profit because of it. No need to thank us. Michael-san drinks tea as he declines. The problem is how should we distribute the alcohol from Big Tree Village to Village 5? If it is a village under my control, I want it to be able to drink it freely like other villages. But its population is too big. In addition, villagers from Village 1, Village 2, Village Tree, and Village 4, along with the villagers from Big Tree, Village expressed their opinion that it is appropriate to treat Village 5 differently. Though I don't like it personally, I decided to treat it differently. Yeah, I don't want to be told to carry 1,000,000 people on my shoulder. I'm glad that Yauko was there to share the burden. I strayed away. Before sending alcohol in Village 5, we have to grade the alcohols made by Big Tree Village first. Wine, distilled alcohol, fruit wine, rice wine, beer. Currently, there are a wide variety of alcohols made under Donovan's control. Even if they are the same kind of alcohol, they can't be treated the same because both their raw material and degree of completeness are different. Therefore, I asked him to give grades to each type of alcohol. Do you want me to grade theme with deliciousness? I shook my head at Donovan's question. We'll use that later. First of all is the difficulty of production. I want you to grade them with productivity first. There are 3 grades: high productivity, average, and low. We didn't name them as first, second, and third grade, or some might misinterpret it as first should be the best. We grade them as mountain, forest, and tree instead. Mountain for highly productive, forest for average, and tree for low. I see. I would like to further subdivide them, but let's go with this for now. You don't need to grade every alcohol. You only need to grade those we are going to sell. I understand. In that way, the alcohol for sale was graded. Let's return to the problem of how should we distribute the alcohol from Big Tree Village to Village 5. It has become a talk of selling alcohol to Village 5. Now, the problem has become the price. Currently, we have a sales contract with Michaelson and Beazle. Even if we sell alcohol to Village 5 at the same price as I sell with the 2 of them, it will not be easy to buy. Then, lower the price. When I made that proposal, Beazle and Michaelson replied as if they were in trouble. The alcohol purchased from Big Tree Village is mainly used as presents to nobles. They don't want its value to go down. After that, the 2 decided to attend the meeting. The 2 of them insist that the value of alcohol must not be diminished. It is okay to sell them cheaply in Village 5, but what if a merchant buys it from there, then sells it to another place? I thought that the 2 of them only wanted to stop another business rival, but I was wrong. They will surely lower the quality of alcohol by diluting it. I don't want to drink something diluted. So that's how it is, diluting, huh? However, this is inevitable no matter what approach we have in mind. Merchants will sell it as high as possible. The first step in that is quantity deception. Do we have any measure against that? Yauko answered my question. Let's dilute it here, change its brand, and sell it. I thought her proposal was a brilliant idea, but Donovan didn't look good. Yauko followed up. I used the wrong term. What I mean is mix it with alcohol from here. Moo. That's normal practice. It is common for each village to make alcohol of their own, then mix it with other alcohol to make it better. When I looked at Michaelson, he nodded. Beazle nodded too. Because we're going to use that method, the village will only be paid not with the quality of wine but with the cost of overall production. That's also normal practice. I see. Maybe this is the reason why alcohol doesn't taste good outside of Big Tree Village. If it is delicious but not appreciated, no one will make an effort. Other than Big Tree Village, delicious alcohol is either self-produced or protected by feudal lord nobles. They won't allow any other wine to be mixed with theirs. However, compared to theirs, the alcohol from Big Tree Village is too good. So Yauko-sama's suggestion is to mix alcohol from Big Tree Village to alcohol from the Demon King's kingdom. The amount will increase, and it will not be too bad. Wait. Donovan clearly disagrees with Yauko's proposal. I don't mind if a good alcohol is mixed with another good alcohol. I also don't care if an unpalatable alcohol is mixed with another unpalatable alcohol. However, I will not stand by if a good alcohol is mixed with an unpalatable one. Then, do you have any alternative? We'll only mix alcohols from Big Tree Village. I'll take care of it. That's what happened. It was early spring at that time. Mountain-grade alcohols were used to produce Village 5's alcohol and Village 5's alcohol alternative. They are types of wines. Considering the crops cultivated in Big Tree Village, that's the natural result. There are 2 kinds because Donovan struggled to make decisions on productivity and taste. Village 5's alcohol is highly productive, but the taste is not good. Village 5's alcohol alternative is average in productivity, and the taste is average too. That alcohol was sold cheaply at Village 5's festival. If many people are already familiar with the taste of that alcohol, it will prevent others to dilute it or mix it with other alcohol. That's Donovan's proposal. I originally intended to give it away for free, but it was recommended to charge a little when distributing alcohol. If not, it will interfere with businesses connected to alcohol business. True, 1 small cup for 1 medium copper coin. The amount to be distributed was also limited. Thus, Village 5's alcohol alternative was sold. This is the first step in solving the alcohol problem of Village 5. The second step is to start selling alcohol to those who will ask for Village 5's alcohol alternative after the festival. Village 5's alcohol alternative will be sold in small quantities. At the same time, Village 5's alcohol will be sold. With this, the amount of alcohol distributed in Village 5 will be manageable. In addition to Village 5's alcohol and Village 5's alcohol alternative, people can buy alcohol from other sources, so I don't think there will be dissatisfaction because of shortage of alcohol. At the time, Michael-san suggested one trick. The selling method for the suppliers should be an auction. Michael-san's Goron company will bid at a certain high price. I was wondering why he suggested that, but it seems like he's planning to make that certain high price as the standard price of the alcohol. If others compete for more than that, the Goron company will withdraw. It's really a trick. Or so I thought. It seems like it is normal practice. Well, if everyone who participates in the auction cooperates, they can buy it at the lowest price. The development of the legal system in this place is not that good, so it is unavoidable. I see. Once those steps are done, it will be just selling alcohol from Big Tree Village. The third step will start by then. That is, brewing alcohol in Village 5. The funds will come from the sales of Village 5's alcohol and Village 5's alcohol alternative. Once Village 5's alcohol and Village 5's alcohol alternative is known, we will recommend Village 5 to brew it themselves. In this aspect, Donovan's cooperation is necessary. He hopes that in the future, they'll be able to produce true Village 5's alcohol, which is a mixture of Big Tree Village's alcohol and Village 5's locally brewed alcohol. Have Village 5's produce them themselves, there will certainly be problems in the future. The third step is in the future too. For the time being, let's make sure that the second step is smooth. Chapter 325. Northside Society. My name is Regabo. I'm the one who controls the north side of Village 5 from the shadow. Village 5 is a town on a small mountain. Yeah, it doesn't look like a village at all. The north side, where the village is not popular because of poor sunlight. Then, it would be good to gather stores that don't care about the sun. With the instruction from the acting village chief Sama, the night shops were gathered at the north side of Village 5. Those stores are mainly brothels and casinos. If there are such establishments, taverns and inns will open near them. It became lively in no time. Among men, going north is now used as a figure of speech for playing with girls. My store is also one of the shops that make up the north side. I run a bar and a brothel. I run a similar business from a town in the west, but my shop was burned because of the war with humans. After that, I traveled around the country with women who had no choice but to go with me. Every day is difficult. I'm really glad when I heard about Village 5 and decided to go there. I never thought that I would be able to open a store again. I can't raise my head against acting village head Sama. It is both literally and figuratively. She's a really scary person. I've already met people like village chiefs, town mayors, feudal lords, and even fierce people who work behind the scene which are scary enough to make children cry at a glance. I know that she's the type of person you can't make eye contact with. I only need to bow and wait for orders. That's what my instinct has been whispering to me. Was my attitude good or bad? I was chosen as a member of a group who will manage the north side of Village 5. Aside from me, there are 9 others. Northside Society. It is an organization that voluntarily governs the north side of Village 5, and not an organization that will give our shop benefits. Acting Village Chief Sama did not say anything difficult. Supervise that place and make sure it won't do the village harm. That's it. If you are dealing with night business related to alcohol and women, of course, trouble will surely come. Violent drunkards, fights between customers and women, money problems, etc. are normal occurrences. Rip-off, frauds, buying and selling suspicious drugs, and in some cases, trades of illegal goods. In order for those kinds of trouble to not become big, each store and clearly monitor them. Those malicious stores will be warned. When they disregard warnings, we are supposed to contact the guards. So far, a number of stores have already been destroyed. If you don't do anything stupid in Village 5, you are sure to profit. At one point, a proposal was made at the North Side Society meeting. We are to decide who's going to be the representative. Until now, we are acting as a council. However, we, members of the North Side Society, are also business rivals. There were many times where we couldn't advance in a meeting because it conflicts with someone's benefits. In addition, it is difficult for all 10 to be always present. Therefore, it was proposed to concentrate the power of the North Side Society on its new leader. The remaining 9 will act as watchdogs of the representative. I thought it was not a bad idea. To be honest, the work of the North Side Society is hard. Not only we had to manage our own businesses, but we also must pay attention to the whole North Side. There are a lot of worries too. I think it will be great if I can be a watchdog. Wait, what is the acting village chief Sama's opinion regarding this matter? Won't there be a problem if we decide something like this without permission? What? She said we are free to manage things here as we want? All right, there's no problem then. I'm in favor of deciding a representative. Other members also agree. After all, it's hard. The representative will be decided by lottery. There is no injustice in lottery. We examined it over and over again. Why me? I can't help but hold my hand. The other members around tapped me on my shoulders. Can't you take my place? They escaped. For the time being, the term of office is only 1 year because it is only a trial. Since it has come to this, I'll end my term without trouble. Currently, the North Side Society employs about 50 people. Their purpose is to solve trouble and gather information. Only 50. Though they are recommended by each member, they are mainly children and retired married women. They are not suitable for solving problems or collecting information related to night business. Though they give their best, they are not strong enough. Physically, I mean. Why don't men come to our recruitments? No, it's not like we're publicly recruiting. Given the current situation, even I have to look around when I'm free. I gave out a big sigh. I have no choice but to scout myself. Look, there's a good guy there, a man in his 20s. While many shops are closed during the day, he is wandering around. Is this his first time coming here? It is not unusual. Travelers and new residents come once they hear the rumors about the North Side. Umu. In other words, his face is not known around here yet. To discover such a man, I want to scout him as my subordinate. Scouting is easy. Let's invite him to my store and have a conversation with him. I will not threaten him. We'll just talk while he's receiving this service. Ma, I'll arrange my shops number 1 and number 2 for him. Fufufu. I won't miss. The man I scouted was the village chief. Though he looks like the second son of your friendly neighborhood farmer, he's Village 5's village chief. Even acting village chief Sama can only bow before the village chief. I'm finished. That's what I thought, but words of praise came out from the village chief's mouth. I will continue to ask you to keep Village 5 safe. Ooh, how generous. Thank you very much. However, village chief, why are you alone in a place like that? No, which kind of woman do you prefer? I'll bring her to you immediately. I had my girls sit to his left and right immediately. You'll decline? I look at the village chief. He is smiling, but his eyes have a firm intent of rejection. Well, this is impossible. It's disappointing, but let's give up. An extra ambition will burn the favor. It's enough to hear his words. I couldn't leave the acting village chief's mansion. I'm surrounded by several women. What's this? They're not seducing me. I can even feel bloodlust. You brought village chief into that store. Ho-hui. So, what kind of girl did village chief show his interest to? Talk in detail. My name is Regabo. I'm the one who controls the north side of Village 5 from the shadow. My term is 1 year, but I hope it ends as soon as possible. Or wait for a watchdog to resign. Chapter 326. Village 5's Industrial Development Plan 2. The meeting continues. By gathering the night shops on the north side, security has been restored to some extent. They also have a good reputation with the residents. A night shop is a sex shop. According to Yaoko's instruction, it seems they have been brought together on the north slope. I think it's a good idea. However, there are complaints from the stores about the ban on collars. The ban on collars is my suggestion. I don't mind if they only call for customers, but half of them were forcibly brought into the shop. And of course, I suggested for them to stop doing that. Now they are dissatisfied. If there's no caller, the customers won't know what kind of shop they are. I see, right. They are night shops, so there's no rule about how they look. From the appearance of the store, it will be difficult to know whether it is a store where you can play with girls or not. Only a few people can read characters, so that's why there are callers. It looks like callers are really necessary. I apologize for my proposal. Wait, should signboards be only letters? There are signboards with pictures or even carvings. There are even three-dimensional signboards made of metal. The painters, sculptors, and blacksmiths are too busy to make signboards. Yes, I apologize. For the time being, the talk has been settled by handing out shop-type display signboards prepared in Village 5. All the artisans are busy, so they can't spare time in creating signboards, so who'll make those shop-type display signboards? Me, that's right, me. Tavern. Sex shop. Tavern and sex shop. Casino. The design is not elaborate, and with my skill in the aft, I can carve one in less than 5 minutes. Is it okay for me to create 20 pieces for each type? Thinking about spares, that should be 100 pieces. When it comes to sex shops, I won't be surprised if the need is around 200. The occupation of the residents of Village 5, isn't it swaying too much on that side? Well, I guess they are the kind of people who easily relocate from one village to another. In any case, I should stop making signboards. I'll ask Gut to make a branding iron instead. All I need to do after that is prepare boards for branding. If that is the case, then my work won't take an hour. However, it should be noted that this is not a business permit, but a substitute until their official signboard comes. I want this to be thorough. Speaking of the north side, there's Regabo. He is the man who manages the night shops of Village 5 according to Yaoko's introduction. However, I could only see him as an uncle from an ordinary shop. He even mistakenly scouted me when he thought I'm a normal citizen. You can say that he is similar to me. That time was really surprising. When I came to Village 5 to deliver goods, I was suddenly drawn by a cat's cry and went to the north side. My purpose is not to play with that cat. I thought that maybe I could find a partner for the kittens there. Unfortunately, it was a female cat. After that, the high elves who had come together with me as my guards warned me politely with a smile. They were scary. By the way, starting that day, it has become popular to wear cat ears in Big Tree Village for some reason. The beastkins' faces are complicated. On the south side, there is a street full of shops and it's really crowded. The problem on that place is price is on the rise. That happens because the supply is unable to keep up with the demand. With the lead by the Goron Company, measures have already been taken and it is expected to settle down this summer. Also, 5kun is popular to sue. Goods related to him are being marketed without permission. 5kun, he is Village 5's mascot that I proposed. Coolness of a character is dependent on each individual's reference, so we made him a loose character, which is loved by everyone. It was hard to explain Zabuton when I asked her to make it. It has come a long way from the first prototype, which looks like someone wearing bare fur. Though there was no problem with the function of the costume, we had trouble with the design. High elves, beastkins, and even Oni participated in a big decisive battle. It was really serious. Even the name has caused a lot of trouble until it was finally decided to call it 5kun. For me, there's no difference whether you call it 5kun or 5san. At the beginning of his debut in Village 5, everyone was wary of him thinking he's a new kind of monster, but he was accepted over time. It was really good that it conducted hero shows as acknowledgement activity. He's gaining popularity not only with children, but also with adults. Ursa, Gyuraru, and Alfred were very excited at its performance during the Village 5's festival. I'm satisfied with its success, but I'm not that positive about making goods without our permission. However, there's no concept of copyright, so it can't be helped. Do you want a crackdown? No, leave it alone. This is also a proof of popularity. However, warn the shops verbally about overcharging prices in selling inferior quality goods. As you wish. Also, we have received numbers of requests from several companies to increase the number of 5kun. Currently, there are 3 costumes of 5kun, but only one is active. It is a rule that I decided. There is only one 5-kun. Increasing its number is rejected. If there's only one 5-kun, what if a shop prepare one? Spare no one, I will not forgive a fake 5-kun. Take over when it comes out. Village chief, how about sending 5-kun to Shashato City for a visit? That was Michael-san. He might go in the future, but he'll stay in Village 5 for now. Since it is Shashato City, why don't you create your own character instead of relying on 5-kun? There's a governor there. I can't make a mascot of Shashato City on my own. Why does it have to be related to the city? You can make a mascot for your Goron company and call it Goro-kun or Goro-chan. When I said that, Michael-san and Marin, who's next to him, looked at each other. You haven't thought of that. However, it will be difficult for the mascot to be accepted. There was a time when the now popular 5-kun was treated violently by the children. Do your best on that. How about the costume? We can make you one, but give us the design. We'll take care of the production, but the Goron company should design it on their own. I don't want to experience another big decisive battle in a while. The meeting is still ongoing. Chapter 327. Village 5's Industrial Development Plan 3. Though there's break in between, the meeting continues. Farming is minimal in Village 5, but we were able to secure farmland now. Full-scale farming is expected to begin next year. This year will be dedicated in making farmland. Normal course of action. There's no problem with that. No, there is a problem. The self-sufficiency of Village 5 is considerably low. It has to procure food outside, so the Goron company needs to deal with that. Since it is a food situation, I want to improve it immediately, but there is nothing I can do about it. Making farmable land is important. How about using dungeon potatoes? After it withers, won't it become good fertilizer? Oh, you're already doing it. My apologies. Livestock raising of cows, sheep, goats, pigs, and chickens have started in full scale. Though there's no problem with breeding, it will still take several years before it is supplied to Village 5. This is also natural. They are living things. For the time being, we plan to cover it by purchasing outside, in addition to the meat of monsters and demon beasts the adventurers have hunted. Purchasing outside, even in this, we have to burden Goron company. I'm sorry. I said my apologies, but Michael-san said it's all right since they are making money from it. Thank you. Now, what's the problem with the adventurers? There are no longer any monsters or demon beasts near Village 5. It is all according to Plan Dessous. Now, they are hunting in a place in the north which is 6 hours from here. They are bringing meat from there. No, we have set up a temporary purchasing office there. We are trying to secure the quantity of meat needed by Village 5, by dismantling them there before transporting it here. The adventurers are asking us to build a restaurant, a tavern, and an inn near the temporary purchasing office. I don't know about that temporary purchasing office, but I know what the adventurers want. I heard that they demand a place where they can safely eat and stay in the forest. I heard that from Gulf, Daga, and Pirika. For the time being, the solution I thought of is a camping coach. It is impossible to pack a restaurant, a tavern, and an inn in one. We divided them. In order to decrease the number of horses, we downsized them. Cooking carriage is an equipped cooking facility. The following food carriage and water carriage can be used as dining rooms. A tavern carriage that mainly sells alcohol. The carriage is not where the customers would drink. It is especially designed to make sure that no alcohol will fall. If you want a drink, don't do it inside the carriage. And last one, a private carriage equipped with bed where 2 people can stay. One won't be enough, so we prepared 10 of them. I understand that it still won't be enough given the number of adventurers, but we can't afford to prepare a lot. For everyone else, a carriage full of camping tents and equipment for camp is prepared. There's also a shower carriage where they could take shower. Please make do with these. Water and food wagon is necessary, so we prepared 20 of them in total. We managed to prepare them all. The mountain elves worked hard. It will be embarrassing if it became problematic when used in a forest with monsters and demon beasts. Because of that, we are experimenting on it at Village 5. Gulf, Daga, Pirika, and Pirika's fellow disciples will give their impressions later. After making improvements based on their impressions, we will officially adopt it. With this, we will be of help even a little to the adventurers who are getting rid of monsters and demon beasts. We are thankful for it and also for securing meat. However, in terms of food security, we can only rely on Goron company. This is a freshly made village, so it can't be helped. Come to think of it, is it really okay? What is it? Michael-san answers my doubt. Other areas may have had food shortages not too long ago. Who, one of the Demon Kingdom's 4 heavenly kings, carried out farmland remodeling using dungeon potatoes in various places that saved those areas with food shortage. But they just got out of food shortage, won't they be reluctant to sell? Won't the price be too steep? That's not true. Farm villages and merchants who saw the effect of dungeon potatoes are worried that the price would crumble after this year's harvest. They are already selling them now. So that's how it is. Even if the harvest is good, not everyone is happy. Thought-provoking. Well, the Demon King's kingdom is also moving so that the price won't crumble. Beazle nods to Michael-san's glance. Randon's stomach is probably aching already. Ha ha ha, I'll be nice to Randon next time I see him. But now that this happens, won't Big Tree Village's crops value decrease? No. The value of high-grade ingredients will still be high. People who can afford it are even competing for it. I still look forward in working with you again this year. Michael-san continues asking me to absolutely not decrease our production. You may even increase it, I'll buy it all. I'll think about it. Let's continue. Regarding diplomatic aspect, the 2 elves. Tree King and Bow King stand at the same time and bow toward me. Please let me report. I'm in charge of the west side of Village 5. All 17 elf villages scattered throughout the west have taken a written oath. There were some battles, but we crushed them. 6 people were injured, but no one died. I'm in charge of the east side of Village 5. 22 elf villages throughout the east made a written oath to obey Village 5. No battles have occurred there. As for the reason why, the dwarf Wanoshi has contacted them in advance. We're talking about diplomacy, right? Why is there a written oath? And why am I the only one who thinks something is wrong? When I looked at Yauko next to me, she nodded and confirmed what they said. Both of you did well. By the way, do you know any other place with hostile elves? Yauko, no, that's not what I meant. Diplomacy is all about trying to get along, isn't it? The elves can't negotiate unless they know who's in the upper or lower part of the hierarchy. Basically, making the other party below you. After hearing Yauko's explanation, I looked at Tree King and Bow King. I'm embarrassed to say, but it's true. As long as they know their place, they'll be obedient. If you think about it, is that the reason why the high elves are following Rhea? Looks like it. And the places where there might be hostile. Yes, they are far from here, so I think there will be no problem. But there is the famous Spear King of Jeeg Forest, Wind King of Gao Forest. And there is also a force that calls themselves as Elf Empire. Elf Empire. They are not on this continent, but it is a country of elves located on an island. I'm sorry, but I don't know anything else. Beazle continues for the Tree King. It is a large island located about 15 to 20 days of ship travel in the southwest direction of Shashato City. I hear that there are about 5,000 elves living there. It is not under the influence of the Demon King's kingdom. They are independent and don't really get involved with the outside world. If they don't want to get involved with the outside world, then let's leave it alone. Yeah, there's no need to prepare a warship. We won't invade them. What about the other 2 places? Northeast of Howling Village, I see. That's certainly far. Leave it alone too. Are, isn't that the place where the undead came from before? Is it related, or is it not? Let's ask Ancestor-san next time. Last but not the least, some requests from the residents of the village. Let's hear it. Because it is developing too much, there is a desire to call it a city and not a village. This is also the comments of travelers and merchants who came to the village. They said they were deceived. I didn't mean to deceive you. Village 5 is only a temporary name, but it was then adopted. It is unexpected that the village has grown to the size of a city. Well, if there are problems, let's change it. We can change it to City 5, but it is not necessary to focus on 5. If you have any idea of a city name, let's hear it. Yeah, no one said anything. Yauko raised her hand. Please. We had talked about it in the village council before. Hiraku City was popular. Are you fine with it? Rejected. As expected, I find it embarrassing to have a city named after me. If Yauko is okay with it, how about naming this place Yauko City? Sounds good, if you're not against. I'm more important. No, if we change Village 5's name, we'll have to rewrite all the oaths. That was the opinion of both Tree King and Bow King. Paperwork will increase like a mountain too. That's the opinion of the civil servant girls. I'm a man who plays safe. The summit will be Village 5, while the sides and the base of the mountain is City 5. To outsiders, Village 5 will be the place where government affairs are handled. Make sure to publicize it. With this, there won't be any problem. That's what I hope. After that, the meeting continued for some reason. It was already evening when it was over. I'm tired. Chapter 328. Wooden Beads Curtain. Thinking about the food and alcohol situation of Village 5, we decided to expand Big Tree Village's field a little. It's a bit late compared to other crops, so we can only harvest on them once this year. However, it is better than doing nothing. When I told Donovan that there would be more vineyards for alcohol, he gave me a detailed description of what to do. I don't really mind. Before starting, I talk with the Kuros, who will guard the field, and the Spiderlings and Beast Girls, who will be harvesting the field in the future. There's no point in expanding the field if we can't harvest them. There's no problem with the Kuros. The Spiderlings also waved their legs, saying they'll work hard. The Beast Girls are fine with it too, but pointed out another problem. There's not enough warehouse for the harvest. I'm glad I talked to them. In between the fieldwork, I play with the children. I thought about whether we should play outside, but put it down. In fact, I'm worried that girls like Ursa, Gyuraru, Nut, and Taisel are growing up wildly. I think that being energetic is good, but Nut's mother, Nashii, told me that she's already troubled. Because of that, we'll play girly games. I'm a man, so I don't know how to play girly games. Play house or something? No, who'll play who will be troublesome. Let's just ask them then. Of course, I won't make the mistake of asking Ursa or Gyuraru. Nut, what kind of indoor game do you want to play? Siege the castle. Yeah, I finally realized Nashiai's concern. How about playing house? I'll prepare some tools. Who the heck taught Nut the words siege the castle? I want to have a little talk with that person. Me, when we were in the treehouse. I see, I remember. Reflect me. By the way, Nut, hear this. Siege the castle can't be played indoors. It is also a battle. We've begun playing house. The soldiers are besieging the place where the rebels and the hostages are. No, I'm not dissatisfied with my role as a hostage, but I think the story should be more girly. Yeah, I'm doing some negotiations that a child can't do. Alfred and the Beast Boys are watching me and Ursa at a distance. Do you want to join us? You don't want to? No, my bad, but this is compulsory. Now participate as new hostages. The next day, Nashii told me that she's troubled. I'm sorry, I'll reflect. That thing from yesterday can't be called as playing house. I'll drag you all indoors today. Let's do some crafts. Hey, children, stop booing. Do not be upset. This is not work, it's a hobby, so you can consider it as playing. I'm not cheating. Look, you just have to put this string through the wooden beads that I prepared here. That's it. This is the finished product, a wooden bead curtain. There's an image formed on it. I've prepared various kinds of wooden beads, so you can even form an image by devising the order. You can make what you want no matter if it is an image or a pattern. All right, let's do it. Ursa is not interested in the chisel. It is good she's focused on working. Yeah, it's the correct answer, leaving the children alone. I don't have to influence them. Their individuality will appear on their own. Nut, isn't that quite lovely? Are you going to use it to decorate your room? It doesn't matter. But before that, show it to Nashii. If possible, tell her that you made it under my guidance. Why? Do not mind it. I just want to at least earn something positive. Alfred is pretty good too. Do you want to give it to Lou as a present? Good. Taisel, do you best until it's completed. You can make something small. It's important not to give up. Did Ursa complete hers? Yeah, it gives off this brilliantly aggressive feeling. Don't use this as a trap. It's not a weapon that you'll attach to a stick then swing it around. It's a normal curtain, okay? Gyuraru, was she helped by a spiderling? I don't really mind. If you give it to Jurar as a present, he'll be happy. For a while, wooden bead curtains became popular in each household. It is also a big thing when the parents see their children's works. In the old days, people seem to have used this as a method of communication. It was hard to keep the kittens from playing with it. Chapter 329. Hot summer day. Ria is on a business trip to Village 5. As for the reason, young male and female elves, who claim to be hostages, have gathered in a friendly elf village. They are about a little over 200. I thought we wouldn't need hostages, but Yauko judged that it was necessary. I was told that there was no other option for me but to accept them. They are labor force offered by each village. It seems like Village 5 needs to accept them and treat them with care. That would symbolize that we will take care of each village. Being a ruler is hard. No, Village Chief is doing something similar. The Minotaur and Centaur expatriates. I see. She convinced me with that. The over 200 elves will act under the leadership of Tree King and Bow King. Originally, they should be under the leadership of he, who's the first in command in military affairs of Village 5, but they can't be treated as vassals immediately. While they are waiting for the right time to be vassals, they'll be under Tree King and Bow King. Each elf village also varies in size, so there is a hierarchy among them too. It will be a problem if we ignore them, and it will also be a problem if we treat them equally. In addition, because of the character of the elves, it is difficult for them to work together with other races. We were left with the option of gathering the elves and have them work on their own. The two, Tree King and Bow King, proposed that they should be put under them. However, the more than 200 elf hostages repulsed that idea. You want to lead us, just you. It was quite bloody since they are here to represent their own villages. Silence, we are already standing on the top you were born. Neither Tree King and Bow King won't back down either. This has become a trouble, double trouble. Though they did not fight physically, ugly taunts flared up. Unfortunately, I'm also there. I was asked to welcome the elves. I am accompanied by several high elves including Rhea. Rhea, what are? A straight-up solution. They politely beat them one by one to silence them. Tree King and Bow King were also beaten up to silence too. Village Chief, please give us instructions. Well, for the time being, it would be great if you, of the same race, group together. I adopted the proposal of Tree King and Bow King. And so, there are now over 200 elves under that command of Tree King and Bow King. I cannot permit their idiotic manner earlier. Village Chief, let me train them to the point they are willing to die for Village 5. That time, Rhea's training camp started. I'm not sure why she suddenly decided to do so, but she secretly told me afterward. By giving them the same training, they'll form a sense of solidarity that will enhance their cooperation. So that's how it is. It seems like Tree King and Bow King will also participate. Today is Rhea's 5th business trip to Village 5. According to the report, there's no problem. Is there really no problem? When one of Pirika's fellow disciples saw Rhea's training camp, he said that he reflected since their training can only be called sweet in comparison. I've also received reports of elves sending SOS in various places. I'm not someone who likes to poke others' business. Let's believe in Rhea. It's getting hot, so the pool is very popular. However, it will be hard to go to the pool if you don't have time. I, who had a few jobs, was doing some paperwork at my mansion and not in the pool. It is comfortable because there's a device that blows out cool air. Something is slightly different. I stop the device that blows out cool air and open the window. I put a big wooden basin under the desk and pour some water. Then I took off my shoes, roll the hem of my pants, and put my feet there. Yeah, feels great. It is not cold water, but it is cool enough, and this also makes the atmosphere different. Wine slime, don't jump in. Anne will get angry if the floor gets wet. My pants got wet. Don't swim in a narrow basin. Moo, don't sprinkle water on the documents. 30 minutes later, Anne got angry at me even though I wiped the floor properly. Perhaps it is because there is a water-filled basin in the room, and the wine slime and the spiderlings are swimming on it. They were told to go to the pool. Cat will run away if I try to do something with it. On the other hand, when I'm busy, he'll stay around. Or maybe I'm just thinking it like that. On the contrary, the dogs, or rather, the Kuros will do their best when I try to do something. Therefore, I don't do anything with them with a half-hearted attitude. If they'll be disappointed, I will feel pain in my heart. When I play with them, I give it my all. It is not good to be interrupted halfway too. I know. I truly know. The kittens often come in the way when I'm playing with the Kuros. What should I do? It's because you play indoors. If you play outside, the kittens won't get involved so much. That was Anne. Yeah, I think that's the correct answer. However, I'm still doing paperwork. Let's play with the Kuros for a change. If your work isn't going well, should I watch over you? Ha, I decline. For the time being, Anne took the kittens out. Even if no one says it, it is obvious that the kittens cling to Anne. I'm a little jealous. The Kuros are in front of me. Ah, I have you guys, I know. The Kuros lie down and show up their bellies. Their feet are fluttering. It will be hard to stop later. Chapter 330. Chick. Early morning. At the shrine with the statues of the god of creation and god of farming. My first impression upon seeing it is a fat bird. It's a plumpy fat bird and it doesn't look like a chick at all. It's about the size of a volleyball. Is it really just hatched? I wonder if that is really the case. Next to it is a crushed eggshell. Red, white, orange, and pink marble patterns. Newly hatched all right. This is probably the chick hatched from the phoenix egg. Even though I only displayed it here as a good luck charm, it hatched. However, Phoenix, this is completely different from what I've imagined. Its feathers are also pink. Ma, go down from the top of the statue of the god of farming first. If you poop there, I'll get angry. Hearing my words, the chick chirps on the head of the god of farming. Then, without moving from that spot, it spread its small wing to show them to me. Is that a declaration of not getting down? Right. Of course. I lift the chick using both of my hands and put it down on the ground. Ha ha ha, you're quite brave, but you lack strength. While listening to the chirps of the frustrated chick, I checked the god of farming's statue for dirt. There seems to be no problem. It just hatched, so it probably can't poop yet. But here's the question, how was it able to climb the top of this statue when it just hatched? Oh, you can fly, though it's slow. Ah, don't go up, don't go up. I'll make you a special perch. When I came back to the mansion with the chick, they were surprised. Probably. Though it was a surprise that it hatched, they were not surprised that this is a phoenix chick. Alfred and Tysell wanted to touch it, but before that, I'll talk to Lou about Phoenix and how it grows first. Phoenix grows up on its own. Phoenix has a strong vitality. Even if it fasts for 100 years, it will still be okay, and it also has the ability to regenerate. It looks like it can grow without any special care. Is care even necessary? When it hears me say so, the chick suddenly becomes cute and it looks like it's flattering me. What happened to your majesty? Food is more important than that. That's true. You've just hatched it, but you already know about it. No, could it be its instinct? For the time being, let's pass this chick to Alfred and Tysell. I'll go and look for something that a chick could eat. I finally understood the meaning of not taking care of it. This chick can eat anything. Do you even know what flavor is? Pre-harvest rice. It looks like a sparrow. Don't get angry, don't get angry. I'll prepare it properly. However, if you lay your hands on the field, I'll get angry. Do you understand? All right, HNN. What is it? When I was thinking about why the spiderlings came in a group, one of them came out in front of the chick. Perhaps the chick also felt something. It spreads its wings and threatens the spiderling before it. Then, the battle between the chick and the spiderling began. I was wondering what's happening before something came into me. Birds eat bugs. Uyuo, wait a minute, I was too late. The spiderling is already in a victory pose while the chick is wrapped with web. Ah, Edo, you're amazing. Now, release that chick. Chick, this is a piece of advice. Don't target the spiderlings. I'll prepare as much rice as you want. Spiderlings, you can fight back without hesitation if you are targeted. However, stop attacking first. The spiderlings waved their legs to show acknowledgement. Good, good. What about chick? Don't act spoiled. Here, a cabbage leaf. You like it, don't peck my hand. Ha, chick seemed to have acknowledged too. I want you to get along peacefully. Several hours later. Chick was being chased by the kittens. Ah. Kittens, wait, I said wait. Anne, please. Please tell them to not attack the chick. The name of the phoenix chick was decided. Aegis. I suggested Hinako, Fenico, and Fenitero, but they didn't seem to like them. Hina equals chick. Fenico and Fenitero came from Phoenix Phoenix. It was decided as Aegis because Alfred's the one who suggested it. How did he know that name? It seems like he heard it from Ancestor San's stories. Is it a god's name? Speaking of which, is this Aegis male or female? No one knows how to distinguish. Once it grows up a little more, its natural feature will show up. I see, it clings more on Tysell than Alfred. It also clings more on Lou and Tyr than me. Until we exactly know, it is male. Digression. When I was building an aviary for Aegis, Lou came over. Phoenix feather is a high-class material. Even feather of a chick is fine, so don't throw any away when you're cleaning. Let's think of this bird as someone who earns its own food. Yeah, Chapter 331. Aegis, a phoenix chick, is living in the aviary built in the garden. The aviary has an area of about 4.5 mats, while its ceiling is about the height of a second floor. It's too big, but it can't be helped since it is the bird in question's request. There are 2 entrances, one is for Aegis and another for humans. I devised the door so it can be opened both from the inside and outside. I've also devised it in a way that it won't flap because of the wind. That gave me a hard time. For a human, you had to bend down a little to enter. This is an ordinary door. You have to turn the doorknob to enter. Aegis uses the door for humans and dexterously turns the doorknob. It is smart enough to properly close it after opening. I'm not surprised, though. When Aegis wakes up in the morning, the first thing it will do is to go to the north side of the garden where the chicken coops are located. Then it stands on the highest chicken coop and crows. Perhaps it is claiming that it's the best. The chickens living there usually don't care about Aegis. When Aegis targets their feed, they don't mind and eat in a group. Ma, I guess it's good that they have a peaceful relationship. After that, Aegis will go to my mansion and then the dining room. It will rest on the backrest of an empty chair and wait for breakfast. I have prepared a perch for Aegis, but there is no sign of it being used. The Oni maids who are preparing breakfast are also accustomed to it. They'll greet it and serve breakfast. Since it will peck in order to eat, it won't use a flat plate. It eats in a special casserole. Today, Aegis' breakfast is chopped cabbage leaves and carrots. Its water is also in a special casserole. After breakfast, Aegis will take a walk. It has already been noticed that it is faster when walking than flying. Except when moving up and down, it walks. Its walking course is fixed. It will go to the 3rd floor of the mansion first and go out to the roof. Once it secured the highest place, it would spread its wings and crows. After that, it will head to the field. The crops on the field are already growing a little, so it is watching over it. It is checking it in fine detail. Maybe it has become friends with the spiderlings. They are exchanging information about pests. It greets every Kuro it passed by. Very low profile. Afterwards, the ranch area. However, it is ignored by the horses, hit by cow's tail, and not approached by goats. It is so awkward there, as if it was treated as if it was filthy. Or rather, do you really have to insist that this is your territory? Aegis, who saw the dragons Hakuren and Rasudi in its line of sight, closed its eyes and meditated a little. Then it decided not to look at them. This time, are you going to fight the goat in a one-on-one battle? Don't get injured. After the ranch area, it will go to the fruit area. It is not there to eat stealthily. It seems to be studying the fruits there. The specification of fruits it requests for meals has become finer. I thought that it was going to get into trouble with the bees, but the spiderlings took care of the situation before a battle starts. I don't mind you studying, but can you at least don't cause trouble? Noon. Aegis returns to the mansion for lunch. Meat for lunch. It grabs the meat with its talon and tears it into smaller pieces using its beak. It can't tear it. After trying several times, it chirps to the Oni maid who cut it for him into smaller pieces. It's still a chick. However, it will get angry if it was already cut into pieces from the beginning. The Oni maid is watching over Aegis warmly. Her heart is big. After lunch, Aegis nap in a sunny place. Recently, it has been sleeping on Zabuton's back. I know that it was the safest place, but is Zabuton okay? You don't mind. That's good then. However, if it is on your way, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll put it back in the aviary. After a nap, it will look around the field again. It is our own food, so it's good that it's seriously guarding this place. Next year, I think it's okay to make the field a little bigger. It will play with the kittens in the mansion until dinner. Even though they are bird and cats, they get along quite well. It is living in a good world. When it saw Ursa on the way, it ran away with all its might. However, it is slow. It was captured with Ursa's tackle. Aegis asks me for help. Ado, Ursa, though the phoenix chick seems to be strong, don't treat it roughly. You know, really. Don't throw it. Aegis, give up. By the way, the kittens also escape when they sense Ursa's presence. Aegis is still inexperienced. Well, it's only about 10 days since it hatched. Night, Aegis eats dinner. It has no problem with eating fish, but it is not eating it with one gulp. It eats it by pecking off the meat little by little. Even though it eats like that, only neat bones will be left. It is more dexterous than me. I'm a little jealous. After eating, Aegis returns to the aviary and sleeps. There is a perch in the aviary, but it sleeps on a bundle of straw on the floor. I thought that it would sleep while sitting, but I saw it sleeping on its back facing up. Ma, you are free to sleep any way you want. Good night. This is a digression, but aside from that bundle of straw, there is a water tub and a toilet in the aviary. I appreciate it for taking poop in a fixed place. When I arranged a slime for the toilet, it pecked the slime, but the slime counterattacked. After that, it has never meddled with a slime again. It seems to have learned. Chapter 332. Robert Sensei. My name is Robert, a demon researcher. In the Demon King's kingdom, there are two major methods to learn: hire a tutor, or enter a public institution like a school. These two. Hiring a tutor is either one-on-one small group, or as long as the tutor can teach them individually. It is also very rare to be a dropout. However, it is troublesome to find a good tutor, and it costs a lot of money. It is widely adopted by wealthy families. If you are looking for a cheaper one, go and enter a public institution like a school. It is inexpensive and very efficient. If you want to learn, this is my recommendation. However, since you are studying with a big group, there is a limit to learning, and the dropout rate is high too. In addition, there are schools that only admit nobles. Schools like that are a place where rich people can attend. Given that sample, there are advantages and disadvantages when attending a certain school. My family is a commoner's family, so it is impossible to hire a tutor. I studied at a school. I was praised for my excellent grades, so I aimed to become a researcher. I thought that it would be simple. However, I never knew that a sponsor is needed to become a researcher. If there's no one who will take out money for my research, I can't research. Indeed, can I even find someone who will be willing to spend money for a research whose result is unknown? The world is tough. After graduating from school, I decided to continue my research on my own while helping my parents. It troubled my younger brother who will succeed our parents' family. However, I really want to make a successful research. After trial and error, I finally found my research theme: the use of earth magic in farmland. If it was an attack magic, I would have been able to find a sponsor. How many times have I regretted not doing something flashy? But I won't give up. This research is absolutely necessary these days when there is food shortage. The reason why I didn't get a sponsor is because it has been researched in the past a lot of times, but no one has been able to produce a result. I know the difficulty is high. However, I want to eliminate hunger from this world. With the advent of dungeon potatoes, my research fever cooled. Good harvest, hooray! But no, I will not pray for the misfortune of the world. I left home and came to Shashato City. It is because I was invited to this city's newly built Ifra school. Although it is named after the governor of the city, it is only a cram school and not a nationally recognized institution. It is a private school. The benefits are not bad, but also not good. To be honest, I would prefer to work in an ordinary school. However, even in this place, if I don't bow my head, I might be dealt with. After all, I am a researcher who has not produced any research results. Who needs someone like that? I was only invited to the Ifra school because of luck. Someone who studied at the same school as me is involved in that school. I don't really feel like going, but my brother's wife's eye is painful, so I accepted the invitation. It has been 10 years since I graduated from school. I was taken care of after that. Though my salary will be reduced, I'm grateful that they prepared accommodation for me. I started teaching at Ifra school. Given my comprehensible explanation, I've gained a high reputation. However, I am not happy with it. Because my rival instructors are all amazing people. Excluding me, they are people who can build a mountain in terms of research results. Atoma Vieras, a vampire and a leader in light magic. It is also said that he is a disciple of Lulushi, a world leader in terms of magic and pharmacology research. Gabelslow Sainvolts, Atoma's disciple, but also a person who is said to have surpassed his master in pharmacology. However, he focuses on magic rather than medicine. At his research presentation about magic efficiency, it is said that mages will compete with each other to get a spot. Mariana Goro, a leader in fire magic. She is sometimes called as Explosion Idiot, but her ability is unquestionable. Her magic research is said to have doubled the magical combat power of the Demon King's kingdom's army. Since I teach magic, I've influenced a lot of students to take that direction. In other fields, the world's leading authorities are lined up. I only have a high reputation because the other instructors' levels are too high. Beginners will have difficulty understanding them. I visited once and I only understand parts. It is already impossible for me to comprehend that at once, what more the students. I'm being approached by students a little more. I think teaching people is probably a talent. In that aspect, I may have been blessed. That's why, school principal, don't you think it is absurd to make me the coordinator of the instructors? Impossible. Impossible. It's not a salary issue. I don't have the confidence to act as the coordinator of those instructors. To be honest, how can those people become instructors of a cram school? They're not only excellent, they are outstanding. Their brains should be used in a more meaningful way. I don't think that even the National Research Institute has members like them. Why are they teaching here? They are not the type who will move because of money. Moreover, given their prestige, they can leisurely study at their own home. How on earth did you manage to gather them? Though the food here is delicious, there surely is another reason. The instructor's meal is to be eaten at a store called Big Roof Chachato across the street. You can eat elsewhere, but in that case, you will have to pay for it. At the beginning of the month, you'll be given a month's worth of food passes. Though the menu is completely left to the store to decide, there are few types who I can't get tired of eating. The meal ticket of the instructors of IFRS school is special, and the food will be handed over at a dedicated window. I appreciate not having to line up in that long line. Is it curry today? Phew. Curry is so delicious that it will make you forget unpleasant things. At the table over there, Atomishi and Gable Sloshi are arguing about how to eat curry, but I don't care. Don't mind them. If I get caught up in it, I will be involved in a discussion until next morning. Previously, I was inadvertently involved in a pizza topping discussion. It was a terrible experience. I still think that cheese and tomato are the best toppings for pizza. However, to end that discussion, I have to agree that eggs are the best. Well, it's delicious too, but I have deep regrets about bending my belief. Let's stop. Let's concentrate on the curry. After eating, I still have to prepare for the afternoon class. School principal, I will not accept even if you accompany me to eat. By the persuasion of the school principal, I was appointed as the coordinator of the instructors. My title is the first instructor. Sadly, in this world, power is everything. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. The goal of the school principal is for me to guide the other instructors in terms of teaching. However, how can I have the confidence to deal with them? There is no way, or so I thought. The root of the problem is the difference in level between the instructors and the students. The difference is too much. Because of that, I sent a letter of student recruitment to various schools. Enclosed is the list of instructors of IFRS school. The target is not the students of various schools, but the instructors of those schools. Looking at the list of instructors of IFRS school, those who have the desire to learn will come. The current instructors of IFRS school will teach those incoming instructors. Then, those incoming instructors will play the role of instructors to the current student. They are experienced people. There should be no problem. Though it would be embarrassing if a lot of people better than me will come, but, well, not many would come. But it would be great if there are at least 2 or 3. That's what I thought. Although this explanation was delayed, there are currently 20 instructors in IFRS school, including me and the principal. The total number of students is about 150, and about 300 active instructors who either received my letter or heard about the rumors of the list of instructors I sent. Letters of protests have been sent from various schools. In some cases, messengers came all the way to shout at me. What have I done wrong? Among the instructors who came, I found the principal of the school I graduated from. Did you resign? The magnitude of my action, I regretted it a little. However, I won't reflect. Now the IFRS school has finally become a school, I think, at a later date. Lulushi has arrived at the school. I was surprised. No way, I never thought that such a celebrity would casually come. She's one of those who founded IFRS school. She's like an honorary school principal. Is that so? I understand. She's the reason why Atomishi and Gable Sloshi are here. Lulushi? Ooh, is it okay for me to call her out without honorific? Is it because she's an honorary principal? Well, the honorary principal will give a lecture. She'll teach medicinal herbs. That's not my specialty, but I want to attend. Yuo, a heap of precious medicinal herbs. She picked them up from her garden. Aren't these medicinal herbs said to be impossible to grow? Limit the number of people who will attend the lecture. I, as the first instructor, insist on priority. Yeah, you're noisy. I'll use what I can use. If you have complaints, let's hear it after I'm dismissed as the first instructor. My name is Robert. Though I strayed off the path of a researcher, I'm doing my best as an instructor. Chapter 333. Big Tree Village's Expansion. While working on the field, Phoenix chick Aegis often comes by. Is it about time to harvest? When I asked Aegis, it said that it is the most delicious this time. I see. Why do you know the taste? That behavior is easy to understand. Be honest. If you tell me, I'll let you off, but don't put your hands on pre-harvested crops again. HNN? Ah, you don't care if you get hurt. The spiderlings are eating too, and if you get hurt, you'll be given priority. But the spiderlings take an active part in harvesting. Just because you have wings, don't overdo it. It is enough for you to do what you can. You don't have to try your hardest. Like in pest extermination, you can't win against the spiderlings, can you? Ha ha ha. By the way, if it already reached the best taste, let's start harvesting them. Aegis, can you call someone free? Impossible. Can you give this note to anyone in the mansion? As for the matter of stealing and eating, let's forget about it. All right, be careful. The high elves, mountain elves, beastkins, lizardmen, and spiderlings have gathered to start harvesting. This is the second in our thrice-a-year harvest. It is difficult as it is harvesting in the hot season. Please be careful about heat stroke. Also, since the field is plowed with the aft, it won't get hot much, but it will be affected by heat after harvesting. Lu and Tyr's water and ice magics have greatly taken an active part. Let's chill this watermelon and eat it later. Harvesting took 5 days. While the others are harvesting, I'm already plowing the area they already harvested at. This is for the third harvest. The yield is sufficient, but I shouldn't let my guard down. I have to be careful. And firm too. I went to the fruit area. I tried to expand the fruit area to balance the field expansion a while ago. The north side is a flower garden for bees, so I'll expand it to the west. The 12x12 fruit area has doubled to a 12x24. Yeah, wide. I just plowed this area so I can fully see everything, but when the trees grow up, it will become a forest. If I don't prepare labels as guidance, it is possible to get lost. HNN, the bees will be the guides. That helps a lot. Let's expand the flower garden in the north as a reward. What flowers do you want me to plant? You want trees? Oh, a tree that will give nectar when its flowers bloom. You are only collecting nectars from orange flowers in the fruit area? All right. Let's plant the trees you want in the flower garden. However, I don't know what kind of tree is. Ah, you've already found it in the forest. All right, guide me there. Ah, call me some guards. I don't act rashly. I'll get angry. A few days later. As the number of cows, horses, goats, and sheep have increased, expansion of the ranch area was considered. It will be expanded to the east. I cleared out the forest, plowed the ground to grow grass, and expanded the log fence and moat. From 12x12, it has become 36x12. The size tripled. I prepared drinking places and shades in some key parts. While working, the goats charged at me when they saw a chance. Are they being nostalgic? Or are they making fun of me? The Kuros are guarding me, but they cleverly broke through. The Kuros guarding me got angry and started using lightning magic. As expected, they ran away. They succeeded in escaping. Amazing. Ah, yeah, I'm not angry. The horses nearby are surprised, though. The cows are calm. But the goats are mischievous. Do they have built up stress? Should I make something athletic for the goats? Don't spoil them. Well, it's just a simple thing made of log. You don't have to care so much. As the whole area became wider, the area the Kuros had to guard expanded too. The Kuros said there's no problem, but now that the area they have to patrol has expanded, it will delay them a bit to travel if there's trouble. Therefore, I built sentry boxes in the 4 corners of the village that became branch offices of the Kuros. The Kuros had some of them stay there overnight in case of an emergency. A well dug diagonally was also prepared for each site. The wells are dug using the aft so it will not be flooded in wrong places. A shelf with a door containing emergency food is also prepared. But I think the Kuros can't open it. Oh, you can. The preserved foods are mainly dried meat and rice. And there's also a few kilograms of flour. I thought that it should be replaced every month, but is it necessary? Ma, let's go with this for a while and see what happens. The Kuros are using the sentry boxes. They are close to the forest, so they are not getting on their way. Rather than that, they have a good reputation because the Kuros found them as a good resting place. It seems like the spiderlings are also staying there in turns. Thank you. Also, Ursa, who had run away from home, hid in a sentry box. I wonder if I made it a little too comfortable. The reason for her running away is a quarrel with Hakuren. Hakuren and the clay doll Earth are worried, so you should return immediately. Don't be spoiled. All right, I'll apologize with you. You're okay with that, right? Good. It's decided then. Ah, but on our way back to the mansion, tell me the reason for your quarrel. If I don't know the reason, I can't apologize. Ha ha ha, tell me. Let me do something father-like for you once in a while. HNN. Ah, Hakuren is your mother and I'm your father. What is it now? Okay, let's go home. Why are you suddenly acting spoiled? Okay, I will carry you. Hakuren got angry with Ursa. As for the reason, it's crappy. However, I feel like my relationship with Ursa has improved. Although Hakuren is glaring at me as if I'm being sly, I'm satisfied. I'm carrying Alfred now. It seems like he saw me carrying Ursa. Tysel is waiting for her turn. Well, I don't mind. Ririus, Riguru, Rat, and Taurine, you don't have to hold back. Yuo, it's impossible for me to carry you all at once. Take your turn. A father should have physical strength. Chapter 334. Athletic. The Kuros are using the goat athletic I've made in the ranch area. No, you don't have to hide. It doesn't matter who uses it. And goats. Just because the Kuros are being timid doesn't mean you can do it better than them, see. They can do it easily. I'll overlook it this time. I made an athletic for the Kuros too. I placed it in the ranch area. It is next to the one I made for the goats. It looks like a huge jungle gym made of wood, but it's not too complicated. Be careful. No, I'm not talking about the Kuros. Won't other animals use it too? What I'm most worried about is the cow. It will seriously be stuck in small places. Because of that, I widened it. I also did not install a moving object like a seesaw. I don't want to get them injured. As for the height, if it is for the Kuros, it can be high, right? The height is about 5 meters. This is just right so that other animals can't climb. Now, this is an athletic log. You can play now. You don't have to wait cordially. If you're happy, that would be the best result. Among the Kuros, the young ones happily climb up and down. Should I make a little more stimulating device? The high elves and the mountain elves, who cooperated with the building of athletic, have the same opinion. After thinking a little, we moved it to a different location. South of the village, next to the race track. I tried making athletics with every effort. Seesaw, think board, slide, suspension bridge, rope climb, tunnel, net climb, stake crossing. Of course, the challenge is how far can you go without falling. It is similar to the obstacle course we made during the last festival. Let's try it for the time being. You change your skirts to trousers. I'm not asking you to change because of you, but I want you to change because of me. Yeah, let's do it again. It's quite difficult. It uses a lot of physical strength. One of the high elves put up a certain sign at the start. Beyond this, the ground is magma. Trying to increase the tension, huh? The children were looking at it. Yeah, don't overdo it. This is for adults, you're not tall enough. That said, I decided to make an athletic for children. Complete. It's time to release the children. Ursa and Gyuraru advanced smoothly. Alfred looks like the thinker type. Tysel, don't fly. Oops, you've reached the red sign. From there, the difficulty will sharply increase. It will be dangerous, so don't overdo it. Look, your hand got hurt, don't you? There won't be any problem if you can't reach the end in a day. You can continue tomorrow. Also, when you play here, you need to be accompanied by an adult. It is for your safety when you play. The next day, I checked the athletic in the ranch area. A cow was standing at the highest place. How did it climb? And from its proud look, it doesn't seem to be stuck. I'm uneasy while looking at it. I wonder if it can go down. I met the elves of Village 5. They are lined up in a disciplined manner on the plains at the foot of Village 5. They're not doing some idle talk. Everyone is looking ahead and not moving an inch. In the past, Ria had traveled to Village 5 for about 10 days to educate them. However, when Ria returned after the 10th day, she said that it is not enough and they are not still well trained. It has been a month since then, but Ria still has that face. Are they still not well trained? Where are you dissatisfied? Those elves, they marched and performed combat exercises in front of me. Solo, 2, 10, 50, and 200. Walking, running, assembling, scattering. Holding bows and shooting all at once. Holding shields and defending as a group. Holding swords and charging as soldiers. It seems like Tree King is the overall commander while Bao King is the on-site commander. After an hour of marching and combat exercises, they line up again in front of me. How is it? Though Tree King asked me, how do I answer? Ado. They lack smile, aren't they? Maybe because they are doing it seriously, so they're not doing it. Understood, village chief wants a smile. Smile. With Tree King's instruction, the group of elves smiled all at once. They are smiling, but their eyes are not. Scary. This is not what I meant to say. I want you to have room for smiling naturally. I don't want a dry smile. After returning to Big Tree Village, I discussed it with Ria. Ria, what happened? No, I didn't praise you. Chapter 335. Ex-bandits. Oyabun, a prey is here. A Yakuza's Oyabun is Japanese version of the Mafia's godfather. Is that so? How does it look like? It looks like a farming village wagon. There are no guards. This will be a cinch. Pass. Why? You idiot, what are you planning to do with those poor people? In addition, a farming village is where people who fight against Earth gathers. Pay them respect. By the way, those farmers will find it hard to climb the slope. Help them. Ada. Go there now. Why yes. Oyabun pray to Sue. What is this time? There's one male beastkin. He is lightly dressed. I mean, he's not wearing armor. You mean he only has a wooden sword? Do we attack? Pass. Why? From what you describe, he's a poor guy. We are on the poor side. Don't do anything stupid. Darn, I'm sorry. Then we'll leave that poor guy alone. That's right. Oyabun, just for reference, what is an ideal prey? Rich people. Rich people, in short, noble. I understand. Wait, you're wrong. Being a noble doesn't mean being rich. There are also poor nobles. Besides, there are nobles who rule to serve people. Don't attack them unnecessarily. Is that so? Yeah, there are some great nobles who built orphanages. I heard of them. They're amazing. Right. That's why we're targeting merchants, not nobles. Merchants, but they have a lot of guards. If there are only a few, I can take care of them. As expected of Oyabun. Ha, if you understand, keep watch properly. Yeah, I'll wait for merchants. Oyabun. Is it a prey? Yes, it's a merchant. Although there are a lot of guards, I'm certain it's a merchant. Which one? Not good. Look closely. Check the emblem of that merchant's group. Why? That's the Garon Company. What's more, it is the elite force that enters the Iron Forest. There are people who dare enter the Iron Forest. Yeah, there are even rumors that they have been to a place near the Dragon's Nest. What? As expected, I can't deal with that kind of party. Let them through. Yeah, but it looks like they'll be camping around there. Right. It seems like they are not familiar with this area. Go and show them where to find water. If they stay there, it will be hard for us to work. Indeed, I'll go to them. It is hard to find prey. Right. The field we planted for food, while we wait for prey, is good to harvest. It's quite delicious. Would you like to take this to a village or town and exchange it for money? That's right. I don't want to taste the same thing all the time. I'll get it ready. What is this? Food dessous. The one next to it. Blanket dessous. It gets cold at night. The thing next to it. Seedling dessous. This will be what we'll plant this time. Can it be raised by amateurs like us? It's okay. I heard how to raise them properly from the person who sold them. Is that so? Then let's plant them around here. Right. Let's do our best. Recently, people often pass by. Right, the number of people who come here to say hello has increased. It was good to sell firewood and food. The rope I made also sells for some reason. If you're going on a journey, you should be prepared for every situation. Of course. It looks like he can't start a fire. Help him. Okay. Also, tell them to be careful and keep watch at night. There are few monsters around here. Oyabun, those are bandits. That's right. Even though they are people of the same trade, we can attack them. Do you want to? Yeah, don't hold back. Yeah. Pinch Dasune. Yeah, the biggest pinch we had encountered. After the bandits, soldiers have come. More than 30 of them, this is bad. Ah, the person who looks like the captain is coming over. It can't be helped, let's prepare. Why yeah, I'll follow Oyabun forever. Tax. That's right, you seem to be living here but there are nobles who own this place. Because of that, we can collect tax. Tax, but money, so much. Ha ha ha, don't panic. Normally, you should be paying for the amount that was not collected until now, but apparently, you are helping travelers around here. While I was investigating, there are a lot of people who told me about you. I've consulted with my boss, and you are exempted from paying them. And for this year, let's assume that you paid since you exterminated the bandits. HNN, is something wrong? And no, I understand. Thank you very much. Lamu. Please continue your hard work. If you're in trouble, don't hesitate to call the city guards. Yes, I'll trouble you when the time comes. Oyabun. What? It's great, right? What is it? Recently, people have started living around here. There's nothing wrong with it. We should get along with our neighbors. Right, then, for the time being, I'll look around to patrol. Keep an eye on the birds. Don't let them ruin the field. Understood. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 336. Harpy Chick and Paula. There are currently 9 migrant couples in Village 1 led by Jack. Aside from them, there are also 20 Nunio-Daphnes and 42 harpies living there. They are fewer than 100 in total. But there's a lot of pigs. That's what I thought, but I was wrong. There were more harpies than I thought. It seems like they lay and hatch 20 eggs each year. It's been 4 years since the harpies came to the village. It's almost 5 years. Because of that, the harpies alone are over 100. I received reports about them, but it seems like I overlook each time. Reflect me. However, there is also a reason why I didn't notice the update. I never saw a harpy child. I thought of seeing a harpy child, but the angel Kirbit stopped me. She said that harpies incubating eggs or has chicks are ferocious. I heard something similar with the dragons. So, the mother is being overprotective of the child, huh? Ma, I'm not the one who'll bother someone if there's nothing important. Because of that, even when I go to Village 1, I don't approach the harpies' huts. I was not aware that there are new harpies because of that. Excuses. The reason why I finally noticed the harpies is because of their certain appeal. For the harpies, Phoenix is an existence to adore. Even when the Phoenix egg was displayed in the shrine of Big Tree Village, the harpies came to see it from a distance. When I saw them observing from a distance, I thought they were scared of something. At that time, I left them alone. When the Phoenix egg hatches, they are not looking at a distance but hiding. I don't know why they hid, but they said that a phoenix is a sacred existence. So Aegis, who rolled around a muddy puddle in the courtyard, is a sacred existence. Anne will be angry if it enters the mansion like that. Wash with clean water before entering the mansion. By the way, Ursa, Guraru, and Nut are muddy too, so does Alfred. Go take a bath. Tysel was blocked and caught by Tyr. Tyr is looking at me. She's smiling. It was me who sprinkled water in the courtyard. Aegis requested too. I'm sorry. My story got derailed. There is something I noticed while observing the relationship between the Phoenix chick Aegis and the harpies. They look like they are afraid or treat it as sacred, but those are the points. It is similar to fans chasing after an idol. They gave me that feeling. I was late to notice because the chasing manners were super good. They don't mind even if it's late. Their manners are really good. I was watching over their relationship, but the harpies came to me for a request. They wanted to invite Aegis to the harpies' huts in Village 1. I thought that the well-mannered fans finally want to get close, but it seems like there's another reason. It seems like they want to show it to the chicks who can't fly yet. No, it seems like the chicks who can't fly yet want to see Aegis. I see. Well, it's not something to refuse. I found some time and rode a horse to Village 1 with Aegis. The chicks who can't fly yet are another group of fans. They are very excited to see Aegis. They are physically chasing Aegis. Perhaps it thought that it would be bad it gets caught, so Aegis is desperately running away. In terms of leg strength, both parties are equal. The harpy chicks who can't fly yet are similar to kindergartners. They are small and cute. However, even chicks have talons and wings, so even if they can't fly, they have the power to move around independently. An adult harpy tried to stop the chicks but failed. She was kicked by the chicks. Are you all right? Good. Ah, you can't use force since the other party are chicks. Take a rest. I'm already troubled a little, so I dashed towards the escaping Aegis. I'm still faster than a running Aegis. That time, seeing the number of chicks running after me and Aegis, I finally renewed my perception regarding the number of villagers of Village 1. That's the story. By the way, though Aegis was not injured, every time it hears the name Village 1, it reacts. It seems like it needs some psychological care. I'm sorry for the late rescue. I was scared too. You can ride on my head for a while. The kitten meal attacks my leg saying that it's her place. It hurts. By the way, Marcos and Paula, who runs the store in Shashato City, have returned. They temporarily return. As for the reason, 3 couples of Village 1 became pregnant. That includes Mort, wife of Jack, who's the representative of Village 1. Congratulations. At the beginning of their migrations, they were hesitant to have a baby since children would be a burden, but it seems like they thought it was time. Though it is still not time for them to give birth, I already asked several high elves who already have experience as midwives to take turns to stay at Village 1. I'm afraid to take chances. By the way, the one who's most pleased with Marco's and Paula's homecoming was probably the Kuro who was guarding their house. The couple calls it Cricky. I wanted to say that if you're really happy to be with them, go back with them to Shashato City, but I was forbidden by the Demon King and Beazle. I'm sorry, it is behaving like a baby to Marcos and Paula. Ah, yeah, I know you have pride, but you're still swinging your tail like crazy. But there was an incident. When Paula was about to return from Shashato City, she became ill. With the High Elves' diagnosis, it was discovered that she's pregnant. And it seems like her delivery date is earlier than the 3 couples in Village 1. There are only 1 or 2 months left. You really came back to celebrate. Why didn't you notice your own pregnancy? You obviously look pregnant. According to Paula, she thought she's only getting fat. I'm glad that you're safe and nothing happened until now. Paula wants to give birth in Village 1, so she'll stay. I'm afraid of having a pregnant woman travel using a carriage, so I agree. Marcos has a store to look at in Shashato City, so he'll return to Shashato, but he will be back here again when Paula's about to give birth. In order to fill the hole because of Paula's absence, the Mercury Mia will head for Shashato City. Are you dissatisfied with me? No, it's because externally, you look like a little maid girl. Starting today, I'm going to change job into a waitress. Ma, it's not like I'll be serving at tables. It is fine for her to fill Paula's hole since Paula is mainly doing paperwork rather than serving or cooking. I am trained. I will not bow down with a little amount of documents. Besides, there is also a team that specializes in paperwork and accounting there. You can leave it to me. Mio sticks out her chest, but because she looks like a little girl, it looks cute. Yeah, sorry for making your eyes look dead because of paperwork a while ago. Good luck. Thus, Marcos, the person herself is confident, it should be fine, so don't worry. I understand. Then, Mio, this is my gift to you. This paper, is it a magic tool? That's right. Whatever you write on that paper will also be written on this paper here. I showed her another piece, as I explained. The contents written on one piece will be displayed on the other. This is an antique magic tool that I got from Doors. If I compare it to something, it should be a fax. The disadvantage of this magic tool is that it is one way. Sending and receiving are fixed, so nothing will happen even if I write on this paper. No content must remain on the receiving side. I can't make a mistake with this. If you don't erase the characters that will appear, it will be impossible to read when another one appears. It can only be erased by magic, and everything written will be erased at once. It is impossible to erase only the old message. Even with these shortcomings, if there are a lot of these, it will be enough to make the small wyverns unemployed. However, to my regret, there's only this set. Doors doesn't have more too. For a while, I had desperately asked Lou if she could replicate some, but it is currently suspended. It is kindness not to ask the reason for the suspension. Put this piece of paper in a prominent place. If anything happens, use it to contact me. You worry too much, but thank you. At a later date, the receiving paper showed something horrible. Ano Village Chief, it says help, but I think we should increase the number of civil servants in Shashato City. Is anyone free? For a while, I wasn't able to see any of the civil servant girls. It seems like the place where I put the receiving paper was bad. I'm sorry, Mio. Do your best until Paula gives birth. After she gives birth, she has to raise her baby too. I will do my best to increase the number of civil servants. Do your best too. Chapter 337. Technology. Ball bearing. It is a device used for axles or anything that rotates to reduce friction. I thought of using it for a horse-drawn carriage. But no, I can't. First of all, as the name implied, ball bearing needs balls. You have to surround the axle with a number of balls. In addition, those balls have to bear the weight of the whole thing, so it must be hard. And all the balls should be of the same size too. It is impossible to make them with the current iron-making technology. I did not notice since the sample I made was a wooden ball bearing that I carved using the aft. Such a shame, it can turn around so much. A mountain elf spins the wooden ball bearing sample I made. I thought I could make a toy with it, but I could not think of anything. I am disappointed by my lack of imagination. Next, I thought about the axle of the carriage. Currently, the wheels are fixed to the axle and each axle rotates. Its advantage, easy to make. Its disadvantage, the axle receives too much stress because of the load from the shaking body of the carriage, which makes the axles accumulate damage. It often breaks. There are 2 holes for the axles at the bottom of the body, so even a slight imbalance will damage the axle. In addition, the roads are not flat. There are many rough roads. If there is a difference in height between the left and the right wheels, it will damage the axle, and it will also cause it to break. The suspension that was installed by me and the mountain elves before is what separates the carriage body and the axle holders. It was a popular anti-shake measure, and it also makes the axles last long. However, the axles still break. If that is the case, what should be done? Fix the axle to the carriage's body and make the part where the wheel is installed on the axle rotate. It would be nice if we could adopt the ball bearing I'm talking about earlier here, but ordinary bearing would be fine. Village Chief, what will be damaged now is the wheel holding part. That's not much different from the previous problem, right? Don't worry, this is the main. First, cut the axle in half. Then, install one of the ends at the bottom center of the carriage body, but the other end should have the ability to move up and down. Install the suspension near the wheel. How is it? A. The left and right wheel are now independent, so it will not be easily damaged even on rough roads. In the past, the suspension's main purpose was to reduce the shaking of the carriage body, but it is never used to make the left and right wheels independent of each other. Even with this setup, the shaking will be lessened, so there's no problem. As expected of Village Chief, genius. Ha 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 ha. It's the knowledge from my original world. Failure. When one of the wheels carries the weight of the whole carriage, it has come off. The prototype carriage made in Big Tree Village is okay. Why? The trees of the Forest of Death are durable. Is that so? No, I feel like I've been told that before. Anyway, it was good that we made it in Village 5 first before spreading it. Improvement. What should I do to make the axle sturdy? Change the axle to iron. Iron bends easily. I thought it was harder. It's heavy too, after various experiments. A new, all-wood carriage became operational but only in Big Tree Village. Technology is accumulated. It was already autumn when I learned that I couldn't do it fast. On the other hand, the ball-bearing samples I made became popular with children. Why is it rotating like this? Isn't this interesting? I don't get this. I don't get it too, but I made it because it functions that way. Papa, thank you. My pleasure. The water was running out because the fields were expanded. The crops won't wither, but the water level of the reservoir has fallen. The amount of water used is greater than the amount of water going in. This shouldn't continue. We have to think of countermeasures. There's a river nearby. A simple widening of the waterway of digging a new waterway will solve this. Unlike in the past, there is manpower now. No spiderlings, I'm not excluding you. You guys helped me a lot. Will you help me this time too? Ha ha ha. All right, let's get it on. It was decided to create a new waterway from the river to the reservoir. It will be made next to the existing waterway. Since there are bamboos, I thought of making it using bamboo, but considering decay, it should be better to make it with soil like the previous one. Let's do it. Yeah. The high elves, mountain elves, dwarves, beastkins, and lizardmen started working together. Lu used magic while Tyr conjures Golem to help too. The spiderlings helped by carrying soils. Thank you. The 5-kilometer waterway was completed in 10 days. Water is now being poured into the reservoir from the new waterway. Fast. Though I know that it will be fast since I'm using the aft, it is still too fast than what I expected. This is also thanks to everyone's efforts. Thanks for joining hands. As a celebration for the completion of the new waterway, let's have a barbecue near the reservoir. Cheers. Oh, eat not only meat but also vegetables. A. You're going to grill tomatoes. No, grilled tomatoes will certainly be delicious. Then grill asparagus next to it. Ah, I made too much, I'll eat it, you eat too. Village chief, village chief. HNN. What is it? Aid, oh, I just noticed. One of the high elves points to the reservoir. What is it? I thought there were monsters in the reservoir, but that doesn't seem to be the case. What's wrong? Water level. Water level. The reservoir is quite large. The water level will not rise up or fall down easily. That's the reason why the water level only dropped gradually before. The water level is indeed rising. It will take a few days before to make it full. Yes, that's it. The water level is rising, however. The amount being used now is lesser than the amount going in. What will happen when it's finally full? After the barbecue, I decided to immediately make a waterway from the reservoir to the river. This time, we only need to dig. There is also the job of soil carrying, but the main player is me. The time limit is until the reservoir overflows. For the sake of not flooding the village, I must do my best. Chapter 338. Pasta. There is pasta in this world. However, it is not the long spaghetti type but square shape. It looks like a small plate. Though there is long pasta too, but most of them are similar to flat noodles. As for the reason, there is no machine that can cut it into smaller ones. The flattened dough is cut with a kitchen knife so it will become a square, flat noodles. It's not particularly bad. It is delicious in its own way, but I sometimes crave for spaghetti. I can make udon, so I think it won't be that difficult. This is a challenge. I stretch the pasta dough with my hand to make it thinner. The pasta dough breaks. I also tried other methods like drying and stretching it using its own weight, but all of them didn't work. By chance, is it difficult? For the time being, I can't waste this pasta dough. Let's boil and season it. I'll cook it myself. The next day, cut it with a knife just like udon. I thought I would be able to cut it in thin strands, but this is also difficult. Nothing is impossible with technology. It's impossible for me to do it. I asked an Oni maid who's good with knives. Yeah, that's a little thick, but I guess it's fine. Boil. The taste is simple. I only seasoned it with pepperoncino with olive oil, garlic, and pepper. Yeah, it's delicious. I also had the Oni maid that helped me taste it. She's pleased with its taste, but her face is dark. What's wrong? There's no problem in making small portions like this, but if you want to cook a lot, that would be a problem. Right, then what to do? How about magic? I asked Lou. At first, she can't adjust her power while blowing off the pasta dough, but she managed to cut it thinly in time, as expected of her. Can anyone do that using magic? Power adjustment? Too much so difficult. I see. Does that mean that I had Lou work hard until there's an alternative? But Lou is quite exhausted with cutting one serving. To say it honestly, she's gasping for breath on my shoulder. It is easy to cut the dough, but adjusting power in order to not damage the cutting board is hard. In addition, you have to do that many times while cutting it in parallel. This is simply a waste of magical power. However, you managed to do it, as expected of you to sue. That kind of precise control of magical power is relatively difficult. The way you control it is stunning, Oni-sama. Tyr and Flora praised Lou and told me that you need to be a specialized magic researcher to do that. Really? I cook the pasta that Lou cuts. I hope she won't get angry when you eat it. I never thought that cutting it thinly would cause this much trouble. You want to season it with miso? I'll try. Given the present condition, it is a waste of magical power. It is easier to control a kitchen knife with magic. Lou was surprised when the watching Oni maid said that. After Lou recovered, she controlled a knife using magic to cut pasta dough. She was able to make a lot without getting tired. If you want to eat thin pasta, just tell me. Lou said proudly, yes, please continue supporting me. There's a tool like that. When I talked to Gut about spaghetti, he brought me a tool from his house. It looks like a stack of small kitchen knives. You just have to use it to a pasta dough like this. It can easily make thin pasta. Ado, is this tool common? When we were in Howling Village, we received orders once or twice a year for this. I think this is rare. I see. I would have preferred if you told me sooner. Where is Lou? She heard our conversation. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry. Thus, we're going to make a tool that can make thin pasta. One of the mountain elves raised her hand after hearing my explanation. No, I don't really understand what you mean. I'm not surprised, because there is already a tool for making thin pasta, but it can't be helped. I'll just summarize it. Every time Lou sees that tool, her mood turns bad, so we need to make a new one. The mountain elves were convinced by my explanation. Thank you. It would be enough to think that it will be used only in the village. As for the idea, think that we need to have that tool evolve. Understood. And it was completed. Put the pasta dough there, turn the handle, and it will be cut automatically. Using that tool, we can make a lot of thin pasta fast. I named it Spaghetti Maker. It is popular because it became convenient for children to help with cooking. Spaghetti dishes continued to flow for several days. Yeah, the taste is different, so it's okay to eat another one at a later date. The Spaghetti Maker became in demand in Big Roof Shashado of Shashado City. Village Chief, I thought it was great. I acted rashly. 5, please. I'm sorry. Marcos got one from Paula, then everything just happened. Me and the mountain elves worked hard. Chapter 339. Glowing ping pong ball. Lou cut the pasta dough with magic. She's not as tired as before. It seems to be a result of a new type of magic. I'm honestly impressed that she doesn't give up that easily. Both Tyr and Flora are praising her. They are trying to find out how she did it. On the side, the spiderlings also cut pasta dough into thin strips using web and showed it to me. Yeah, you're amazing. But don't show it off now. Hide it before Lou sees you. When I was looking around the field that morning, the wine slime came to me and asked for sugar cane. I don't mind, but what are you going to do with it? 1 sugar cane, around that big. I cut it to 30 cm size and handed it. Is that all right? The wine slime said okay and headed to the mansion. Could it be that it is making its own alcohol? I was worried, so I followed the wine slime. The wine slime went to the mansion, more specifically, in the courtyard. Then it went to the shrine near the big tree. It became vigilant there. What is it doing? The wine slime went behind the shrine with the sugar cane. When I looked at what's going on, I realized there are several spiderlings. Is that glowing ping pong ball? The wine slime passed the sugar cane it brought to a spiderling. The spiderling peeled the skin of the sugar cane and gave it to the glowing object. Is that a bug? By the way, there are several magazine-sized spiderlings and curos around me. We are watching what's happening together. Hiding and raising a creature, what does it mean? When I was thinking of what's going on, I let my guard down. The wine slime noticed us. The wine slime froze for a moment, then it moved between me and the glowing object. The spiderlings looking after the glowing object did the same. Wait. I know that I'm eavesdropping, but why am I being treated as an enemy? Is it something that can harm the field? It might, I'm wrong, is it safe? Good, then let's talk. Why did you hide it? Hearing my question, one of the spiderlings raises its leg. Look up. When I look at what the spiderling is pointing at, I found Lou. Do you know, fairy wings can be used as material for medicines. I see, so that's why they're hiding it. The wine slime clings to my foot. I know, I'll protect it. Husband, fairies play tricks on fields. Wine slime, do you know that? This fellow is different, it will never play tricks. Moo. While I was thinking, Lou called a friend. Tyr is now standing next to Lou. A fairy wings dessous, that's valuable. It can make a lot of good medicines. The usual cute faces of Lou and Tyr are now scary. However, the wine slime did not give up. The spiderlings, who had been silent for a while, brought reinforcements too. What's that? It's glowing. Alfred Tysel Ursa. Papa this, a new resident. The match is over, fairy. It looks like a ping-pong ball because it is still small, but when it grows up, it will turn into a small humanoid being. You say wings, but I can't see any wings. It is called fairy wings in its current form. Lou is shaking a glass bottle containing medicine ungracefully. It seems like she's making an incredible medicine, and the only step left is putting in the fairy wings or ping-pong ball or whatever it is. Can you not do it? What's the effect of that medicine? It can act as a catalyst, or this alone won't do anything. Once the medicine is complete, it can be used for bruises, epidemic vaccine, longevity, skin beautification, and hair growth. I see. I wonder how bruises, epidemic vaccines, longevity, skin beautification, and hair growth are connected. However, epidemic vaccines are really attractive. Can you make it without fairy wings? There are other ways. However, if I use fairy wings, I can skip a lot of steps. I pat the sulking Lou's head, while asking her to make it using the long method. In any case, we'll be ready if there's an epidemic. I think it's time to teach Alfred using emotional education. When I was patting Lou's head, Tyr presented her head too. Can't you see that I'm sulky too? Yes, I pat Tyr's head. By the way, what do fairies eat? Sugar cane. Anything sweet. Maybe it will be good if you keep it in the flower garden. Then let's do that. If that is the case, why would the wine slime want sugar cane? It can just take it to the flower garden. Ah, the bees will attack it, I see. At a later date, a fairy house, a small box with a round hole, was installed in the flower garden. Too low, all right, the foundation, oh, it's fine. The height is already okay, but the number is too low. What do you mean? Where did these 10 fairies come from? Is this okay? They are flying around. Don't fight with the bees. If you fight, I'll side with the bees who are making honey. You'll be useful when you grow up. Okay, I'll believe you. I return to my mansion and start making a few more fairy houses. Alfred, Tysel, and Ursa will help too. Thank you. But don't play with tools. It's dangerous. Yeah, that's a good reply. Chapter 340. Noble Lady's Secret Story. When I arrived at Shashato City, I was recommended to go to Big Roof Shashato, which is on the north center side of the city. What kind of place is it? A city inside a city? You don't know yourself, do you? It's okay. We'll know when we get there. It's a big building unlike anything I've seen before. If you go to Big Roof Shashato, you should definitely try curry. It's a dish that can be eaten by soaking bread in a soup with a lot of spices. It is a delicious dish, delicious enough to forget myself. On the day I ate it for the first time, I lined up 3 times. The store that's selling curry is called Marla, and you can only buy if you queue up yourself. It's a little weird, isn't it? There are chairs and tables around, but I still need to line up. The answer is simple. It is a store, but also not a store. It's a stall. If it is a stall, it is normal that you have to buy yourself, right? When I was lining up, a regular customer taught me that, and I thought it was convincing. Though curry is already delicious by itself, you can soak food other than bread into it, like what the food the other stalls are selling. Of course, since you are going to soak it, it should be solid. A good example is chicken meat grilled with herbs. Also, it is not recommended to mix it with other soups. The taste will only get thinner. How do I know? Yeah, I've experienced it myself. Marla's curry is delicious, but they are not only selling curry. There are also pizzas, fried foods, donburius, and pasta. Oh, I'll explain them one by one. First, pizza. It is made by placing ingredients on a flattened dough, then baking it. Its taste varies from the combination of ingredients used. The taste will be decided by the store during the day until lunchtime, and if you want to decide on the ingredients on your own, you can do so, but you'll have to wait until night. Whether you like or dislike it, I recommend waiting until night. What ingredients do they use? They are tomatoes, eggplants, asparagus, broccoli, potatoes, garlic, and herbs. They don't only have vegetables. Delicious thinly sliced meat and stewed chicken can be used too. There are even some guys arguing whether it is better to use soft boiled egg. However, cheese is essential to pizza. Cheese is the top. This is pizza. Next is fried food. It is a dish where you'll coat the main ingredients with mixed wheat, eggs, and finely crushed bread and boiling it in oil. Boiling something in oil is called frying. Therefore, it is called fried food. Is it delicious? It's delicious. I can single-handedly eat big servings of fried foods, like pork cutlet and beef cutlet in one seating. Cutlet is the name of the fried food dish. The Marla people said that. Let's go with what they said. Let's go back to the story. There's kushikatsu. The main ingredient is cut into bite-sized pieces, then put it into a skewer before serving. The ingredients are pork, beef, poultry, onion, lotus root, eggplant, shiitake mushroom, tomato, and eggs. They can even serve fish if you ask. They have this so-called narimona, which is made by kneading fish meat then solidifying it. It's also delicious. Ah, don't eat it as it is. Put sauce first before eating it. Again, this is delicious. It is so delicious that I do not know how to explain it. Of course, the method of making the sauce is the life of the store. No matter which influential person bows, they will not teach him. At best, you can get a small bottle. Still, it made me happy. It's amazingly good. However, since it is fried in oil, the people of the store warned about not eating too much. Ah, next. Next is donberry. This is not something that can be seen on the regular menu. It will only be served if there's rice. After all, donberry is rice with a dish on top of it. Though I recommend boiled beef, it is also good with stew pork with egg and soup. However, unfortunately, the content of the donberry is decided by the store. It seems to be troublesome to cook as it takes a lot of time and effort, so I can't hear about it in detail. Ha ha ha. There's no point in using money to know. No, I'm telling the truth. In fact, if you go to that store, you'll know. They won't tell you. What? Don't be disappointed. Donberry is so popular that no one loses no matter what. Right. This is also on the back menu and can also be considered a donberry. Rice with curry as the top dish. I finished eating in an instant, and I was in despair. Why didn't I savor the taste? Finally, pasta. Yeah, it's the pasta that you can eat everywhere, though the one Marla is selling is a sort of long pasta. At first, I thought it was hard to eat, but using a fork, I had fun eating it. Ah, right, though it looks fun, you must pay attention. You'll be splashed with juice on your clothes if you're not careful. How does it taste? There are various types, so are you asking about the meat sauce? It is made with minced meat, onions, and tomatoes. I love it. The other type is sauced with oil. That one is a bit spicy. There are more types like miso, soy sauce. Since Shashado City is a port, they often use seafood. There are also pasta seasoned with shellfish and fish. The most popular is, I'll be antagonistic if I say something. The long pasta has only been out recently. Everyone is experimenting on it. That includes me. I tried dipping pasta into curry and eat it. It was delicious. I'm sorry for my bad review and only saying delicious this and delicious that. Ma, if you want details, taste it yourself or ask a poet. Ha ha ha. HNN? A trick? Ah no, that's the reason for starting my story after all. Methods of eating Marla's food easily. The store can only be found here. Across the street from Big Roof Shashado is Ifra School. If you become a student there, you can eat Marla's food every day. You can't choose the menu though. It's cheap and lunch is included in the tuition. I'm not lying. A part of Big Roof Shashado is reserved for students there. If you have doubt, ask that guy over there. A noble and a butler of a certain house. 2 months have passed since that conversation happened. And my daughter. She enrolled at Ifra School. Enrolled? What about the tuition fee? She brought some money, but I'm sure that's not enough to enroll in a school. There's a student loan system there. If you are working, you can enroll with only paying tuition fee partially and pay it later. You mean my daughter is working? She's working as a waitress at the most popular restaurant called Marla. The selfish Ajo-sama has become splendid, yuhuhu. By the way, Ajo-sama, who only wears pants, was wearing a skirt. By chance you saw her. Yes, because I'm a butler to Sue. What's wrong, my lord? What's wrong? You're saying BLLSHT, aren't you? My daughter wore a skirt, cough. I'm sure you only saw her gallant figure. I'm not the only one who saw her. The madam and several maids watched her together. Going to Shashado City will take 10 days using a carriage. If you ride a ship, it will take 4 days. You can take your turn. Also, the curry was very delicious. I'll go too. To my regret, you are scheduled to go to a meeting at the royal capital. I thought we better go there now. Madam already greeted Governor Ifris of Shashado City. Rest assured. No, that's not the problem. I'll arrange you to go to Shashado City after the meeting is over. I'll prepare a burger for lunch. It is something I learned at Marla. It is a dish where several ingredients are placed between a bread. It is reputed to be easy to eat even when traveling. By the way, I ate Ajo-sama's handmade burger there. Be bastard. The noble and the butler had a fistfight. Are you okay? The head maid gives the butler a wet towel. Thank you. I'm fine. Please don't bully the lord too much. Because of a quarrel with the lord, Ajo-sama ran away. I know how you feel. I won't do something like this outside. I know you won't. By the way, what about Ajo-sama? 2 people were left behind, she'll be fine. That's a relief. Ajo-sama told you where she has gone to, didn't she? HNN. What do you mean? You received a letter from Ajo-sama, right? You're such a meanie, Ajo-sama will hate you. That won't be a problem, I can improve. For the time being, arrange me a ship and a carriage tomorrow morning. I want to see how Ajo-sama's doing. Great improvement to Sue. Chapter 341. Something happened during a day when nothing's happened. In Big Tree Village, there are various races. I have been acquainted with them for a long time, but I'm still surprised from time to time. Oni. They are the maids of the entire village, even my mansion. There are 2 Oni maids who are facing too close with each other that their horns are already hitting. What are they doing? I asked Anne for an explanation. Fighting Desu. Fighting? Why are they both smiling then? They are really fighting. The first one who looks away lose. Hehe. I don't recommend fighting, but I think fighting is better than accumulating whatever you have inside. Well, they are not hitting each other, so I guess this is a good way to settle things. By the way, they'll continue to be on that state for about 3 days. They will. Given the atmosphere they are giving, it will not end soon. Omu, though this place is not the dining room, if they are left unattended, they'll be a nuisance. The children will see them too. I asked Anne to intervene. Anne's method of arbitration is straight. She cuts between the 2 glaring Oni maids with a smile and blows them away. The end. The 2 protested and had a horn battle against Anne. It took less than 5 seconds to beat each. The end. Both of them got back to work, but won't they be moody because of this? Moody? I don't know, I never lost before. Ah yeah, Anne isn't helpful. Let's take care of them later. The kittens, Aegis and Hito, are sleeping in a lump. They look cute. However, they are lying down on Kuro's stomach. Looking at Kuro, I can see he's asking for help. I want to help you too. But how? If Kuro likes it, he can simply stand up even if they are sleeping on him. However, Kuro doesn't dare to do so since he doesn't want to wake up the kittens, Aegis, and Hito. How can I help Kuro while keeping them asleep? What should I do? When I was being troubled, a spiderling came down from the ceiling using a web from its ass. It stopped at the height of my eyes and raised its leg as if saying, "Leave it to me." What are you going to do? After that, the spiderling returned to the ceiling beam, then moved directly above Kuro. From there, it descended by using web like what it did earlier. No way, the spiderling gently caught Aegis. Nice position. But can you bring it up? Ooh, it did it. As expected, so powerful, Aegis is still sleeping. Good, it moved Aegis next to Kuro and descended again. Its next target is Hito. The spiderling lands on top of Hito. That moment, Hito woke up. She looks at the spiderling with her sleepy eyes. The spiderling withdrew. Yeah, it can't be helped. You already did great with Aegis. I'll do the rest. I tried moving the kitten meal, but Yuki came from the side and barked once. The kittens and Hito were surprised and ran away from Kuro's belly. Oi oi. When I thought that she's being too violent, Yuki rests her head on the now empty belly of Kuro. So that's your place. I can still feel Kuro's cry for help. Do you want to go to the toilet? Ma, if you don't endure, Yuki will be angry. By the way, Aegis, who has been taken away earlier, woke up when Yuki barked. However, it fell asleep again immediately afterward. What a big guy. Fairies are active in a wide area. Even though their houses are in the flower garden on the north side of the village, you can see them in my mansion and the residential area during the day. And it looks like their favorite is the ranch area. They like to play with the cows' tails. Ma, they're beaten by the same tail they're playing with though. Are you okay? Yup, they are tough. They are currently harmless, so I leave them alone as long as they don't intrude into anyone's private space, like toilet or bath. Also, aside from my mansion, they visit other houses. However, the food storage is off limits. Why? You guys aren't bad. However, I heard about fairies' mischief from Lou, turning potatoes into stones, putting sand on flour. No, I also don't think that they were all done by fairies. However, I will not tolerate playing with foods or fields. Got it? Don't push, don't do that. Please. The next day, something happened to the field that I thought was about to be harvested. A mysterious crop circle. The knocked down wheats form a picture, a bad picture. As a person, I never laughed for being too angry. To be able to do that under the watch of the spiderlings and Kuros, you can say that there are only a number of people. My apologies, but my main suspects are the fairies. I went to the flower garden. There are about 50 fairies, and among them there are 10 humanoids. In the middle is a beautiful woman. She's taller than everyone. She also has wings on her back, not like the wings of angels, but wings made of light. I had a hunch. She's the fairy king, no, queen, and the criminal. However, I still need to confirm the truth. Are you the one who played with the field? HNN, aren't you rude to me? My hand grasps the fairy queen's head. Are you the one who played with the field? Why ouch. Are you the one who played with the field? Isn't this forced interrogation? No, considering what happened to the field, I must confirm what happened. HNN, was there a fairy queen here before? What happened? Ah, then, why didn't you stop her? Thank you. I'm sorry for doubting you. So this is the criminal, good. Don't tight, crack, my head will crack. Chapter 342. Fairy Queen. We carried out the autumn harvest. Busy, however, it is the pleasant kind of busy. Why should this queen have to do this? The one disturbing my pleasant mood is none other than the fairy queen. It seems like she hasn't reflected enough. Lou, prepare the bath. I am sorry, I'll harvest from here to there, I understand. Okay, let's do our best and shed sweat of labor. The fairy queen hurriedly harvests carrots. Carrots are easy to harvest, you only need to pull it up by holding its leaves. However, the fairy queen is not used to it, so she digs the ridges first. You only need to harvest carrots, so work without complaining. Yesterday morning. I caught the fairy queen who played a prank using the field. No confession happened, but there are many witnesses. Who testified? All the fairies other than the fairy queen. The fairies willingly told us about the fairy queen's crime. It was a smooth testimony. I'm glad that the pudding I put out before the fairies did not go to waste. Ah, yeah, you can eat that. That's the only pudding, but if you want sugar cane, I can prepare more. For the time being, let's hear the fairy queen's defense. Why did you play prank on the field? Do you not have any pudding for this queen? When the talk is over. It's a promise, cough. The image on the field is a proof that this queen has come here. This queen is proud of the job well done, especially that curve. In the middle of her explanation, I judged her guilty. Unforgivable. For me, your sin is similar to that wyvern. However, I can't make myself pierce someone human looking with a spear. What should I do? That reminds me, Lou wanted to soak a fairy. This is a grown-up, will it be all right? I talk with Lou. I've never soaked a fairy queen to the solution before. I don't know what will happen. You don't know? It's because no one has captured a fairy queen before. I'm curious now. That's a pretty scary smile, but she's reliable. Ah, let me say this first. Soaking a fairy wings will not kill it. When soaking it, it will disappear after a while and appear in a different place. The substance that will come out after it disappears seems to be the medicine. It is also said that it will appear in another place, but it is unclear where. Sometimes, it's somewhere nearby, but it may also appear on another continent. I wonder if the fairy queen will be the same. Then, what kind of material will show up when it disappears? Phew. Hold on, it will reappear in another place. Let's not do this. Let's let her go. But she already fueled my curiosity. There's no way to stop me now. No, we have to properly punish her. I grab the fairy queen's head since she's trying to escape. Don't stop. Choose bath or labor. Neither, Ajia. The fairy queen, she's said to be godly elusive. She's both everywhere and nowhere. She's that kind of existence. However, she has a weakness. If she's grabbed by others, she's as vulnerable as a normal person. That works with both my hands and the web of the spiderlings. Before I met the fairy queen, it was already caught by a spiderling using its string shot. Currently, the fairy queen can't escape because her limbs are tied with Zabutin's web. By the way, there's also a web on the fairy queen's hair. Even if you manage to untie your limbs, you won't be able to escape. Phew. For the time being, let's have her soak until her juice comes out. How are we going to soak her? Let's ask Lou. Do we need to prepare a special bath, or should we wash her with water first, or boiling water? Hold on. This queen is wrong. The fairy queen apologizes with an air of superiority. Can that be even called an apology? This queen will restore the knocked down wheats using my own power. How about that, eh? Why are you grabbing my head? This queen is still speaking, ouch. The knocked down wheats were restored. Wonderful, they revived. Great, I'm tearing up. However, my anger hasn't faded away. But she at least managed to reduce my anger by half. Thinking about it, maybe soaking it will be a bit too much. Phew, ha 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 ha, idiot, you let your guard down. The fairy queen managed to untie the webs on her limbs. Farewell. Bird brains. The fairy queen is making a pose of making a fool out of me. Yeah, let me tell you this. Farewell, bird brain. She was soaked in hot water for half a day and cold water for another half day. Let's get back to the present. When she heard that I'll forgive her if she works, she decided to help with the harvest. By the way, what happened to this queen's pudding? By the look of it, this queen can already tell that it is sweet and delicious. Say that again after working hard. Am I not working? Look at this queen. My hands are already dirty with soil. Tell me, how many carrots have you harvested? 8, more than 20. Ha ha ha, look over there. The high elves are harvesting potatoes, tomatoes, eggplants, and pumpkins. They are almost done. They are many, this queen is alone. You are in charge of half a field. Each high elf has to harvest 20 fields. Do you understand? I can't calculate something difficult. All right. Just do your job properly and quietly, and your food will be prepared properly. Pudding for lunch. Have you forgotten what I said a while ago? I'll say it again. Say that after working hard. Moo. This year's harvest was lively and tiring. When the harvest is over, the preparation for the martial arts tournament begins. You can go home now. Pudding. I already told you, making it every day is impossible. Then sugar cane is fine. You act like a great person. This queen is a great being. What's wrong with someone great acting like someone great? I don't really care. Can you not do anything to the field anymore? I understand, no more. My lord is persistent. Being persistent is fine. But what I'm telling you is not just about the fields here. Playing mischief in any field isn't good. Do you understand? I understand. Good, tell the other fairies too. I'm sure the great being can do something that simple. Yumu, this queen is a great being. Leave it to me. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, I'll leave it to you. I hope this will reduce the hardships of farmers around the world. There you are. Lu comes over to me and the fairy queen. Using the remaining hot water she bathes in, I found out that it has a lot of benefits. I want to experiment with her using different temperatures. Is that okay? I don't mind. If the fairy queen is useful for something, you should examine it thoroughly. Wait, don't decide on your own. I don't want to soak anywhere anymore. Don't worry, the temperature will not be as extreme as before. This time, it will be a pleasant temperature. Absolutely hate it. Lu tries her best to convince her, but the fairy queen refuses everything. Ma, that's right, her first experience is terrible. In addition to that, what comes to her next was not an apology but labor. The fairy queen will surely not cooperate. In that case, let's offer a price. 1 bath, 1 pudding. How about it? 3. Eggs are precious. There can only be 1 pudding. How about decorating it with fresh cream and fruits? It was settled. After that, you can see the fairy queen being stewed by Lu. She looks like a witch. Not the other kind of witch, but a proper witch. Right? Even if Lu doesn't have an experiment, the fairy queen comes to the village to ask for sweets. If you work, we can give you. This queen is good at comforting children. It might be true, but I did not ask her to do so since she's a little scary. Chapter 343. True Fairy Queen. Children as manpower. Using them without hesitation. As for the children's education, they don't have a single thought. In such an era, one rumor spread. If you make children work on it, the fairies will ruin your field. It is true. The fields that forced children to work were vandalized in a strange way. People at that time were quite scared, since it still happens no matter how tight they guard the fields. Because of that, the working environment of children has become considerably better. Still, sometimes, there are people who treat them badly. When such a person appears, the fairies will be mischievous again. Right, it was Ancestor-san who taught me. Am I subjecting the children to hard labor? No, but since she appeared here when nothing was happening, she played a prank. You can consider that as the fairy's nature. Annoying. The reason why Ancestor-san is telling me this is because I told him that I asked the fairy queen to tell all the fairies to stop playing pranks on fields. He makes sense, though. I understand. I understand. I'll tell her to do whatever she wants as long as she doesn't touch my fields. My apologies. By the way, please be very careful with the way you say it. If she interpreted it in a strange way, she might think that she can do anything to fields other than yours. Hahote. Though I only got acquainted with the Fairy Queen, I also think so. I'll be careful with my words. I saw the Fairy Queen playing with goats in the ranch area. Don't hold the sugar cane with your mouth. You look bad. HNN, before I knew it, she's already commanding the goats. Amazing. Those goats don't even look at me, let alone follow my orders. She's currently riding a goat. Why are you charging towards where the cows are? Oi oi. The cows are usually calm, but they are scary when they get mad. Ah, the goats suddenly stopped before the cows. The Fairy Queen was thrown in front of the cows. As expected, the goats are like that. Now the Fairy Queen escapes, she ran away. She ran away to the athletic that I installed in the ranch area. She seemed pretty surprised. And now she's taunting the cows. However, the cows climbed to where she was. Ah, look, she's cornered. Yeah, even if you ask me for help, I can't do it. The other fairies are obedient. They're relaxing in the flower garden. In a certain sense, the scene is magical. However, I would like to ask the humanoid fairies something. If you sleep on petals, can you make your posture be more graceful? I don't want the children to imitate you. Since the martial arts tournament is near, the number of visitors in the village has increased. Doors, Raymarin, Jurar. After seeing the Fairy Queen, all of them made a painful expression and decided to not get close to her. Are you acquainted? We're not acquainted, but I know her and I don't want to talk to her. I can feel hardship from Door's words. Could it be that she played pranks on him in the past? However, even after that, he left her alone. But is this Fairy Queen the same Fairy Queen he knows? It's amazing when you think about it. The Fairy Queen is the children's ally. If you let your child play with her, she would gladly do so. But you need to be careful since she might take them even in the middle of the night. Raymarin warns me to not let her get close to Hikaru. Don't worry, I'll pay attention to that. Also, I have already confirmed that she takes them out even at night. Hakurin wondered why Ursa was sleepy during the day and found out that she's the cause. She captured her and the Fairy Queen was asked to soak in a hot bath for 2 days. She's incredibly strong, very smart too. I've experienced something terrible twice. I didn't know who Gerard was referring to. I'm surprised when he said that it's the Fairy Queen. Is the Fairy Queen strong? Smart. By chance, given the present queen, is someone mimicking the real one? No, she is indeed the Fairy Queen. How should I say this? When Gerard was troubled, Raymarin assisted him. It is better for you to see. Raymarin asked the Fairy Queen. The Fairy Queen summoned several large vines from the ground, and it wrapped her around. After that, the ball made of vines opened up. Inside is a bedroom. No, is it a throne? The Fairy Queen was sitting there. Did she grow up a little? Her aura is completely different. Human, what is it you want to ask me? Who is this? Fairy Queen, no, she certainly looks like the queen, but split personality. What's wrong? I can't answer anything if you're stunned. Ado, then, why did you charge to the cows? Because I find it interesting, but those goats. They pledged allegiance to me and betrayed me immediately. Unforgivable. She's the Fairy Queen, all right. So, is this the strong mode of the Fairy Queen that Gerard is saying? Why are you in a different form? This figure is bad for children. Animals hate this too. By the way, I remember something, village chief. I want to eat pancakes like the one you made before. The Fairy Queen came out of her vine throne before I replied. Oh, she shrank. Her aura returns to normal. Is she only strong inside her throne of vines? Gerard answered my question. She spreads her vine to make a place her territory. In her territory, she's always in that form. She's a really troublesome existence that won't disappear no matter how much I breathe. I fought with her once, and I don't want to experience it again. To think that she could make Gerard say that, I shouldn't really fight with the Fairy Queen. While parrying all of my attacks, she's endlessly saying she wants sweets. It almost drives me crazy. Yeah, that's indeed the Fairy Queen. Village Chief Pancake. And the same Fairy Queen is now pleading to me. She'll keep saying that until I make it. Ma, that's fine. All right, I'll make pancakes for you today. The Fairy Queen ran to the children while saying she did it. She'll probably tell Ursa and Alfred, so I won't turn back on my words. Yeah, she's smart, by the way. What happened to the vine conjured by the Fairy Queen? It's pretty big, but Lou, Tyr, and Flora cut it with pleasure and bring it home. It seems to be a valuable magic medicine. The Fairy Queen, she's like a walking herb. Chapter 344. The usual martial arts tournament. The martial arts tournament is held in Big Tree Village. The civil servant girls took care of it this year too, so I had it easy. But this year, I also worked hard on food. There's a lot of sweets this year. Dorame tells me that while picking up a plate of pancakes with whipped cream and fruit. That's because I want to please the children. There's the Fairy Queen too. The Fairy Queen, if she tastes these sweets, she won't return home for a long time, right? She's been here for a while and already built her own house in the flower garden. It looks like a fancy, huge flower house. Ma, she doesn't always sleep there, and no one even knows if she's still in the village or not. By the way, that's already her second house. Her first house was tampered by the children and withered. Though she built it without permission, I still scolded the children because of the poor withered house. The Fairy Queen, on the other hand, just laughed at it and forgave them. I feel like I lost in terms of broad-mindedness. No, they have to be disciplined. When I told the Fairy Queen not to spoil them, she said that the child doing something like that is the parent's responsibility, and the parent in question is me. I'm not all convinced, but as an adult, I know she's right when she indirectly scolded me. I hope that the children will reflect on their actions when they saw me being scolded. That's what I hoped, but the children continued playing happily. Don't you feel anything with your father being scolded? Well, I guess it's fun to chase fairies. HNN? No one's looking at me. It's like they can't see. Ah, don't just use invisibility magic on me. Of course I would. Or do you want to make the children feel uncomfortable? She's child-centered in all aspects. However, if you really think of the children, you should let them reflect properly now. Me and the Fairy Queen talked about children's education passionately. Ma, we're in parallel in all aspects. The Fairy Queen orders like the Lord in the dining space behind the venue. Next is 4 layers, no, make it 5. Put plenty of that white thing and fruits. The sauce is strawberry. She's surrounded by children. Because of how she acts day by day, the Fairy Queen is popular with the children. Queen, I got some juice. Queen, this one is sweet too. Children, don't spoil the Fairy Queen too much. The break time is about to end, so I head toward my designated seat with Dorame. There are Doors, Raymarin, Graphaloon, Jurar, Ancestor-san, Demon King, Yuri, Beazle, Randon, Glatz, and Hu. This year, Michael-san and the 2 previous 4 Heavenly Kings from Village 5 have come too. The teleportation gate is convenient as expected. My seat is in front of the stage of the martial arts tournament. My seat is a bit flashy, so sitting on it is embarrassing. The common section and the warrior section have ended, and each showed us heated battles. The knight section is about to begin. Last year, Lu and Tyr were absent because of Village 5, and now that they are here, it will surely be exciting. The highlight of the first round of the knight section is the battle between Tyr and the 2 consecutive years winner Kirbit. It's not surprising to treat their match similar to the final match. No one knows who will win or who will lose, or so I thought. Tyr easily overwhelmed the match. According to Yaoko's commentary, Kirbit and Tyr are almost the same in terms of character and tactics, but Tyr is 1 level higher, so the result is not surprising. This is not surprising. If Kirbit finds her own technique, it will be a tough battle. That sounds hard. However, Kirbit looks strangely cheerful. I wonder why. Kirbit is, in a certain way, Tyr-sama's fandesu. Gran Maria told me so. I see. The matches go on. Perhaps because we're doing it every year, everyone has countermeasures against strong contenders. Even an amateur like me can see that they devised their fighting method, though they were not able to turn the tables around. I am impressed that everyone is working hard. The final battle is between Lu and Rhea. Tyr, who defeated Kirbit, had been defeated by Lu in the semifinals. Before their battle, she had a tough battle against a spiderling. Lu is lucky to have Gran Maria then Kudel as her opponents. However, her luck reached the limit when she reached the finals. Compared to Lu, who's quite tired from her battle with Tyr, Rhea is fine. She'll be able to win this match by one-sidedly sniping Lu. This is too advantageous for Rhea. Or so I thought, but I was wrong. Lu evades Rhea's shots and makes it a close combat match. She then beats Rhea. Congratulations. Is Rhea okay? She only fainted. Is she safe? Have Flora treat her. And I realized I have no combat sense at all. None of my expectations happened. After the night section is over, it is free battle. Those who want to fight will go to the stage and fight. Doors and Jurar took the lead. It's a fierce battle, but it's a little safe because they are in their human forms. It's the usual festival. I won't be surprised if free battle takes all night, but don't get injured. Yauko, I won't fight. HNN, why does the Demon King look like that? Did he change his hairstyle as some sort of disguise? It doesn't look like a disguise, so a change of pace. No, that doesn't matter. What matters is that the Fairy Queen suddenly pops out behind the Demon King, and the Demon King disappears. The Demon King was on the stage. To be precise, he's in the middle of the fighting Doors and Juror, and he was caught in the battle. Is he safe? He's fine. He managed to evade both Doors and Juror's attacks. Amazing, as expected of the Demon King. While I'm impressed, I tried catching the Laughing Fairy Queen. At the same time, both Doors and Juror transformed into their dragon form. Oi, this is a small place. I mean, everyone's already used to it. Everyone evacuated with food and drinks on their hands. The only person who failed to evacuate is the Demon King. His face is twitching. Will he be all right? It looks like he's in a very dangerous situation. He's trying to escape. Do your best. I scold the Fairy Queen while evacuating. Don't teleport people without permission. Okay. She apologized properly, so I forgive her. No, wait, I almost died. Be a little more strict. Since the Demon King, who managed to escape, looks dissatisfied, I'll be a little more strict. Chapter 345. Village 1 Resident Bruno. My name is Bruno. Actually, I was born in a decent house, but because of certain circumstances, I had to go. I had no plans at all, so I had to live on the street after that. It was hard. However, if that part of life never happened, I wouldn't have met my wife and moved to Village 1. Therefore, I accepted everything. Right now, I'm just a man who lives in Village 1. I think I should work hard for my pregnant wife. That said, now that the autumn harvest is over, it is time for the martial arts tournament. This year, we will gather in Big Tree Village again. I wanted my wife to stay and rest, but she said that she absolutely must go. I did not know, but it seems like a little exercise is not a problem even if a woman is pregnant. Though going on a rampage is out of the question, the High Elves, who have already experienced giving birth, said that being too overprotective will only do the opposite of good. We were also told not to use a carriage, so we will travel by walking. Of course, we did not travel with just the two of us. People like us were gathered, and we traveled all together. They are also couples like me and my pregnant wife. I wonder if they also said that they must absolutely go like my wife. Paula is the one who's going to give birth first in our group. Given her condition, she had no choice but to house sit. As always, Big Tree Village is overflowing with a variety of races. I was not surprised by that either. I can't live in Village 1 if something like this surprises me. In Village 1 alone, we live with inferno wolves, demon spiders, Nuniodaphnes, and harpies. I have room to enjoy meeting new races. Speaking of which, there's that phoenix chick. It seems like it went to Village 1 once, but I wasn't able to meet it because I was working. I definitely want to see it. Don't panic. First of all, greet Village Chief. Those who already moved ahead of us have already greeted him, but us, the walking group, should do so too. I'm a little nervous. I'm the representative of the walking group after all. The phoenix chick was on Village Chief's head. Oh, how gallant. It's a little rounder than I imagined though. Is it because it is still a chick? Let's just describe it as chubby. After greeting Village Chief, I also greeted the phoenix chick. Village Chief is worried about pregnant women. Not only in words, but he also prepared a space in the venue for pregnant women. It is clean and spacious. There is also a private toilet and a bed. On top of that, there are several veteran devil midwives waiting nearby too. Thank you very much. By the way, who is that unfamiliar woman next to you? Who is she? I talked to my wife. Our topic was the newly introduced woman. I heard she's the Fairy Queen. That's what I heard too. Though I thought I would never be surprised in meeting a new race, I never expected that I would still be surprised. No, it is probably because I'm not imaginative enough. Richer imagination, and think softer too. Now, I won't be surprised even if a god moves here. Why am I hearing a meowing cat? Oh, there's a cat on the stage. There are 4 of them to be exact, and they are going to have a battle royal. It's funny to think that there will be a literal cat fight here. They used magic. And they are pretty brutal magic too. I'm in this village, so of course, they are not normal cats. By the way, husband. That's my wife. Did you properly make a wish to the Fairy Queen? Of course. The Fairy Queen. In human countries, the Fairy Queen is said to be the guardian of children. She's famous for helping children who are forced to work hard, dealing with children's illnesses, and tooth replacement. However, there is also something we can wish for the Fairy Queen even if we don't have children yet: safe delivery. Did Village Chief call the Fairy Queen to the village for us? Maybe. It must be hard for him to invite her. I agree with my wife, who has a troubled expression. The Fairy Queen is free-spirited and mischievous. She also doesn't stay in the same place. To keep her, it is necessary to give her sweets and have children to play with her. On the contrary, she's easy to drive away. If you worship her, she will hate it and go away. Ma, those might be only rumors. However, I'm still thankful for Village Chief. When we return to Village 1, I'll tell Paula to go to Big Tree Village. She'll definitely be surprised if she found out that the Fairy Queen is there. Night. As always, it is noisy at night because of the martial arts tournament's enthusiasm. My wife sleeps in the inn first. I can't let a pregnant woman stay up all night. This time, I participated in the commons section and won. It's a good time for alcohol. HNN, what is it? An Inferno wolf is making a fuss. Cricky, it's the Inferno wolf who watches over Marco's and Paula's house. It should be in Village 1 with Paula. My drunken mind gets cold. Village Chief, something happened to Paula. In Village 1, a new life was born. Both Paula and her baby were in danger because of her sudden delivery. What saved them are the two high elves who remained in Village 1 with Paula and the veteran devil midwife who came for the martial arts tournament. And the Fairy Queen. According to what the veteran devil midwife said, both mother and child were in danger, but as soon as the Fairy Queen came to Village 1, she recovered. Thank you. I can't worship her, so I can only repeat my words of gratitude in my heart. When I look back at the things that happened, I was convinced. Other people left it, but Village Chief scolded the Fairy Queen for mischief. Even Lu-sama and Tear-sama entrusted it to Village Chief. Even if she played pranks against the dragons and the Demon King who came here as guests, the dragons and the Demon King were not angry at all. I wondered why. What benefit could he give her that will make her tolerate being treated like that? Also, why is Village Chief the only one who could scold her? No, that was a pretty sweet scolding if you ask me. I even thought he's only playing around. Village Chief has many wives after all, no way, could the Fairy Queen. No, I'm being too imaginative. Ha ha ha. After winter, Lu-sama taught me. The Fairy Queen is really reliable, not only in giving birth. I don't think she's talking about child illness or tooth problems. The prank the Fairy Queen made to Village Chief is to make more people get pregnant. I see. So that's how it is. In Big Tree Village, Lu-sama, Tear-sama, 2 high elves, and 3 mountain elves became pregnant. I'm happy for you. Then what is this? Medicine? You made it from Fairy Queen extract? Night, ah. After my wife gives birth, I'll discuss with her when to use this. By the way, the Fairy Queen seems to come to Big Tree Village once every 10 days. In that case, Village Chief, this medicine, he doesn't need it at all. As expected of him to sue. Chapter 346. From autumn to winter. It is already the day after the martial arts tournament. I did not sleep. The morning sun is dazzling. Why didn't I sleep? That's because last night, Paula, who's house-sitting in Village 1, began to labor. I want to know what happened, so I stayed awake. I was told that it was a difficult delivery. Fortunately, she managed to give birth safely a little while ago. Congratulations. By the way, it's a boy. His eyes are similar to that of Paula. His mouth also looks like Paula's. I'm sure there will be part of him that resembles Marco's. That's supposed to be comforting, but Marco's, who came back in a hurry, was not bothered at all. He's thankful that the newborn baby doesn't look like him. Yeah, as you say. I was similar when Alfred was born. Marco's, Paula, there's no point in worshipping me. Also, Cricky, thank you for your hard work. Without your report, it would have been dangerous. Ha, you're reliable. Please continue looking after them. Also, Hakurin, sorry for the trouble. You don't have to worry about it. Both father and mother don't know how Marco's look. Hakurin's the one who picked up Marco's. I asked her to do so because the veteran devil midwife told me that the worst could happen to both mother and child. After using the teleportation gate, Hakurin flies using her dragon form. She made a round trip from Big Tree Village to Shashato City in 3 hours. It was night, so it took her some time to find Marcos in Shashato City. It seems like Michael-san, who accompanied Hakurin, mobilized the people of his company to find and secure Marcos. It seems like they kidnapped him. Michael-san, who went with them back and forth, has been sleeping ever since they came back. I must thank him when he wakes up. Also, I regret not being able to ask either Ancestor-san or Beazle to teleport. It seems like they panicked too. I only noticed it when Hakurin already returned with Marcos. I only noticed it because I saw Ancestor-san and Beazle then. That's really regretful. I'm glad he was born safely, but in the unlikely event. Let's stop, he was born safely. That's what matters. I asked Ancestor-san to teleport him from Big Tree Village to Village 1. In Big Tree Village, the banquet is still ongoing that morning. Even after the story of Paula's hard delivery came out, everyone except those involved took part in the banquet. I thought it might be imprudent to continue, but a dark atmosphere seems to bring misfortune. Therefore, we want the banquet to continue. If all the villagers of Village 1 said so, I have no choice but to continue. The battle at the stage voluntarily stops too. At a place like this, where everyone is enjoying food and alcohol, only fun and good news should be announced. It became like that until it was reported that Paula had given birth safely. After a big cheer, everything returned to normal. The Demon King stands on the stage and looks for challengers. The challenger is Yuri, so he's a little troubled. Behind Yuri, the 4 active members of the 4 Heavenly Kings lined up. And so the banquet continues. Village Chief, what should we do? Dissolve free battle tomorrow morning. Also, let those who want to sleep go to sleep. I yawned and said so. After the martial arts tournament in Big Tree Village, the Harvest Festival of Village 5 will be held. Actually, Harvest has already been done a while ago, but it still had to wait until the martial arts tournament in Big Tree Village is over. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. No, if we had the Harvest Festival first, the people of Big Tree Village will be upset if you're not able to participate. It helps a lot hearing that from you. The progress is smooth because Yauko and the 2 former 4 Heavenly Kings are in charge. Though it is called a Harvest Festival, it is actually a big sale for winter. However, there are still festival stalls and stages, so you can still feel the festive atmosphere. After giving the opening speech, I will supervise 10 stalls opened by the Oni maids and Beast girls. The 2 stalls that are exclusively selling alcohol are very popular. We don't sell straight. We either add fruits or dilute strong alcohol with water, but they still sell like hot water. Customers don't mess around the front of the stalls either. A quick order and pay, receive the cup of alcohol, and give place to the next customer. There will be no confusion at all. I wonder why. Did they practice? Given their movement, I think so. To think they would go that far in order to buy a cup of alcohol. Village 5's alcohol and Village 5's alcohol alternative, do they really sell like this? Or is it because of the festive atmosphere? Of the other stalls, 5 sells food. Yakitori skewers, grilled fish skewers, grilled corn, pizza, burger. Burger is actually not hamburgers but hot dog. When we were making hot dog, I'm already thinking of what to call it here. Cutting a pan in half, putting in the ingredients, and selling them as burger. Yeah, that thing is actually sandwich. However, the hamburgers I know are actually called sandwich here. It gives me this sense of incongruity. I wonder if I'll get used to it. Because of that, I renamed them. Since there's only one kind per stall, the turn is fast but there's still a line. Everyone is doing their best but cooking speed is still the same. If we want to make it faster, we have to expand the facilities, but it is impossible because they are only stalls. The only remedy is to increase the number of stalls. Let's do that next year. 2 stalls are selling sweets, like cotton candy and teiyaki. The cotton candy machine was the product of the hard work of the mountain elves and Gut. The mountain elves and Gut worked hard for the baking table of teiyaki too. Thank you. They are popular with both children and adults. I'm thinking that I might have made a mistake with the price. There are too many customers. You don't need to buy that many cotton candy. It will only wilt. It won't last until tomorrow. It might even wilt at the end of this day. Also, eat teiyaki while it's hot. The last stall sells juice. It is for people who don't drink alcohol. Though it is not as much as in demand as alcohol, the line was long until night. On the stage, various performers come out to entertain the audience. I don't have time to watch until I saw Alfred on the stage. Alfred made the Phoenix chick Aegis go through a ring of fire. The venue is lively, but isn't Phoenix a firebird? And it is now jumping into a ring of fire? What's the point? No, it's amazing. Alfred, you're amazing. Also, Assistant Lou, you really look cute. Am I supposed to say this in public? Chapter 347. Yuri's Employment and Winter. It's about time for winter. Zabuton and the spiderlings begin hibernating. We won't see each other for a while. However, this year, some of the spiderlings will not hibernate and spend their winter in either my mansion or the dungeon again. I don't have to be so lonely. The Arachne Arako, who is based in the dungeon, says there's no need to hibernate. Gulf and Daga will leave for a while. It seems like they will train around Village 5 this winter. It looks like they are worried about their performances in this year's martial arts tournament. Well, they were both defeated in an instant. I think they are frustrated because they were defeated without being able to show their strength. It seems like Pirika's fellow disciples, and the elves are training in Village 5, so there will be various challenges there. That might really challenge you, but can't you train near your home? It is not good to pour the same water if you say so. There's a small change in Village 5. Yuri, the Demon King's daughter, has been assigned to Village 5. Her role is the Demon King's kingdom's administrator. It seems to be a position similar to an inspector in a place without a governor. At first, I thought that it would be difficult for Village 5 to accept Her Highness, the Demon King's daughter, as their administrator. I've heard rumors that Her Highness, the princess, is selfish. The cause was the image of her in the mind of the village's council. In response, Yuri greeted each member of the village council one by one to wipe out that image. Or at least she tried. The royal princess herself goes house to house to greet them. What kind of harassment is that? The two former 4 heavenly kings are angry. She was accepted by everyone without problems. Or it was concluded that she forced them to accept her. I just did that because Frau told me that greeting is important. Yuri knows the existence of the teleportation gate in Village 5. Because of that, Yuri comes to Big Tree Village almost every day ever since she started her new post in Village 5. She's also pleased to be called Yuri Neaton by Freysia. By the way, she calls her grandfather Bezel, Gigi, but she calls her grandmother Urikine, Neaton. It can't be helped given their appearance. Though it's not like she's taking someone's place, Holy is apologetic that she's being called Baba. Gigi grandfather, Baba equals grandmother. A new mansion was planned as a place for Yuri to stay, but the construction was postponed until spring. Construction work is possible in Village 5 even during winter, but they hold it up because their hands are already full in building barns. Yuri also wants them to prioritize what's needed first. Given that, Yuri decided to stay at Yaoko's mansion until her own mansion is built. She has around 20 attendants with her, but there's no problem because Yaoko's mansion is big. Big is justice. However, though they also know the existence of the teleportation gate, Yuri's the only one that has permission to use it. Yuri's okay with it, but the civil servant girls are protesting. Among the 20 that accompanied Her Highness the Royal Princess, some are our colleagues. Please don't hesitate to contact them. It's all right, I'll train them. Viscount Gon's daughter is among them. She's good at math, and she's been the bookkeeper of her family. There's also the daughter of a famous governor in the south. I'm sure she's familiar with government affairs. Baron Bori's daughter, Furuin Sama. I heard she's married, but why is she here? She's worked in finance. We must absolutely secure her. Ado, their job is Yuri's attendant, and they are not here to be hired by the civil servant girls. All the civil servant girls appeal to Yuri. 18 of them changed their jobs to civil servant girls, while 2 were left as Yuri's attendants. I'm sorry for being unreasonable. I apologize to Yuri. I've already anticipated that something like this will happen, so don't be anxious. I'll contact their families. Thank you. Since they are now part of the civil servant girls, I wanted to invite them to Big Tree Village, but they suddenly stopped me and said I'm being cruel. Why am I being cruel? I don't know why, but the civil servant girls decided to stay and train the new ones in Village 5. In the middle of that, when they already confirmed that they will bring no harm to Big Tree Village, they'll talk about the teleportation gate. I heard they also want to send a few of them to Big Roof Shashato. I agreed, Just do your best. Winter. I do what I'm supposed to do and I'll get what I deserve to get in the end. That's pretty normal. The problem is they've all come at once. Lou and Tyr are pregnant with their second child. 2 high elves and 3 mountain elves are pregnant too. A total of 7. I'm so happy. Mass pregnancy, there's a reason for it. This might take long, but listen. In fact, Alfred has been able to sleep alone for about a year. I am pleased with his growth. However, he sometimes goes to my room or Lou's room at night when he's lonely from time to time. If he goes to Lou's room and if Lou is there, there's no problem. If Lou's not there, there's a little problem. If he goes to my room after that and finds Lou, there's no problem, but if it is someone else other than Lou, there's a problem. As expected, educating him about that is still too early. However, it's not possible to have Alfred return to his room since he is lonely. As a result, I often sleep alone so that everything will be all right if Alfred ever comes in. Those were my peaceful days, until the Fairy Queen came this fall. Though the Fairy Queen takes the children out at night, she's good at getting them to sleep in their beds. She also tickled Alfred's man's pride and made him sleep alone. That ends my peaceful nights. The intense nights revived. During the martial arts tournament, the tension went up because of Paula's delivery. I had no choice but to work hard. That is the cause of mass pregnancy. My only hope is for Taisel to visit at night when she's lonely. Taisel-sama is good at sleeping, so please rest assured. I'm expecting a lot from you, Hikaru. Discovering the mass pregnancy, the Beast Girls intensify their offensive. It can do nothing but work hard. Yeah, the Mountain Elves representative is now anxious. She's the representative, but for some reason, it's the other Mountain Elves who got pregnant. However, pregnancy is a gift from God. Don't worry so much, be patient. And that, you don't have to wear weird clothes, it's the opposite of sexy. Consult Zabuton when she wakes up. Chapter 348. The Story of the King of a Peaceful Country. I was a king until a while ago. I abdicated because of my son's rebellion. Though I was prepared to die, I'm only imprisoned. But I'm not happy. I succeeded to the throne at the age of 10 and I have protected it for more than 3 decades. That rebellion. I want to beat that idiot son of mine. However, I want those vassals to bear my wrath more. I don't get why they dare support my idiot son. Can't they see how hard I worked until now? Yeah, they are maddening. However, after being imprisoned for 3 months, my anger fades. Even if I'm not imprisoned, I can only be said as someone free, but I still can't leave the castle. Moreover, if I ever receive a gift, I can't make it in public because I'll be criticized for favoring someone. Now, I don't have any trouble with regards to food or money. The only thing I lack is information. I have no idea what my son is doing right now. As a king, not receiving information made me have a great sense of loss, but I got used to it. I just noticed that my body condition is now good since I no longer lack sleep and exercise. In a certain way, it might not be a bad thing to not bear the weight of being a king. I thought like that. I was not suitable to be a king. That's what I should think. If that is the case, what job is suitable for me? I can't look for it since I'm imprisoned. All right, let's escape. I have 5 companions. There's an old man who has taken care of me since I was a child, a knight who serves as a guard, and 3 maids. All 5 of them chose me over my son. When they heard about my plan to escape, they bowed without shaking and began to prepare. Reliable. I originally planned to take my wife with me, but I thought that this will be a tough journey. I'm disappointed to part with my wife. After I leave, I want the rest to stand by her so she won't get punished. Given the power of my wife's house, our son will probably not punish her. No, we're talking about my stupid son, so I don't think he can't do anything. Thinking so, I asked my wife. She beat me up. A wife's position is beside her husband. I'm happy about that, but with the addition of my wife, we are now about 50 people. I wonder if my wife is more popular than me? And no, the reason why we are so few earlier is because I want to escape quietly. Let's just stop thinking about it. For the time being, let's go to another country. We'll be in trouble in our own country. My face is well known in our country and I will surely attract trouble. Therefore, let's go to a distant country, an amazing line of carriages. The ship is almost chartered too high profile. As expected, the pursuers came. I think it's a good idea to fight back against the pursuers without mercy. However, aren't they just chasing us because of my son's order? They are still citizens of my country. However, I don't want to go back to prison. That's right. Once I'm taken back, death penalty is inevitable. All right, counterattack. Aim for their limbs as much as possible. While shaking off the pursuers, we arrived at the Demon King's kingdom. If it is here, I'm sure there will be no pursuers. After all, this country is at war with the Full Heart Kingdom. My country had also received a request for support from the Full Heart Kingdom. I ignored the support request, but it doesn't mean that I'm with the Demon King's side. So I think it's okay for me to be here. That's my wish. I hope we're safe here. All right. For the time being, let's look for an inn. Is our funds okay? Can we build a mansion? Next question. Food, is there a popular place where we can find good food? My wife, when did you get that information? No, you're reliable. Prince's side. How did this happen? Didn't I succeed with the coup? I kicked father, who's always preaching about righteousness, off the throne and I'm sitting on it now. The vassals were also pleased. It was good until that part. Where? What went wrong? That's right. It's been strange since that time. Give me the list of nobles who revolt against me. Hearing my demand, the aide looks embarrassed. Oi, where's your usual readiness? I thought you had prepared it already. Are you in too much high spirit because the coup succeeded? No, Anno, Prince. Nobles who revolt, what exactly do you mean by that? Do I have to define it for you? They are those who prevented me from trying to take the throne. In that case, there's none. Prince, aren't you the first prince? Uomo. There is no other prince, right? That's right. Therefore, it is normal for prince to inherit the throne. Because of it, most nobles thought that it was only a parent-child quarrel of the royal family and taken a wait-and-see attitude. Wait, weren't we resisted by the army and the castle? Well, that would normally be the case if you lead an army and attack the castle, but there was no oath about the start of war. I thought that would be cool. Well, you were cursing your father so much that time, so everyone pulled out. Yes, I thought that would be cool. Back then, everyone thought there's something wrong with your head. You mean my reputation has fallen? Rest assured, there's nothing to fall. What are you trying to say? There's no dignity in yelling. To summarize, most nobles did not participate. Those who resisted in the castle were also loyal to their duties and did not go against the prince. In a certain way, they can't go against you since you are the only prince even if you rebelled. Sorry, that's too complicated. Can you tell it more clearly? Their actions are what it should be, so they did not revolt against prince. No one defies me. That's right, what do you expect? Did you expect them to obey everything just because you said it? That's terrible, especially to those who are guarding the king. I see. Thank you for your understanding. I'm not convinced. I understand, but that's it then. The list of nobles who are committing injustice. Send it. Hi. Oh, you prepared it properly. Wait a minute, isn't this the list of nobles who helped me? Are you too tired and made a mistake? I didn't make a mistake. It's not a mistake. They are people who took advantage when the king is replaced. My father always said that the finances were in jeopardy. However, I had a solution. Squeeze it from the nobles. No, it is crushing nobles and confiscating their property. I'm not an idiot. I will not crush innocent nobles. I'll only crush sinful nobles. I proposed that to my father many times, but he did not accept it. He just snorted at me. That's why I staged a coup. Ado, what is the current income and expenditure of the country? Here it is. It was a mountain of documents that I can't help but feel disgusted upon seeing. Are you kidding me? No, I'm serious. I've already chosen the most relevant. Can you summarize it in one line? Finance is difficult. I'm looking forward to Prince's skill. Since then, I've been buried in documents. Wasn't paper valuable? I wouldn't think it's valuable if there are so many. It is valuable. These valuable papers demand my signature. That's the only way to deal with them. Therefore, I work hard. However, no matter how much I work, more documents come in. What is this? Is this harassment from my father? The former king can easily deal with it. I thought when I become a king, I could just go to parties every day and enjoy life. I don't think that's the case, but there are parties that you have to attend. Please finish this document before that. Grumble. You can't just sign without reading the documents. Please check in case they slipped in something. Oi, are you trying to obstruct my work? Oh, this is my vacation application. I plan of taking a rest for about a year, so thank you. Wait, he's gone. You can do it, I'm sure the prince can do it. I can't do it, I'll kill you if you take a rest. My aide bullies me, I wonder if my father was like this too. What did you say? The former king disappeared from prison. What's the guard doing? What about my mother? 52 imprisoned people, including the former king and queen, disappeared all at once. Maybe it's the same as the incident of Sword Saint Village in the rumor. No, that's not it, they left a note. I'll start my journey for freedom, I'll leave the rest to you. My father's handwriting. Yes, there's no mistake. What will we do? A chase. Bring them back, I won't allow my father to be the only one who's free. The old king's party entered the Demon King's kingdom. It was determined that it was impossible to chase them using our military, so we sent a spy. This is the information from a month ago. Why did they go in such a tricky place? It is the best place to escape the grasp of the prince, as expected of the undefeated king. Don't call my father with that title, he doesn't fight. He's just a coward. Yes, I understand. So, you got a message from the spy. Currently, the former great king seems to have set up a base in Shashato City. Recently, that city has become famous because of delicious food. Yes. Then, he joined the fierce tiger Demon King army. He joined the Demon King army. No, it seems like it is a team for a ball game called Baseball Desu. Ball game. Yes. It is a ball game that is played by a number of teams and is currently popular in Shashato City. Fierce Tiger Demon King Army is one of the team. One team is composed of 9 people. I see. The former king seems to be the catcher, and the 4th batter Desu. Is that amazing? Catcher seems to be a key defensive position. The 4th batter is the core of the attack. He seems to have good contributions in every game. In other words, he became interested in playing a certain game. I'm not sure about that. The team coach seems to the Demon King himself. It seems like he can only participate every 10 days since he's busy with government affairs, but the Demon King is indeed the coach. What's a coach? Rephrase it. The person who leads the team Desuni. I don't understand. Me too. Also, it seems like there are a lot of retired influential figures from other countries there. Retired? People like the former king, who was forcibly abdicated, or princes, who lost War of Succession. And they are in the team, led by the Demon King. No, most of them are on the other teams. It seems like a lot of them joined the Seafood Curry Army and the Pizza Supreme Army. As for the previous queen, she seems to be crazy about things related to stage play Desu. Stage play? Yes, mother likes to watch plays. Is she sponsoring them? No, it seems like she joined as a performer. She's with the neighborhood ladies. What are you going to do? What do you expect me to do? Nothing, I mean, do you want to keep an eye on them? Of course. And have this letter delivered. Letter, what's in it? Apology and asking them to take back the throne. The former king is indeed a good-natured person, so he might return, but won't he suspect this as a trap? That might be the case, but I still want to bet. Otherwise, the country can't go on. You just have to work hard as the King Desuyo. Now work hard. Ugugu, that's right, I have a son. He should be 10 years old this year. Could it be? I heard that father inherited the throne at that age. Phew. King, this is madness. Guards, stop him, don't hold back, that's right. Right hook, all right, then left. Bastard, you impossible, Okay, good job. Guards, go back. And King, I'm sorry, but you have to do your best for 10 more years. To beat me up without hesitation, even though I'm the king. Yes, you are the king, so don't throw it at the prince. By chance, could it be you're still angry for not consulting you about the coup? What if I told you that if the former king did not ask me to stay that day, I wouldn't be here? My father asked you. Yes, that's why I'm here, so please work hard. By the way, what if I had consulted you first? I will run to the former king and inform him in secret. You should already know I'll do it. Right, so that's why those nobles told me not to tell you. Be sure to understand the true meaning behind the person who gives advice before following it. Also, next week, I'll be on vacation. I'm going to say hello to the former king, so I'll personally deliver your letter. Vacation. Thank you for signing it. Don't worry, it will only be a month. Wait. I'm wrong. Chapter 349. The usual kotatsu. Afternoon, I go outside. It's cold, I'm trembling, it's winter so it's natural. I'm wearing cold-resistant clothes but my face hurts. Though I want to return at once, I have to endure a little. I bow to the shrine below the big tree. I look around and check for dirt. Looks like no problem. Though this has been my daily routine, it is cold so I slept too much, which is why I only came here now. Since I overslept, I almost put it off. A bow at the shrine again to apologize. Then, dash back. It is warm inside the mansion. I'm relieved. However, this mansion, it's so big so my room is a bit far. That's its disadvantage. I went back to my room and took off some of my clothes. What I'm wearing now is still warm enough. Though my room is reasonably large, a lot of space has been taken by the large bed and a little big kotatsu. Under the kotatsu lies a wooden board with a carpet over it. It is 10 centimeters higher than the rest of the floor surface. Shoes are strictly prohibited on this board. Even the kuros have to wipe their feet first before going there. Because of the off-shoe system here, a lot of people in my mansion use sandals that are easy to take off. The kotatsu is currently entertaining some clients. It's not like I mind. First are Kuro and Yuki. There's also Kuroni. You've grown too, you're no different from Kuro now. There are also 2 kittens on the kotatsu. Maybe the other 2 are in the kotatsu. Yup, they're there, Hito's with them too. She and the kittens are curled up. Yes, it's cold. I'll keep it close but make sure you go out from time to time or you'll suffocate. Lastly, there's a legless chair placed by the kotatsu. Of course, it is for my exclusive use but Aegis, the phoenix chick, is sitting there. And with a satisfied face. My apologies but that's my seat. I move Aegis on the kotatsu. Hey, don't look at me with that face or I'll be troubled. I sit on my chair and warm myself using the kotatsu. Yeah, it's warm. Aegis is on my head. Hito, who's in the kotatsu, came to my lap. Okay. HNN? The spiderlings are preparing something on the ceiling beam. I shouldn't look yet. Let's relax and wait for them. When I thought so, someone came to my room. It's Yauko. She warmed herself in the kotatsu as if this is her own room. Oh, Hito noticed Yauko and moved. Saddening, the wine slime took her place. It hops towards my lap. And it's cold. The wine slime came for the alcohol Yauko brought. It's rice wine. I put ice on a bamboo cup and pour it there. I'm sorry but I'll drink first. It tastes like mixed alcohol but it's easy to drink. Should I pour Yauko's share? Hahaha. Don't let Hito drink it, and let's share some with the wine slime too. While enjoying the alcohol Yauko brought, a spiderling called me. Are you ready? What were you doing? It was a group movement by the spiderlings. They are beautifully divided by each type, cues up and march. They've done that in 3D with the use of their web. They're like a circus. Amazing. Oh, someone fails, it's all right. Do not mind it. Right, you can keep going. For about 5 minutes, I watch the group show of the spiderlings. Yauko, who's watching opposite of me, is looking at me with stunned eyes. Is she envious? If we can trade Hito on your lap to Aegis on my head, I'll gladly accept that envy. While praising the spiderlings, an Oni maid brought food as I'm only drinking. It's the hot pot lunch. I wondered why there would be a hot pot even though it's still day, but it seems like Yauko requested for it. It can't be helped then. There's no rule that you can't eat hot pot during the day. Following the Oni maid are Lu, Tyr, Alfred, and Taisel. They want us to eat together. Kuro, Yuki, and Kuroni gave up their place in order for them to be seated. The kittens all went inside the kotatsu. Considering the size of the kotatsu, it should be fine. The main ingredient of the hot pot is anglerfish from Shashato City. To be precise, it is a fish that looks very similar to anglerfish. I judged it to be anglerfish because of the taste. When I open the lid of the pot, the good-smelling dashi permeates. The cabbage and mushrooms in it also look delicious. However, this color I wanted red carrots. At least there's no problem with the taste. Oh, there's mochi too. There's enough for everyone, right? Good. Yeah, it's delicious. Do you want some too, Aegis? I don't mind, but if you want to eat, get off my head. There's no way I'll let you peck directly into the pot. Don't rush, I'll get some for you on a plate. You don't want fish head. Its eyes scare you. I know how you feel. All right, I'll eat the head of the fish. Ha, it's okay. HNN? Sorry, I have to talk to my son and daughter too. During winter, I stay in the mansion as much as possible. It's a good opportunity to deepen our family's bonds. The next day, I was able to get up properly. I go to the shrine. HNN? Kuroni is sitting down in the courtyard. What happened? Kuroni barks. Ooh. For my left and right, the Kuros appeared and started a group movement. It's a beautiful march, and there are a lot of them. I wonder if this is some sort of retaliation against the spiderlings yesterday. I know you guys are amazing even if you don't do that. No, let me watch you until the end. It's cold though, but I'll endure it. Chapter 350. Taking a break near Howling Village. I'm going to show the Senna's daughter, Set, to the Howling Village's village mayor. I've planned it for a long time, but it was hampered by cultural problems. Senna says that a person of lower hierarchy is the one who should visit, though I don't think that I'm in a higher hierarchy compared to the village mayor of Howling Village. Everyone opposes it. If that is the case, then he should go here to see us, so pick him up, but that's not possible. What's important is him going by using his own power. It's kind of frustrating, but I can't give up easily, so I thought of a solution. First is to go to Village 5. My pretext is inspection. However, I'll be going there by riding Hakuren and not by using the teleportation gate. Along the way, we'll pass near Howling Village, and there's no problem with that. It is okay to take a break near Howling Village. I'll just say I want to take a break, so I did so. There, it won't be strange if the village mayor of Howling Village greets me, since he knows that I'm nearby. And having my daughter and the village mayor of Howling Village's granddaughter with me is just a coincidence. There are a lot of strange things in the world. Ha ha ha. It's a hassle, but I have to do it in order to fool the custom. By the way, this solution is suggested by Yuri. It seems that the royal family and the nobles have similar problems. As thanks, I gave her dried potatoes. In fact, even if I said that I'll be taking a break near Howling Village is a collection of villages, and its boundary is ambiguous. It doesn't even have a fence. Because of that, we landed near the village where the village mayor's house is located. By the way, Gut accompanied me since he's the one who's going to inform the mayor that I'm here. I think he'll come even if no one calls him, but there's a possibility that he won't. Though I'm worried about making Set, who's not even 2 years old yet, travel. Hakuren controlled the area around us using magic. Magic is really convenient. The result, though we had a lot of trouble, I was able to greet the village mayor of Howling Village and show Set to him. I feel relieved. I feel like I dropped something heavy. What I did not expect is the first action of the village mayor of Howling Village, Dojza. I am not angry particularly. No, we are neighbors, so we should get along. Tribute. Senna, is it okay for me to decline this? This encounter is a coincidence, so please don't. That was a bit serious situation. Also, village mayor's wife. Greetings to you, Gut and Senna's mother. I'm glad she's a gentle person. Thanks for taking orders, don't mind it. We're thankful to you too. Tyr, who comes here from time to time, is pregnant, so I'm going to send someone else for a while. Yes. Thank you for your continuous cooperation. As for your new orders, use the small wyvern. So your wife's the one who manages what to order. I didn't know. Besides Senna, Set, and Gut, Gulf's son came with us too. His purpose is his childhood friend. They mutually promised to marry each other. Hearing the details of their story, it seems like there's not even a promise. At worst, according to one of Gut's apprentices, she just said something like a lip service to Gulf's son. Presently, Gulf's son has nothing to do, so he's good to go after the martial arts tournament. After repairing the stage of the martial arts tournament Coliseum, he can do anything he wants until the end of the year. Thus, he came here. He's now smiling with an amazingly beautiful woman. I'm surprised. She's the sexy type too. In terms of age, she looks older than Gulf's son. She's giving off the One-Asen vibe. They're of the same age. That she grew well. If you don't know them, you'll mistake them for an elder sister and younger brother. At worst, mother and son. If the couple in question doesn't mind, there's no problem. Good luck, Gulf's son. Gulf's son came to me while fidgeting. You want to take her home? If you have the permission of the person in question and the village mayor of Howling Village, I won't mind. Oh, wait. Since Gulf left, his wife must permit it. The village mayor already permitted you to marry? Is that so? Wait a minute. I asked Senna and Gut. Can the village mayor decide for a couple's marriage? That's how it is in Howling Village. However, in reality, the village mayor can only give permission after they have talked about it with their families. So that's how it is. However, since the village mayor has authority, he's treated more seriously than the couple in question. It won't be possible to marry unless the village mayor permits it. That's quite a serious responsibility. Then, do you think my permission is necessary in order for Gulf's son to get married? The Big Tree Village should follow the custom of Big Tree Village. Custom, we don't have that. As long as the couple wants to, it's fine, they'll have my support. Then, do you permit them? I nodded to Senna's question, but something caught me. Does this have any demerit for me? If village chief permits them though their families did not agree, it will be village chief's responsibility to persuade the families. Gulf's son, I just want to confirm. Do you have permission from your parents? How about her? So it's your parents, huh? I understand. I don't mind you taking her home, but Gulf and Gulf's wife must allow it. Because of that, you'll have to wait until Gulf returns. Yeah. No, even if you look at me like that. I don't have a problem with you taking her home. I don't mind if you live together too. But you can do intimate activities. That's all right, it's almost winter. Let's hold a grand wedding in the village. If you can't live together, let's prepare a room for her in the inn. How about that? You're worried that another man might lay his hands on her. I understand your concern, but there's no such guy in the village. She should be safe. Everything's all right. Me? Ahahahahahahaha. What are you talking about? There's no way I'll actively do something to increase them. No, it's not like she's unattractive. I'm saying that I won't lay my hands on her so everything's fine, got it? No, there's no point even if you make that face. After my discussion with Gulf's son was over, the residents of Howling Village had gathered. Everyone, please stop your doja. Yes, stand up, stand up. It's cold, so stay near the fire. So, why have all of you gathered? You want to know how's your children, who moved to the village, have been doing. Like what I said in the letter, everyone is doing well. There's no need to worry. You can talk to Senna, Gut, and Gulf's son about the Beastkin migrants. Since something like this happened, should I have brought more companions? While talking with them, Set was in the arms of the village mayor of Howling Village. We stayed for a few hours and our break ended. I left with a number of letters, boards, which they have written in a hurry. Using the small wyvern, they can only send a limited number of boards. We were sent off by the village mayor of Howling Village. Hakurin flies away. We're going to Village 5. After doing a hasty inspection, we returned to Big Tree Village. It was already night when we returned to Big Tree Village. The Kuros welcomed us. Thank you. Their number is incredible now. When we got off of Hakurin's back, she returned to her human form. Thank you for your help. You don't have to mention it. You'll pay me back tonight. Ada. I wondered what she means. I want a second one too. Please be gentle. And Gut, I'm sorry. Let's take Nut next time. No, thank you for your concern. Originally, I wanted to take Gut's wife Nashii and their daughter Nut with us. However, Nashii declined since she's worried that she'll catch the mind disease again. It should be fine since Lou can treat her, but she insisted for safety purposes. Nut could have come with us too, but she chose to stay with her mother. Ma, even if we brought her with us, she'll only be acting strange there. Also, we couldn't forcibly take her. The trip to Howling Village was too sudden. There's no time to make adjustments. Finally, Senna and Set, thank you for your hard work today. Yeah, that's a nice smile. I'm sure you're glad to be able to return to Howling Village. Oh, it's cold here. Even if you are covered with magic, we can never be too sure. Let's move to a warm place. It was a busy day, by the way. The childhood friend of Gulf's son fainted when she saw the Kuros. It's been a long time, so I forgot. The Kuros are friendly and not scary at all, but people who met them for the first time were always scared. I'll apologize when she wakes up. Also, Gulf's son, it's not my fault, so stop making that face. End of Volume 7.